Chapter 1346. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of the waves was endless. There was an overwhelming stench of blood, assaulting everyone's noses. Wu Clan's two Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, were flying in the sky, looking at the blood sea below them. The former had a solemn expression, while the latter had a bitter expression. The blood flood is spreading. It has already spread over 100,000 li. More than 10 mountains have been submerged. If we do not suppress it, the losses from this calamity will become even more severe. Wu Yuanju said solemnly. Blood Tide Pit was originally guarded by Wu Yiran, but after Wu Yiran died, Blood Tide Pit was destroyed by others. The Gu formation inside was also destroyed, causing an endless blood tide to surge out and spread everywhere, causing this disaster. Rong Hao was worried, but it will not be easy for us to set up a Gu formation to seal the blood tide again. If we add another rank 6, with the combined strength of 3 Gu immortals, we will barely be able to deal with it. These two had rank 6 cultivation level. It was not hard for them to deal with this blood tide, but Wu Yong had a time limit in his orders. If they wanted to complete it within the time limit, they would not be able to do so. But there was no choice. Wu Yong could not spare any more manpower to deal with this situation. During Wu Duxiu's era, Wu Clan's territory continued to expand. Nobody objected to it, because Wu Duxiu alone could suppress the entire situation. Once Wu Duxiu died and Wu Yong took over, Wu Clan only had one rank 8 left. Even though Wu Yong showed great ability in methods, Wu Clan's territory was too huge. Under Zishan Makoto's scheme, he made use of the unwillingness of the other super clans. Wu Clan was troubled by several super clans. Wu Yong stayed at the core. He had been mobilizing troops to maintain the situation. But this time something happened to Wu Yishan. Once he was sacrificed, the Wu Clan's defensive line that was in imminent danger immediately had a huge hole. Sending Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao was already Wu Clan's limit. Let's give it our all. Even if we have exceeded the time limit, we have done our best. Wu Yuanju sighed and began to attack. Rong Hao quickly cooperated. His surname wasn't Wu, and he was an external supreme clan elder recruited by the Wu clan. Southern Borders clans were very xenophobic. It was not easy for Wu clan to break the rules and recruit an outsider Gu immortal. Under the two Gu immortals' methods, the blood tide continued to retreat. Blood Tide Pit was like the mouth of a giant monster, devouring the blood tide outside. The disaster was under control. The situation was getting better. Wu Yuanju sighed. After suppressing the blood tide and rebuilding the Gu formation, Rong Hao, you will have to replace Wu Yiran and guard this place. I hope you'll be more careful. Things aren't looking good these days. Rong Hao nodded. I understand. I heard that this blood tide sinkhole wasn't formed naturally, but was deliberately created by Patriarch Blood Sea? Wu Yuanju nodded. Blood Sea ancestor left behind 7 true inheritances. This is one of the 7 true inheritances that he meticulously arranged to be buried. Originally, it was inconspicuous, no different from an ordinary sinkhole, but later, a Gu master from Shang clan accidentally entered and obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, obtaining blood handprint Gu. This person was Shang clan's previous leader, Shang Yanfei. He has already died on Etian Mountain. After Shang Yanfei took away the Blood Sea true inheritance, countless blood tides appeared in the sinkhole, flowing endlessly. Wu Duxiu sent Gu immortals to annex this place, turning it into Wu clan's territory. Blood Tide Pit was managed by Wu clan. It quickly became a blood path resource point. Wu clan developed blood path. This resource point contributed a lot. You guys are having a good time. Right at this time, a voice resounded in Rong Hao's mind. Who is it? Rong Hao was shocked. He was about to stop his method and protect himself, but he found that he could not move anymore. He quickly looked at Wu Yuanju with an anxious gaze, hoping that he could help him. But he found out in despair that Wu Yuanju was also immobilized in the same situation as him. A small figure had unknowingly appeared on Rong Hao's shoulder. He was only the size of a finger. He had wings on his back that resembled cicada wings. His purple hair was very eye-catching. It was none other than the rank 8 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Zishan Makoto. Miniman Gu Immortal? Wu Yuanju was extremely shocked. His heart sank. Zishan Makoto's aura was concealed. He did not show his rank 8 aura. Rong Hao quickly spoke. As a variant human, you should know that this is the world of humans. Be it because of someone's instigation or your own actions, I advise you not to act rashly. Because we are not only human Gu immortals, we also belong to Wu clan. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in Southern Border. If you take our lives, the consequences will be unimaginable. Actually, there is no enmity between us. Our Wu clan does not bully others. If you have any requests, Wu clan might be able to fulfill them for you. We can still be friends. Wu Yuanju added. He cooperated with Rong Hao, using both hard and soft tactics. They had great teamwork. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he started to speak incoherently, his gaze turned dull. Rong Hao was shocked. He blurted out, "You are a wisdom path Gu immortal?" Saying so, he also started to speak incoherently. Zishan Makoto's wisdom path methods heavily disrupted Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's thoughts. They could not even speak, they were in a terrible state. Gu immortals needed thoughts to control Gu worms. Every action had to be thought before their bodies moved. Zishan Makoto directly disrupted their thoughts. He suppressed them from the start. These two rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have a chance to retaliate. After easily controlling the situation, Zishan Makoto looked at the blood-tied pit, smiling. Next, his rank 8 aura burst out. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping in all directions. The surging blood tide below him seemed to have quietened down. After a moment of preparation, Zishan Makoto suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a breath of eerie air. The eerie air floated lightly, slowly falling into the blood tide pit. It was not eye-catching, it was soon engulfed by the blood tide, vanishing without a trace. At this point, Zishan Makoto turned his body slightly, looking far away. He said plainly, "It is your turn." A lump of rainbow light appeared. The person inside spoke with a trembling voice. "You are a rank 8 great expert. With your strength, you can do whatever you want in Southern Border. Why make things difficult for a minor character like me? I have my own plans. When you obtain something, you have to pay a price. When you first inherited the 7 illusions true inheritance, you should have thought of this day," Zishan Makoto said. "But the inheritors before me had never received any orders. Why me?" The mysterious Gu immortal wrapped in rainbow light said in an unwilling tone. Zishan Makoto sighed, looking towards the direction of Celestial Court. "Maybe this is your fate. Alright, use Qiao Jikai's method to kill these two." Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were still dazed, unable to move. Zishan Makoto wanted this mysterious Gu immortal to capture these two alive. The mysterious Gu immortal did not dare to disobey Zishan Makoto's orders. Profound light burst out and transformed, landing on the two Wu clan Gu immortals. Their souls dissipated and their bodies turned into wooden statues. Zishan Makoto gave up on controlling them, letting these two wooden statues fall into the blood tide. "Follow me," Zishan Makoto said plainly. How could the mysterious Gu immortal dare to disobey Zishan Makoto? Even if he was not a rank 8 great expert, just the Information Path Alliance agreement and the true inheritance was enough to restrict the mysterious Gu immortal. The two left immediately. They retreated without hesitation. Of course, Zishan Makoto would not forget to get rid of their traces. In just a short moment, a gale suddenly swept up high in the sky, and countless clouds were completely blown away, revealing a clear sky for thousands of kilometers. The aura of rank 8 was grand and vast. It enveloped the entire area. Wu Yong had an angry expression. His eyes were slightly red as he descended. Who was it? Who was the one who attacked? Wu Yiran was dead, and now Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were also dead. With Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, Wu clan knew of their deaths immediately. Wu Yong was furious. He moved out personally. Wu clan lost 3 Gu immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6. This made Wu Yong's heart ache. He was even more furious. He wanted to see who dared to cross the line and anger Wu clan. But at the next moment, when he saw Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's corpses, Wu Yong was stunned. Wooden statue killer? His pupils shrunk to pin size. Qiao Ji Kai? A moment later, Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Ji Kai rushed to the scene. Blood tide pit had been suppressed again. On the ground that was corroded by the blood tide, there were 2 Wu clan Gu immortal corpses. Qiao clan's first supreme elder, what do you say? Wu Yong had a plain expression. He spoke calmly. But the calmer he was, the more fearful Qiao Ji Kai was. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder, and his signature immortal killer move was Wooden Statue Killer. If ordinary Gu immortals were hit by this move, their souls would dissipate and they would lose their lives, their bodies would turn into wooden statues, but some vitality would be left. They could be planted into trees. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Qiao Ji Kai immediately clarified, "Lord Wu Yong, please allow me to explain. This was definitely not done by me. Someone deliberately framed me. Qiao clan and Wu clan have been allies for a long time. It can be traced back to..." Before Qiao Ji Kai could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Yong. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Qiao Ji Kai. "I am more willing to believe you." Xiao clan and Wu clan have been connected through marriage for generations. How can our alliance be destroyed by such a thing? Xiao Zhikai let out a breath of air. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong is wise. Chapter 1347. Southern Border, Tai Clan, Wanqing Mountain. Rumble. A series of muffled sounds engulfed this unremarkable small valley. At the bottom of the valley, a young girl stood. She was tall, her long legs took up almost half of her body, giving her a strong and heroic appearance. At this moment, under her straight brows, her eyes were shining with starlight as she looked at the sky above her head. Huge rocks the size of houses were smashing down on her along the mountain wall. The young girl breathed in deeply. At this moment of life and death, she actually closed her eyes. Hundreds of huge rocks were about to hit her, but at this moment she suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, golden light blossomed. It was extremely dazzling, as if a small sun was buried in the whole valley. The light lasted for a moment before vanishing. The rumbling sounds also disappeared shortly after. Countless amounts of gray-white powder scattered and floated down. The young girl bathed in the flying stone powder, and a hint of joy flashed across her determined face. Very good, Tai Ruanan, you have learned the killer move I taught you. You have passed the final test. From today onwards, you will cultivate with me. I will teach you the method to become an immortal. A grand voice resounded in the whole valley. The young girl immediately knelt down. Thank you, Lord Supreme Elder, for your guidance. You abhor evil and have great talent. You are suitable for my lineage's iron mask. Your father was one of the seeds I had chosen, but to think that his daughter's talent is 100 times more outstanding than his, The grand voice suddenly paused. But soon Tai Ruanan heard, there is an unexpected matter you should cultivate here for now. Although you have learned the killer move I taught you, you are not familiar with it. During this period of time, you should practice more, wait for my return before making any plans. Yes, Ruanan understands. The young girl respectfully kowtowed, unable to conceal her excitement. Finally, I have finally done it, Lord Father, I have surpassed you. Watch carefully from heaven, I will cultivate to become an immortal, I will possess the strength of a Gu immortal. This world is too dark and chaotic. Only with greater strength can the wicked be severely punished, the kind be rewarded, the righteous be supported, and the world be peaceful. Zhang Li, you despicable woman who murdered your own husband. My pitiful brother treated you wholeheartedly, but in the end, you were so heartless that you actually killed him. Today I will cut you into pieces. I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. A young Gu immortal shouted furiously. His rank 7 aura surged out of his body. Fang Yuan, ever since he survived the dream related to Zui Yi Hui, his dark path realm had skyrocketed to the master level. But what followed was an absurd dream. Fang Yuan was cautious and did not want to explore this strange dream. After patiently waiting for a period of time, he finally saw a realistic dream. But in this dream realm, he became a female Gu immortal, and he was very unrestrained. The reason for that was because this female immortal cultivated the Tao of Charm. This path was a small sect. It was a small branch that branched out from Wisdom Path. It was all about fighting with emotions and charming people. Right now, Fang Yuan had turned into a female Gu immortal. She wore a pink dress with a voluptuous neckline and a slit that reached her thighs. Her every frown and smile was extremely alluring. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was helpless. After all, if he wanted to explore other people's dreams, he would need to be the source of the dream. Of course, becoming a female did not affect Fang Yuan's cold mental state. He was wary of the enemy in front of him while putting his attention into his immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan happy was that this female Gu immortal had many immortal Gu. Let's try this Gu first. Fang Yuan injected his immortal essence as he let out a baby's voice. This voice was not under Fang Yuan's control, it was filled with the allure and gentleness of a woman. That young Gu immortal had an imposing aura, but after hearing this voice, his body went soft, his killing intent fell. His momentum faltered as he gritted his teeth, clarity returned to his eyes. Demoness, you dare to play tricks on me? Take my killer move. Saying so, he pushed with both hands, intense winds blew, the world turned dark as countless wind blades flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, he dodged while trying to activate his second immortal Gu. Immediately, Fang Yuan's pink dress turned into a lump of pink fog that coiled around his body, bringing Fang Yuan along as he flew. The speed made Fang Yuan gasp in admiration. It was not inferior to Sword Escape immortal Gu. The only thing that made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that as he flew further and further, the pink fog around his body decreased, It could originally cover his entire body, but now it was forced to reveal his snow-white thighs and arms. Fang Yuan was not afraid of running around naked. This sort of shame had long since left him, not to mention this was a dream. His regret was that this immortal goo's effect could not last long, otherwise with just this speed, he would be invincible against the enemy in front of him. Slut, you run quite fast. But you will definitely die in my hands today. To kill you and take revenge for my brother, I am willing to pay any price. The young Gu immortal's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. At the same time he activated an immortal killer move. The emerald green wind condensed into a small dagger in his palm. The dagger flickered with an eerie jade light. Fang Yuan took a look and felt a chill down his spine. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart sank. With just one or two immortal Gu, I cannot block this immortal killer move. But what immortal killer move does this Zhongli have? I do not know how to use it. While feeling troubled, Fang Yuan quickly activated Unravel Dream. Immediately, a mystical force flowed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. One immortal Gu and dozens of mortal Gu were activated under this mystical force. This is. Fang Yuan sensed this and was overjoyed. He quickly activated Unravel Dream. Under the influence of this immortal killer move, the mystical force continued to flow and became more abundant. Many Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were gathered together. Next, an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was completely unfamiliar with was formed. Fang Yuan did not know what effect this immortal killer move had. Time waited for no man. At this moment, the young Gu immortal had already used his lips to blow on his palm. That jade wind dagger shot out like an arrow shooting towards Fang Yuan. It was swift and fierce. Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment he could only resign himself to fate. What effect did the immortal killer move that he used using Unravel Dream have? Whether it could block this jade wind dagger, Fang Yuan had no idea. But under the effect of this killer move, Fang Yuan could not help but move his fingers, pointing at the young Gu immortal as he said with a coquettish voice, "Ghost, come quickly." This voice was extremely alluring and seductive. Even Fang Yuan himself shuddered when he heard it. Then a dead ghost really did come. This was a Gu immortal soul with rank 7 battle strength. It flew out fearlessly towards the jade wind dagger. The young Gu immortal's expression changed when he saw this ghost. He shouted in shock, "Brother!" It turned out that this female immortal, Zhongli, had actually killed her husband and refined his soul into an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He shouted, "As long as I cancel the killer move, your brother's soul can still be saved. If you have the guts, destroy it too." The young Gu immortal was furious, but he was afraid of harming his brother's life. He was restrained in the battle. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made a move and quickly turned the situation around. A moment later he used a flaw in his opponent to kill him. Dream realm passed. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He returned to reality. This dream realm only has one scene. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was a very small dream realm. Fang Yuan passed it in one go. After thinking about it, he found that his attainment levels increased not only in Wisdom Path, but also in Soul Path. Enchantment Emotion Path has never truly broken away from Wisdom Path. There are no Enchantment Emotion Dao marks in this world, only Wisdom Path Dao marks. Thus, my Wisdom Path attainment level increased. As for Soul Path, this Zhongli probably cultivates Soul Path as well. Especially her immortal killer move, Ghost, come quickly, it has a dense Soul Path component. Fang Yuan analyzed and organized his attainment levels. Right now he had Grandmaster attainment level of 8 paths. They were Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Dark Path and Formation Path. Refinement Path was Quasi-Grandmaster, Luck Path was Master, Phantom Path was still blank. His Sword Path attainment level was Ordinary, his Soul Path attainment level was Ordinary, but after Zhang Li's Dream Realm, it rose to Quasi-Master level. That immortal killer move, Ghost, come quickly is quite interesting. Even though my Soul Path attainment level is low, I am a Grandmaster in Wisdom Path. The Dream Realm is realistic. There is a high chance that I can recreate a portion of its power. Even though I cannot recreate it completely, I can replicate a similar immortal killer move. But even if I replicate this immortal killer move, it will not be as good as my modified Vajraback. Ordinary Gu immortals would be happy to have some hope. They would start to deduce and modify immortal killer moves. But Fang Yuan was not like that. Recently, his attainment level had risen by a lot. He had countless inspirations and possibilities. He needed to choose the most cost-effective immortal killer move and modify it. Undeniably, this was a happy problem. His Dark Path attainment level rose to Grandmaster. He had the idea of using Dark Limit Immortal Goo and Perseverance Immortal Goo as the core killer moves. This Immortal Killer move could conceal him even better. His Formation Path attainment level rose. He had a new idea about Immortal Killer move Vajra. This idea made him quite excited. Originally, Vajra used Vajra Thought and Perseverance as the cores, but in his imagination if he could add Precaution Immortal Goo and some Formation Path Mortal Goo, its power would increase by several times. Coincidentally, after Zhang Li's Dream Realm, the dream realms that appeared in front of Fang Yuan were not suitable for exploration. Fang Yuan started to shift his focus, modifying the Immortal Killer move Vajra. Right when Fang Yuan was rapidly increasing his strength, Qiao Zikai and Wu Yong arrived. This rank 7 Goo Immortal was wearing a warrior attire, his chest and legs were covered in light armor, his face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, but because he cultivated the Iron Mask True Inheritance. The Goo Immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people. At the same time, they were the most skilled in investigating the truth in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. After inspecting the scene and the two corpses, Tai Mianshin said with certainty, Qiao Zikai did not do it. Qiao Zikai let out a breath of air. Then who? Wu Yong asked. Someone imitated his Immortal Killer move Wooden Statue Kill. This situation is recorded in history. Tai Mianshin replied, I wonder if Lord Wu Yong has heard of the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? Wu Yong frowned. You mean the inheritor of the 7 Illusions True Inheritance? It is said that the Goo Immortals who inherit the True Inheritance have the ability to imitate any Goo Immortal's methods in the world. Tai Mianshin, are you sure? Tai Mianshin nodded. My clan had once imprisoned a 7 Illusions Demon Immortal in Demon Suppression Tower. Even though we could not find out the contents of the 7 Illusions True Inheritance, we know some secrets. For example, this 7 Illusions True Inheritance has 7 layers. The inheritor can choose not to inherit any layer of the True Inheritance, or they can inherit all 7 layers of the True Inheritance. But every time they inherit a layer of the True Inheritance, they have to fulfill an agreement, they have to do something for someone at an uncertain time in the future. The 7 layers of the True Inheritance are 7 tasks. To identify the inheritors of the 7 illusions, my clan has already developed a method to distinguish the truth. I used it earlier, it is definitely the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal. Interesting. Wu Yong nodded slightly. His brows furrowed even deeper. Even though he knew the truth, so what? Who was the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? Who was the person or force behind them? Wu Yong did not know about these questions. Chapter 1348. I can track the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal. Tai Mianshin's words eased Wu Yong's frown. It turned out that after Tai clan captured the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal, they started to make arrangements for the 7 Illusions True Inheritance. Among the southern border super clans, Tai clan was the force that dealt the harshest damage to the demonic path. Especially after Tai clan Demon Suppression Tower was created, Tai clan became the pillar of the righteous path to hunt down demonic path Goo Immortals. Immediately, Tai Mianshin used an Immortal Killer move to investigate the traces here. This way. After confirming the direction, Tai Mianshin flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Qiao Zikai looked at each other as they followed behind. The clues were intermittent, but with the experienced Tai Mianshin, the 3 immortals made good progress. An hour later they actually returned to the blood-tide sinkhole. Qiao Zikai was surprised. Why are we back here? Tai Mianshin smiled coldly. The most dangerous place is the safest place, ha. Qiao Zikai came to his senses and couldn't help but praise in his heart, good guts. Wu Yong's gaze swept around with cold light. After a few breaths of time, his gaze fixed on blood-tide pit. Roar. The calm surface of the blood-tide suddenly surged as countless blood beasts charged out. A large number of desolate-level blood beasts, along with a small number of ancient blood beasts, there were thousands of them. They charged towards Wu Yong and the other 2 immortals fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of Tao beast. They were not born from reproduction, they were nurtured by heaven and earth, formed from blood path Tao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts and rock dragons. Blood-tide pit has such a mystical ability? This is a place to incubate blood beasts? Tai Mianshin called out as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong also showed a surprised expression. Blood-tide pit had one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. It was obtained by Immortal Goo Master Shang Yanfei before being taken over by Wu clan. After the Wu clan incorporated the blood-tide pit into their territory, They had also explored this place, but they didn't find anything strange. In the following days they treated this place as an ordinary resource point. With so many blood fiends lying in ambush, no wonder the 7 Illusions demon immortal was hiding here. Qiao Zhikai suddenly realized. The blood fiends formed an army and surged forward. They had all kinds of strange appearances. Some had the heads of tigers and the bodies of horses, some had the bodies of snakes and the heads of rabbits, some had the backs of turtles and tails of dragons, and some were like trees with fruits that looked like monkey heads. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, and his ears were filled with the sinister and terrifying roars of the blood fiends. With such a sudden burst of power, even a great family clan would be caught unprepared. However, Qiao Zhicai and Tai Mianshin remained calm and had no intention of retreating. Because at this moment, Wu Yong was already standing in front of them. A bunch of trash. Wu Yong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. He was very angry. Recently he had been stationed in Wu clan, mobilizing his troops and dealing with all sorts of situations. He was feeling extremely stifled. Now this 7 Illusions demon immortal appeared. He had evil intentions. He actually caused the deaths of Wu clan's 2 Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Wisps and wisps of breeze were brewing around him. The green wind had unknowingly started to move around the charging blood fiends. The blood fiends were still surging, their speed did not decrease at all. Just as they were about to reach the 3 immortals at this time, a blood fiend self-detonated. This kind of self-detonation was not thunderous, it was very gentle, it was like soap bubbles popping one by one. Blood fiends self-detonated one after another. They were right in front of the 3 immortals, but they had no power. They could not harm the 3 immortals at all. The roars and attacks earlier were like a joke. Hundreds of rank 6 battle strength and dozens of rank 7 battle strength were destroyed in front of Wu Yong. They were as fragile as toys made of paper. This was the power of a rank 8. What immortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed. I cannot sense it at all. Qiao Zhikai was shocked. Tai Mianshin had a deep gaze as he looked at Wu Yong's back. Wu Yong's expression was grim, his gaze was locked onto the blood tide below. The blood fiends did not form without a price. The blood tide dried up. The overflowing blood tide in the pit had already dried up. Qiao Zhikai sighed, feeling it was a pity. He sensed that the dense blood path Dao marks had dissipated into nothingness. From now on, the blood tide pit no longer existed, only an ordinary pit was left. Wu Yong did not care about this. In the eyes of ordinary people, the bottomless sinkhole was as clear as day in his eyes. A figure covered in 7-colored profound light appeared in Wu Yong's detection range. So you are the daring one, daring to challenge Wu clan's authority. Wu Yong said plainly, but anyone could hear the anger and killing intent in his tone. The mysterious Gu immortal who was at the bottom of the pit smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong, I was forced to do this. Now, sorry for the offense. Wu Yong's expression changed slightly. At the next moment his surroundings changed. The originally azure sky and mountains had all disappeared. Everywhere, up and down, left and right, had been transformed into a purplish-red color. The 3 immortals could not tell if they were close or far. Their sense of distance was greatly affected. Swoosh swoosh, the sound of waves entered their ears. The corpses of the destroyed blood beasts turned into blood water, forming into a river that flowed below the 3 immortals. Blood-red splashes blossomed on top of the waves. Countless purple thoughts rained down on the 3 immortals like a storm. Damn it! Those blood beasts were just a prelude and a trap. So insidious. Qiao Zhikai scolded. Tai Mianshin looked around nervously. Is this an immortal battlefield killer move or a super Gu formation? Even with his investigative attainment, he could not see through this environment. Wu Yong had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly as he waved his sleeves. Boom! A strong wind blew, and a huge tornado enveloped the surrounding 500 meters, including the 3 immortals Wu Qiao and Tai Xian. The purple thoughts rained down on the tornado, creating crackling sounds as they landed on the tornado. They could not break the defense of the tornado. Wu Yong did not move. He had a cold expression as he raised his right hand and flicked his finger. There was a crisp ding-dong. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm flew out of the tornado, flying towards the blood river at an extremely fast speed. While flying, it grew in size. Its body expanded rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a fierce wind dragon that was 220 feet long, baring its fangs and claws as it charged through the rain of purple thoughts, crashing into the blood river. The blood river surged and formed a whirlpool. it was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the wind dragon. Green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes, the wind dragon roared as it turned into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. The Blood River whirlpool was directly destroyed by the wind blades, as the wind blades flew out and cut the entire Blood River in half. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshin stared with wide eyes, they were filled with anticipation, shock and shock. Wu Yong's every attack was an immortal killer move, it was extremely powerful, far beyond rank 7. If they were his opponent, they would not be able to last even half a move. Wu Yong was actually able to use such a powerful immortal killer move easily, it was like it was an instinct, it was as easy as breathing. Lord Wu Yong's every killer move has its aura concealed to the extreme, it is truly unfathomable. Qiao Zhikai's heart shook. This wind dragon killer move actually has a second variation move, it turns into countless wind blades. Wu Yong is not as useless as the rumors say, such immense battle strength. He actually concealed it so deeply. Tai Mianshin's eyes shined with bright light. He looked at Wu Yong's back, he suddenly felt glad that Tai clan and Wu clan had always been allies, they did not fall out. Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were mother and son, the former was like the wind on the peak of a mountain, the latter was like the wind in the valley. Their styles and personalities were different, but they had the same ferocious battle strength. However, even under Wu Yong's fierce attacks, the surroundings did not change. The broken blood river split into two, it expanded and formed two blood rivers, each of them was of the same size as before. Qiao Zhikai's expression changed slightly, to be able to remain unmoved under the attacks of a rank 8 Gu immortal and trap the three of them. What method was this? His doubts did not last long, a figure appeared in the blood river and spoke, giving the answer. This is the purple blood river formation. Wu Yong, if you do not use the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu that your mother left for you, with just that rank 8 light wind Gu, you will not be able to break this formation. Zishan Makoto said. He was not in his mini-man form, he had grown to look like a normal person. As he spoke, his body rose up as an island floated under his feet. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshin's expressions changed, even Wu Yong was moved. Because Zishan Makoto did not conceal his aura, his rank 8 identity was exposed. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Yong asked in a low voice. Zishan Makoto smiled as he looked at Wu Yong, his purple pupils were like glass. To kill you, of course. Once you die, Wu clan will be shaken, we will be attacked by other clans, we will definitely fall apart. Wu Yong was stunned, he raised his head and laughed loudly. This was the laughter of extreme anger. After laughing for a while, he lowered his head as a fierce light shined in his eyes. Such guts. In that case, I will kill you and establish my prestige as a rank 8. As he spoke, a powerful aura rose from his body. Countless Gu worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshin quickly retreated, they felt an immense threat from Wu Yong. Zishan Makoto's smile disappeared. Wu Yong's previous immortal killer moves were silent, his aura was concealed to the limit. But now he was preparing an immortal killer move, the aura was surging like a tsunami. From this perspective, Wu Yong was fighting with all his strength. What immortal killer move could make Wu Yong unable to conceal his aura? No matter what killer move it was, once it was used, it would be earth-shattering, it would have immense power. How could I let you succeed? Purple Mountain True Monarch's thoughts moved, and countless purple thoughts surged up like a rainstorm. Wu clan. Ancestral Hall. This. The Wu clan Gu immortal guarding the Ancestral Hall had a change of expression. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead, his face was pale as a corpse. He cried out in shock. Lord Wu Yong's life tablet Gu is broken, Soul Lantern Gu is destroyed. Lord Wu Yong, is he dead? Note. This situation will last until July 24th, I will update on July 25th, to repay my friends who have been supporting me. Recently, I have been in trouble internally and externally, it is not easy to be a professional writer, the pressure is huge, I even suspected that I was suffering from depression. But recently, I have adjusted slightly, it is like a person who is dying of thirst in the desert, drinking a cup of cold water. Now, I am starting to balance the material needs of the outside world, and the spiritual pursuit of my heart. Professionalization requires a process of adaptation, I am starting to understand how to treat this profession, my readers, myself, and life. Thank you, friends, for your silent support and understanding. There is a saying. When you want to be a god, you are not far from becoming a demon. I do not welcome gods and demons, I welcome friends and confidants. Chapter 1349. Clan Ancestral Hall. The Clan Ancestral Hall on Wu Yi Mountain was a mortal Gu house. It used a large number of rank 5 mortal goo, although it could not compare to an immortal goo house. Its significance to Wu clan was extraordinary. Basically, be it a super force or an ordinary clan, they would build an ancestral hall. It stored life tablet goo, soul lantern goo, or blood rope goo. The first two were common, while blood rope goo was rarer. After all, it involved blood path. Even the sects of Central Continent had facilities similar to ancestral halls. They stored life tablet goo, soul lantern goo, and others. At this moment, Wu Bachong was standing in the ancestral hall, staring at the goo worm fragments on the table. After life tablet goo shattered, it was like pieces of wood, while after soul lantern goo was destroyed, it was like a broken ladybug, no longer emitting a dim blue candle light. Although Wu Bachong was old, his body was strong like a bear, his hair was white, his nose was wide, his eyebrows were thick, his eyes were fierce, and he was a steady person who dared to take on responsibilities. He was the second supreme elder of Wu clan. He had weathered many storms and was usually as steady as Mount Tai. But now, his forehead was full of cold sweat, his breathing was irregular, and his firm gaze was in a mess. Lord Wu Yong died? Wu Bachong stared at the two mortal goo fragments. He had been standing here for a while, but his mind was still in chaos. How can this be? A grand rank 8 existence, the pillar of our Wu clan, died just like this. Wu Bachong could not believe it. He could not believe it. Lord Wu Yong, did he die or not? He kept asking himself. After all, life tablet goo and soul lantern goo were mortal goo. It was not difficult to use some methods. But Wu Yong was currently uncontactable. No matter how Wu clan tried to contact him, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. This was an indisputable fact. Regardless of whether Wu Yong died or not, his situation was definitely not good. To be able to make a rank 8 goo immortal end up like this, who could be so ruthless? A rank 8 existence of the demonic path or lone cultivator. It's also the righteous path super clans. Could it be that they are working together to deal with my Wu clan? Wu Bachong continued to speculate. The more he thought about it, the more unfocused his gaze became. Wu Duxiu died, Wu Yong went missing. The huge Wu clan, the #1 super clan in southern border, actually did not have a rank 8 expert guarding it. This situation was extremely serious, and the Wu clan was already in a precarious situation. What was even more frightening was that the mastermind behind the scenes had yet to reveal himself. Wu Bachong slowly calmed down from the shock, but confusion and fear once again overwhelmed his heart. Usually, when Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were above him, he did not feel anything. Now that the two rank 8s were gone, Wu Bachong realized that his supposedly broad shoulders could not carry the burden of Wu clan. During Wu Duxiu's era, he was the second supreme elder. When Wu Yong ascended, he continued to assist him. In terms of qualifications, he could be said to be the oldest and most qualified goo immortal in all of Southern Border's righteous path. But it was useless. His cultivation level was only rank 7, his battle strength was not outstanding. If he fought old Treeman Bada, he would definitely not be Bada's match. Even in Wu clan, there were many rank 7 goo immortals who could fight evenly with him. However, he was the first Wu clan higher-up to return after the incident. This gave him the upper hand. What do I do? Even if Lord Wu Yong is not dead, he has lost contact, his life token and soul path goo are destroyed. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge commotion, people's hearts will be shaken. Should I suppress the news? Wu Bachong quickly shook his head. Furthermore, this shocking news had already been spread to most of the Wu clan goo immortals by the rank 6 goo immortals guarding this place. If Wu Yong died, the mastermind who ambushed Wu clan would not let go of this chance to strike Wu clan's morale. Thus, even if Wu Bachong tried to suppress the news, he could not. Then, the urgent matter now is to search for the missing Lord Wu Yong, or to shrink the defensive line and gather the supreme elders outside to defend our headquarters. Wu Bachong frowned. Both choices were dangerous. Searching for Wu Yong was filled with danger. To be able to make Wu Yong go missing and destroy his life token and soul path goo, the mastermind was definitely very strong. Wu clan sending rank 7 goo immortals to search for him would be like sending sheep into a tiger's den. And shrinking the defensive line and summoning the supreme elders back would be a huge change in the clan. A large number of resource points would be lost. If the surrounding super forces took the chance to invade them, Wu clan's losses would be disastrous. What should he do? Wu Bachong hesitated. He was in a dilemma. After a while, he licked his dry lips, deciding to postpone these two actions for now. He would first gather the Wu clan goo immortals with his status as the second supreme elder to discuss. After coming to a conclusion, he would carry it out. Wu Yong went missing and could not be contacted. A huge storm started to form around Wu clan. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan sat on his bed, cultivating with his eyes closed while multitasking, listening to Lady White Rabbit's report. Lady White Rabbit had inherited White Rabbit's true inheritance. This true inheritance was very famous in southern border. The inheritor had to have a pure heart. And in the following cultivation process, they had to maintain this pure heart. Otherwise, most of the true inheritance methods could not be used. If they were forcefully used, they would suffer backlash. Precisely so, Lady White Rabbit was naturally trusted. She had good relations with lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Wu Wen saw this and convinced Lady White Rabbit to be the middleman to manage the immortal opportunity business. Once in a while, Lady White Rabbit would enter the Super Gu formation and report to Fang Yuan about the situation of the immortal opportunity business. Even though Fang Yuan had never gained any benefits from the immortal opportunity business, listening to the business could help him understand the changes in the giant dream realm. Lady White Rabbit spoke softly, her voice was soft like water. As she reported, she looked at Fang Yuan's face with a gentle gaze. Fang Yuan had Wu Yihai's appearance now. He had a handsome face, his nose bridge was tall and his nose was wide, he had a strong masculine aura. Lady White Rabbit was already in love with him. She purposely spoke slowly. She treasured this time when she was alone with Fang Yuan. But every time Fang Yuan met her, he spoke very little. He would only greet her with 2 sentences. One was for Lady White Rabbit to sit down and report, the second was for her to leave. But even so, Lady White Rabbit was very satisfied. She knew that Wu Yihai had a high status. She felt that she was of low birth and could not match up to Fang Yuan. Being able to interact with Fang Yuan like this every once in a while, she felt very happy. She felt extremely blessed. At this time, Lady White Rabbit's voice paused, because she saw that Fang Yuan's expression changed. This was a rare situation. Lady White Rabbit became worried, thinking, what happened to Wu Yihai? Did he encounter a problem in his cultivation? Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes with a thought. He opened the door to the palace. Yihai, it's already like this, yet you actually still have the mood to be carefree and leisurely. Are you going out with someone? A female immortal rushed into the palace. Lady White Rabbit turned around. She saw that it was a young girl about 16 years old. She wore a green dress, her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure was slim, she moved like a willow in the wind. Her features were exquisite, especially her eyes, they were the most eye-catching. Under the cover of her thick eyelashes, they were like ripples on a clear lake. She is Chao Clan's fairy Si Lu. Lady White Rabbit recognized her. She panicked and lowered her gaze. She knew this person's relationship with Fang Yuan. In reality, a while ago, Fang Yuan and Chao Si Lu's scandal had spread far and wide. Fairy Si Lu is so beautiful, as expected of one of the 3 fairies of southern border. Only a person like this is worthy of Lord Wu Yihai. Lady White Rabbit thought to herself. A sour feeling brewed in her heart. Chao Si Lu glanced at Lady White Rabbit, who had her head lowered. She seemed unintentional, but she placed great importance on her. Chao Clan wanted to use a honey trap to make Wu Yihai their son-in-law. How could Chao Si Lu not pay attention to Fang Yuan's information? And in Fang Yuan's information, Chao Si Lu was already familiar with Lady White Rabbit. This time it was the first time Chao Si Lu met Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was like a jade statue, her eyes were like rubies, her rabbit ears were fluffy and drooped down, she looked very pitiful. Even though looking closely, her looks were not as good as Chao Si Lu, but men usually liked such cute and voluptuous beauties. But now is not the time to bicker with her. Chao Si Lu snorted coldly in her heart. She walked past Lady White Rabbit and quickly arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already opened his eyes. He got up from the bed and looked at Chao Si Lu with a smile. Fairy's sudden visit is truly a pleasant surprise. Lady White Rabbit stood far away. She looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, thinking. Wu Yihai smiled again. I have not seen him smile for a long time. When he smiles, it is like the sun in spring. If he could smile at me like this, how good would it be? Chao Si Lu inspected Fang Yuan and interrupted Fang Yuan's pleasantries. It seems like you really don't know. Sai, what I am going to say next will only be shock and no joy. Fang Yuan's expression changed. What happened? Chao Si Lu did not answer directly. She turned slightly and said to Lady White Rabbit, Young lady, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with your lord. Lady White Rabbit was slightly stunned. Fang Yuan waved his hand. White Rabbit, leave? Lady White Rabbit did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan's order. She quickly replied and left the hall. The door closed. Chao Si Lu said, Wu Yong is missing. His life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu have both shattered. The outside world does not know about this. but Wu clan is in chaos now. What? Fang Yuan shook intensely. This news was too shocking. Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu shattered. It meant that Wu Yong might have died already. He was the pillar of Wu clan. If he really died now, how could Wu clan's huge assets be protected? Chapter 1350. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Show.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Take over the Wu clan? Xiao Silu's words immediately made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. How could he not be tempted? One had to know that the Wu clan was a great clan, and it wasn't an ordinary great clan. It had always been very powerful and had always been the #1 clan in the southern borders history. The Wu clan was a huge clan with a huge business. They had all kinds of resource points, deep foundations, and abundant treasures. If he could take control of such a superpower and become the #1 person, then Fang Yuan would not have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Now Fang Yuan's assets were not small. Danghun Mountains Guts Gu trade, Dragonfish trade, Regretful Spider trade, Eerie Fire Dragon Python trade, as well as Star Fragment Grass, Star Dart Gu, Star River Gu, Star Fire Gu, Meteorite Gu, Spirit Snake trade was also developing. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan was making a fortune every day. If the assets in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were included, he had the foundation of an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. If he added Wisdom Gu and Danghun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land, and City Well in Eastern Sea's turbulent flow sea area, Fang Yuan had already surpassed ordinary rank 8s. However, compared to a superpower, Zero Wings Capital paled in comparison. Any superforce, even if they did not have a rank 8 great expert now, they had appeared in history before, their foundation was extremely deep. Coupled with the various resource points that the superpowers controlled in the 5 regions, they could easily leave an asset like Fang Yuan in the dust. For example, the Blood Tide Pit that was once controlled by the Wu clan had a higher output than Fang Yuan's Arowana trade. The Wu clan had 20 to 30 resource points similar to the Blood Tide Pit. Compared to Blood Tide Pit, there were even more resource points like Northern Plains Lu Tribe's Bone Burial Ground and Jade Light Pit. There were close to 10 peak resource points that were better than the Blood Tide Sinkhole. Don't forget, there were the resources in the immortal apertures of Wu clan's Gu immortals, as well as the blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by Wu clan's ancestors. Of course, superpowers often had high income, but they also had high expenses. Love go small say netku. The Wu clan was currently in a situation where their assets were greater than their strength. When Wu Yong was around, they could only barely hold on. Now that Wu Yong was gone, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend it. They would have to spit out some of it. Even so, if Fang Yuan was able to take control of the Wu clan, his benefits would definitely be immense, and it would far exceed the standard of working alone. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He glanced at Xiao Silu and immediately understood her intentions. Just as Xiao Silu said, once Wu Yong left, Fang Yuan's Wu Yihai identity would be the first choice to take over as Wu clan's first supreme elder. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Yuan did not doubt the veracity of Xiao Silu's words because it was too easy to verify. Xiao Silu had come in a hurry, showing her sincerity. Fang Yuan frowned and smiled bitterly. Such a big thing happened. I didn't even know about it. The urgent matter now is to return to Wu clan as soon as possible. Wu Bachong has already gathered the supreme elders to discuss. Many Gu immortals have returned. Even if they could not return in time, their wills would be present, but they left you out. Their intentions are obvious. Xiao Silu said anxiously. Using Wu Yihai, this was the best opportunity for Qiao clan to interfere with Wu clan. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. I have only been in Wu clan for a short period of time. I have no foundation or connections. It is not easy to gain authority and inherit the position of first supreme elder. They purposely left me out. This is enough to prove that my chances of succeeding are very slim. No, you have a high chance. Yihai, don't forget that you still have me. My Qiao clan is behind you. Xiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan blinked. How will your Qiao clan help me? How will Lord Xiao Jikai take care of me? Xiao Silu's expression froze. She hesitated but did not dare to hide it from Fang Yuan, saying the truth. My clan's first supreme elder also disappeared mysteriously with Lord Wu Yong. We can't contact him. His life tablet Gu was destroyed. Other than the two of them, there is also Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mian Shen. They were investigating Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's deaths. We lost contact with them. We don't know if they are dead or alive. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. What is going on? Xiao Silu smiled bitterly. Trust me, I only know this much. Fang Yuan had a hesitant expression. Such a huge change cannot be hidden from the outside world for long. Who did it? Lord Qiao Zikai is not here. How will Qiao clan help me? Don't worry about this. Qiao clan has already come to an agreement. I am their representative. Xiao Silu said. Fang Yuan was slightly astonished in his heart. Qiao clan was the weakest clan among southern borders super forces. But they were united. Even though Qiao Zikai was missing, they could still develop according to their previous strategy. Undoubtedly, any super clan had their own strengths. But Fang Yuan did not want to go. He could acutely sense that this was a huge whirlpool. The mastermind had a huge force. Even if he succeeded and became Wu clan's first supreme elder, so what? No matter how many resources he had, they could not compare to the gains from exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan did not need resources, he needed the attainment level that the dream realms could bring. The latter was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. Despite the temptation of becoming the #1 person in Wu clan, and the benefits were huge, Fang Yuan knew that life was filled with countless choices. If he wanted to walk further, he could not be blinded by benefits. He had to be clear on what was the most important thing. Once I become the first supreme elder, I need to guard the core and return to Wuyi Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? It was not easy for me to get in. But it is not wise to reject Xiao Silu. If I offend Xiao clan, the relationship will break. It will not benefit me at all. More importantly, in the eyes of ordinary people, if I stay here and do not fight for the power of the clan, it will be very strange. It will cause serious suspicion. After all, I have shown some political ambitions before. Fang Yuan kept thinking, pacing in the hall. Xiao Silu was so anxious she wanted to stamp her feet. Ihai, what are you hesitating for? This news is too shocking. I cannot accept it immediately. Let me think first. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Time is pressing. Let's go now. Think on the way. Xiao Silu said. No, it is not as simple as you think. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression solemn. Do you know that you have fallen into a trap? Xiao Silu was stunned. What do you mean? Fang Yuan said. If we go back like this, what will Wu clan's supreme elders think? They are not idiots. I, Wu Yihai, led Xiao clan to take over the position of first supreme elder, but I ignored brother Wu Yong's life, and led outsiders to steal the clan's benefits. This way there will be more discord. I do not have enough martial strength. My reputation is lacking. How can I take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Silu blinked her eyes, thinking. Wu Yihai's words seemed to be reasonable. Then are we going to bide our time and let Wu Bachong lead the situation and take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Silu asked. Fang Yuan thought, as expected, he could not easily dismiss Xiao Silu, but he had a smile on his face. We can wait, there is no rush. No rush? Xiao Silu stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan had a profound smile. He looked at Xiao Silu with a burning gaze. I believe that even if I do not go, Wu Bachong cannot lead the situation, right? Xiao Silu was stunned again. Wu clan discussion hall. Bam. Wu Bachong slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces, causing dust to fly. He shouted angrily, Wu Qiao, what is the meaning of this? No matter what I suggest, you refute it. Are you purposely trying to ruin my plan? Wu Qiao smiled coldly, standing at the center of the hall with his head held high. He looked at Wu Bachong. Second Supreme Elder, you are too impatient. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is alive or dead. Just the destruction of Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu cannot represent the truth. Look at you, you are sitting at the main seat. I am reminding you now, you should sit at your rightful seat. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Wu clan is facing a huge crisis. We should be discussing the important matters now, not these minor details. I feel that Lord Wu Bachong should lead the situation. He is the second Supreme Elder to begin with. In the current situation, Wu clan needs a leader. Wu Qiao, do you think we do not know what you are plotting? I just want to say your surname is Wu, not Qiao. In the hall, several Gu immortals immediately spoke up for Wu Bachong, attacking Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao smiled coldly. In terms of seniority, the one most qualified to take over the position of first Supreme Elder is Lord Wu Yihai. Should the second Supreme Elder take up the position? Do you think this is a Central Continent sect? There was silence. That makes sense. Our clan prioritizes bloodline. Why is Wu Yihai not here? Did you inform Wu Bachong? Several Gu immortals spoke up. Most of their main bodies were guarding outside. The ones who came were basically Gu immortal wills. Wu Bachong observed their expressions. He showed anger on his face, but his heart was as calm as ice. It is not time yet. He sighed internally. On the surface, he stood up and patted his forehead, sighing, I was rash, I was worried about the clan. You are right, we should let Lord Wu Yihai lead the way. I welcome Lord Wu Yihai's return. I'm also willing to listen to him. Once he said that, the Gu immortals were stunned. Even Wu Qiao was surprised. What was this Wu Bachong trying to do? The result of Wu clan's discussion soon reached Fang Yuan. Qiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan with joy. This is great, we did not rush back, but we can still lead Wu clan. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Everything was developing in a direction he did not want to see. Wu Qiao's performance was within his expectations. After all, this former third supreme elder of Wu clan had already been bribed by Qiao clan. But Wu Bachong's move of advancing by retreating was truly amazing. It made Fang Yuan's eyes brighten. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. To be continued. Chapter 1351. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak, net, providing you with exciting novels to read. What is it? Qiao Silu did not understand. Fang Yuan did not answer. He walked around, using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex. The mastermind did not show up, Wu Yang's fate was unknown, everything was shrouded in mystery. But Fang Yuan was being held back, he had no choice but to react. He had no choice. Fang Yuan felt deeply that he had no choice. Wu clan's Gu immortals, Qiao clan's Gu immortals beside him, southern borders situation, and the mastermind, they made it hard for him to stay in the Super Gu formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Fang Yuan was facing a difficult test. He did not want to become a pawn of Qiao clan and Wu clan, he wanted to protect his own benefits in this complex situation. But how should he do it? Fang Yuan had already guessed Wu Bachong's intention and scheme. Maybe I can make use of this? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to go with the flow. He stopped and looked at Qiao Silu. Since I am in charge, I will give the orders. Yihai, this is the decisiveness of a man. Qiao Silu's eyes shined as she praised. Fang Yuan continued. Right now the mastermind is still unknown, the most important thing now is to defend. I will order Wu clan's Gu immortals to give up on the resource points and return to Wu Yi Mountain, activating their immortal Gu houses to guard against any mishaps. Qiao Silu was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's actions. Fang Yuan told her his thoughts regarding Wu clan's internal affairs, he did not treat her as an outsider. Qiao Silu was overjoyed. She said, this is the safest method. But it is also a wise decision to give up on so many resource points, the surrounding superforces might take over them. There is no other way. Wu clan's strength has always been too scattered. The situation is unclear now, we can only hold back and guard against any mishaps or challenges. Fang Yuan sighed. All right. Let's go. Let's leave this place and return to Wu Yi Mountain. Qiao Silu agreed with Fang Yuan's response. Fang Yuan shook his head. No, I'm not going. This trip is too dangerous. Even my brother Wu Yong was ambushed, we are merely rank 7s, won't the mastermind capture us easily? If the mastermind wants to deal with the Wu clan, then their next target is likely to be me. How can I go out as I please? The journey back to the Wu clan is too dangerous. Fang Yuan's excuse was sufficient. Qiao Silu's gaze turned solemn as she nodded slightly. That makes sense. He should indeed be more cautious. If we can get help from an immortal Gu house, it will be safer. Fang Yuan finally managed to calm Qiao Silu after much effort. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, his brows were still furrowed. They had finally managed to stay in the Super Gu formation, but how long could this situation last? Wu Yang's fate was unknown, even Fang Yuan, who was familiar with history, was caught unprepared. Inside the Purple Blood River formation. The Blood River was raging, it had already split into more than 10 parts. In the dimly lit environment, countless purple thoughts gushed out endlessly. Tai Mian-shin shouted, the iron sand around him moved like smoke, forming into a huge veil that protected him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom. They shot into the smoke veil and attacked Tai Mian-shin without any obstruction. Damn it! Tai Mian-shin gritted his teeth, he was helpless against this phantom path method. But right at the moment of danger, a cool breeze blew. The purple thoughts that had already dissipated burst one by one like bubbles. So close. Tai Mian-shin turned around, looking at Wu Yong with a grateful gaze. Wu Yong was surrounded by a storm of purple thoughts. There were also countless blood beasts mixed within. Even though the battle was intense, Wu Yong was unharmed, he still had the energy to take care of Tai Mianshen and Xiao Ji-kai. This purple blood river formation actually contains phantom path transformations. If we do not get rid of these ruined bat corpses, the phantom path transformations will not stop. Xiao Ji-kai shouted. He needed to shout. He could not transmit his voice here. Thoughts and other wisdom path methods were even more useless. Tai Mianshen's gaze was cold like a blade. He scanned his surroundings and saw that there were 3 to 4 ruined bat corpses in the blood river. Most of them were at the desolate beast level, but there were a few ancient desolate beasts. There was even a primordial ruined bat corpse that was supported by 2 blood rivers. In fact, even now Tai Mianshen could see some clues. These ruined bat corpses were melting in the blood river. Especially every time the purple thought changed, the speed at which the ruined bat corpses melted would increase by a bit. But so what if he knew the importance of the ruined bat corpses? Not long after the battle, that rank 8 Gu immortal, Zishan Makoto, vanished. Why did Wu Yong hesitate? Wasn't it to defend against Zishan Makoto's sneak attack? It is not wise to let Lord Wu Yong get rid of the ruined bat corpses. The purple-haired rank 8 will gain the upper hand. Thus, in this situation, Xiao Ji-kai and I need to work together to get rid of these ruined bat corpses. If the purple-haired enemy attacks, Lord Wu Yong will be able to deal with it, we will be able to survive. But what if they could not? Or rather, even if they could survive, they would lose the chance to attack this Gu formation. What would Wu Yong choose? Tai Mianshen did not make a decision, because the 3 of them did not trust each other much. Right at this moment, a huge and complicated aura suddenly rose from the center of the battlefield. Winds blew, Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered in the wind, he was like the king of the wind. At this moment, his ordinary appearance was actually set off to the extreme. Since you want to see the rank 8 immortal Gu that my mother left for me, I will show you. Wu Yong said coldly. A vast number of purple thoughts were pushed away, the blood river was raging, several of them were cut off by the wind. Xiao Ji-kai was shocked and joyful. Tai Mianshen's iron mask was also shaken to the point that metal shards fell off. He cried out in shock. This is an immortal Gu house? Wu Yong did not make a move, but once he did, it was an earth-shattering move. He did not use any immortal killer moves, he took out an immortal Gu house from his immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was not grand at all. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. This building was very common in southern border, it was not unheard of in the other 4 regions, but they usually only existed in mountainous terrain. This bamboo building only had 2 floors, it was almost entirely made of bamboo, there were green bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos, drops of dew were stuck to the leaves, it was extremely green. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered as he flew to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. He sat by the window and flicked his finger, the bamboo building shook, more than 10 drops of dew fell from the roof. In an instant, these verdant dewdrops fell off from the bamboo house and shot out like lightning. Wherever they went, a cool breeze calmed everything down. Be it the purple thoughts or the blood river, they were all turned into nothingness by the cool breeze. So powerful. Xiao Jitsai couldn't help but praise. The verdant dew flew over and easily helped him out. Wu clan had 3 immortal Gu houses to begin with, now they have a 4th. And this immortal Gu house is leaking the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu. Wu Yong really hit it deeply. Tai Mianshen was deeply shaken. The 2 Gu immortals were saved, they flew into the bamboo building and arrived beside Wu Yong. This is the immortal Gu house that my mother created, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong was still sitting by the window, he looked at the Gu formation outside as he explained. This is great. With this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, we are invincible. It is only a matter of time before we escape. Xiao Ji-kai was overjoyed. If Wu Yong used Wu Duxiu's 2 rank 8 immortal Gu to activate an immortal killer move, Xiao Ji-kai would be very worried. Because there was a chance of failure when activating an immortal killer move. The stronger the killer move, the more terrifying the backlash would be if it failed to be activated. And with Wu Duxiu's death, Wu Yong had not been inheriting the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu for long. Especially when Wu Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan, he had a high status. How much time did he have to practice? This was a huge problem. But now, these 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu were combined with other Gu worms to form an immortal Gu house. Everyone knew that even though immortal Gu houses had fixed methods, they were easy to control and did not have to worry about backlash. Tai Mianshen's emotions were more complex than his, he thought. Wu clan actually has a 4th immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It is far stronger than the other 3. Each immortal Gu house can greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 immortal Gu house and some Gu immortals, as long as they have enough immortal essence, they can be Wu clan's second rank 8 Gu immortal. This Wu Yong has truly concealed himself deeply. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yong in a new light. Wu clan had not had an easy time recently, they were facing difficulties from all directions. As the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in Wu clan, Wu Yong had to deal with all sorts of obstacles. He had to mobilize his forces. His situation was quite awkward. But as long as he took out this immortal Gu house, he would be able to resolve the awkwardness and restore Wu clan's prestige, allowing Wu clan to sit firmly on the throne of the number 1 superforce in southern border, suppressing all the other restless thoughts. However, Wu Yong did not do so. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu clan's crisis. He hid this immortal Gu house very deeply, even Wu clan's Gu immortals did not know about it. If he was not trapped in the Purple Blood River formation, nobody would know that Wu Yong had a 4th immortal Gu house, and it was a rank 8 immortal Gu house at that. Just with this, Wu Yong is not inferior to his mother Wu Du Xiu. Thankfully, Mai Tai clan is at the northeast of southern border, while Wu clan is at the southwest. The two are far apart. And Mai Tai clan did not participate in the previous operation. We did not make things difficult for Wu clan. Tai Mian Shen let out a breath of air, feeling fortunate. All the super forces had their own territories, they had been in southern border for so many years. They had already understood each other a lot and they were very thorough. Their strength and territories were maintained at a balance, they were in a stalemate. Once Wu Du Xiu died, this balance was broken, the other super forces cooperated to find trouble with Wu clan. But as long as this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared, it could replace Wu Du Xiu and suppress southern border. Chapter 1352. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The morning sun rose. It was still early in the morning, but it was still wet. Love go, small say, Nekatu Ho Clan Gu immortals stood on the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with a special fog. At night, the fog was dense and had no special characteristics. When the morning sun shone on the canyon, the fog would shine with dazzling golden light. These scattered golden lights were not dazzling, the fog seemed to have covered the entire golden peak. The huge canyon was dazzling and magnificent. This is Golden Cloud Canyon, it produces metal path and cloud path resources. Once upon a time Wu clan snatched it from us. A Ho clan Gu immortal sighed, but now it is time to take back this lost foundation. The other Ho clan Gu immortal nodded, his body started to shine with a weak light. The light lasted for a few breaths of time. After it faded, his appearance changed. He turned into a famous demonic path Gu immortal. He nodded to the Ho clan Gu immortal beside him, before diving down towards Golden Cloud Canyon without saying a word. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally guarded by Wu clan Gu immortals, but because of Wu Yong, Fang Yuan ordered them to retreat to Wu clan's headquarters. This news was concealed for a while, but it was discovered by other super forces. However, Ho clan was a righteous path force, they could not attack here directly. The rules of the righteous path were set, Ho clan had to be flexible. In this trip, they used the excuse of chasing demonic path Gu immortals to enter Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they annexed Golden Cloud Canyon, it would be a fact, it would not be easy for Wu clan to take back Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Ho clan would have many excuses like, we helped your Wu clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon, we need some compensation. That would be a headache for Wu clan. Glib talk was what the forces of the righteous Tao were good at. Unless Wu clan had stronger battle strength, to the point where Ho clan had to retreat. Ho clan's Gu immortal turned into a demonic path expert, flying towards the golden fog like a huge bird. Love go, small say, Neku. Sensing his aura, the mist in the golden firmament canyon suddenly changed, and a sonorous sound came from it, shaking the eardrums. Shio shio shio. In the next moment, countless golden shadows in the shape of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds suddenly shot out as if there was no end to them. Even though Wu clan's Gu immortals left, the Gu formation guarding this resource point was still there. At this moment, it began to move on its own, attempting to defend itself from the ground. Ho clan's Gu immortal's gaze was grim, he shouted as a majestic blade chi slashed down from above. Wherever it went, space would shatter and wind and waves would surge. Evidently, Ho tribe came prepared, they used Blade Chi Immortal Gu. Wu clan's Gu formation was only Immortal Gu formation, how could it match a rank 7 Immortal Gu? Not only were the countless golden silhouettes shattered, the Gu formation itself was also completely destroyed. All of a sudden, The golden mist that had originally filled the valley suddenly broke apart from the middle. Most of the golden mist was gone, revealing the true appearance of the valley. The two Ho Clan Gu immortals had heated gazes. Demonic path scoundrel, where do you think you're going? A Ho Clan Gu immortal shouted as he flew down. A purple waterfall that resembled smoke hung down from above. It was 180 feet tall. Poison waterfall. On another mountain near this waterfall, there was a Wu clan's mortal mountain village that was specially set up. Kill. A large group of mortal Gu masters charged over from outside the mountain. Wu clan's Gu immortals were forced to retreat. They were already at the final line of defense. Wu clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, was at a strategic location. He shouted at the enemies, "Your Yang clan is truly despicable. You dare to sneak attack my Wu clan. Our Yang clan has tolerated you for a long time. You have occupied this place for so many years, you have been too domineering. My father and mother only wanted an antidote Gu worm, but they both died on this mountain. Today we will settle our old and new grudges." Yang clan's Gu immortal leader was young. He charged up the mountain with hatred and anger. Damn it. Wu clan's Gu masters were defending themselves, but Yang clan came prepared. They had the advantage in numbers. Wu clan's Gu masters lost. They could only retreat from the secret cave. Yang clan's Gu masters defeated Wu clan. They cheered on the ruins of the village. On the cloud, the Yang clan Gu immortals who were holding the fort nodded silently. They had joyful expressions. This was the border between Yang clan and Wu clan's territory. Yang clan had planned for a long time. They had already split off a group of Yang clan mortals and moved nearby, letting them do as they pleased, causing conflict with Wu clan. It was exactly because of this excuse that the Yang family could launch a large-scale attack and invade the Wu family's territory. According to the rules of the righteous path, these were small conflicts between mortals. Unless they lost Gu immortal seeds, it would not affect the overall situation of the clan. Poison Waterfall was only an ordinary mortal resource point. It produced some poison path mortal Gu. Gu immortals did not care about it. But once this gap was opened, Yang clan only needed to charge in and they would be able to get their hands on the true treasure land, Fake Corpse Mountain. Rumble. The sound of river water was like thunder. It resounded in the ears of Yao clan's Gu immortals. He stood at the highest point of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the red river surface. Not far from here was the intersection of the two rivers. Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. These two rivers intersected, forming a huge whirlpool at the center of the river. Waves were rumbling. It was very dangerous. Southern Border's 3 rivers were not simple. Be it Red Dragon, Yellow Dragon, or Jade Dragon River, spirit springs would form in the river water from time to time. These spirit springs would mix with the surging river water and flow out, causing the riverside to be filled with spiritual energy. It was good for producing Gu cultivation resources. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain. In ancient times, a Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie. He was attacked by super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. This place became a battlefield. It was worthless. But who could have thought that as time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the river's spiritual energy, along with the water plants that came ashore, it started to sprout and grow into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was hundreds of meters tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on it. It produced Transformation Path Zombie Gu and Chi Path Zombie Chi Gu. Before Southern Border's Zombie Alliance headquarters was exposed, they had wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to purchase it from Wu clan, to make it their headquarters, but Wu clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not succeed, but now this place belongs to my Yao clan. Yao clan's Gu immortal was excited. He looked into the distance, past the wide river surface, towards the other shore. That was Wu clan's territory. After taking over this Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, Wu clan's territories to the east of the Red Dragon and north of the Yellow Dragon were completely lost. Yao clan occupied Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It was like a bridgehead. They were eyeing Wu clan's territory. News of Wu Yang's death came from an unknown source. After learning of this, several super forces started to conspire. This time they were not fighting alone. Yao clan, Yang clan, and Ho clan were just 3 of them. In Wu clan's headquarters there was a commotion. Damn it. These 3 clans are really daring. They actually dared to provoke our Wu clan. We lost 3 territories, especially Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It is truly painful. Back then Wu clan spent so much effort and paid such a huge price to obtain this place. Counterattack. We need to counterattack. We have an immortal Gu house. why are we afraid of them? Wu Clan's Gu immortals shouted anxiously, some argued endlessly, some raised their arms and cheered, while some remained silent. At this time, more than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, his fate unknown. Wu Clan had been concealing this information, but just like Wu Bachong had expected, the mastermind had already spread this information. Initially, those super forces did not believe it. Because Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, he purposely gave out fake information to mislead them. However, this action itself defied common sense. The super forces were not stupid. After these days of research and observation, they finally made their move. Once they made their move, Wu Clan was surrounded by enemies. They lost a large amount of territory. In the discussion hall, because of Wu Yong's disappearance, the main seat was empty. As Wu Clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong, sat on the other side. He was silent as he observed the expressions of the surrounding Wu Clan Gu immortals. His heart was heavy, but he also felt a trace of smugness. Especially when he looked at Wu Qiao, his lips could not help but curl up. Because Wu Qiao was the Wu Clan Gu immortal who had been guarding Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. The sudden loss of this resource point was a huge blow to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao was silent as steel, his expression was cold. Even though he felt Wu Bachong's provocative gaze, he pretended not to notice. He was like a steel statue. "Stop arguing, keep quiet." Wu Bachong spoke. This time, nobody rebuked him. The discussion hall quickly quietened down. Wu Bachong was very satisfied. Under the gazes of the immortals, he sighed and said, "Wu Clan is in such a huge situation, we are unable to make a decision. Lord Wu Yihai should make a decision." Wu Qiao frowned. Wu Clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Some were already dissatisfied with Fang Yuan. They grumbled, "Our clan is in such a huge situation, but Lord Wu Yihai is still staying at the Super Gu formation. I heard that Fairy Qiao Si Lu went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit." The Gu immortal who said this had even more sinister intentions. Wu Qiao frowned even more. He wanted to speak up for Fang Yuan, but when he thought of his own predicament, he hesitated and did not say anything. Wu Clan's letter soon reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not the least bit surprised by this situation. He had already expected it. "It seems that the situation does not allow me to stay here." Fang Yuan looked at the moving dream realms, sighing deeply. These last few days he had wanted to continue exploring dream realms. But his luck was not good. The windows here were all showing absurd dream realms. Fang Yuan could not do anything about them. Chapter 1353. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak, net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Of course, these last days Fang Yuan was not doing nothing. He had just sold the largest batch of regretful spiders. Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence storage was no longer in dire straits. As for Vajra back killer move, Fang Yuan had already modified it. He only needed to test it. Because his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an immortal killer move, Eternal Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Dark Limit and rank 7 Immortal Gu Perseverance as the cores, with hundreds of supplementary Mortal Gu to amplify and extend the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. At this time, Qiao Si Lu asked for an audience from outside the hall. Fang Yuan willed as the door opened. Qiao Si Lu's expression was grim. She had an anxious and worried expression on her face. She brought bad news. Other than Yao Clan, Ho Clan and Yang Clan invading Wu Clan's territory, Ba Clan and Xia Clan also attacked Qiao Clan at almost the same time. Opening the map of southern border, Ba Clan and Xia Clan were to the north of Qiao Clan. They had territories that bordered Qiao Clan. Qiao Clan lost Wedding Dress Lake and Empty Return Pit. They were annexed by Ba Clan and Xia Clan respectively. After Qiao Clan's first supreme elder Qiao Ji Kai mysteriously disappeared, Qiao Clan gathered their Gu immortals and defended their headquarters, observing the situation. This way Ba Clan and Xia Clan's invasion went smoothly. Qiao Clan's losses were severe. The Wedding Dress Lake and the Returning Sky Pit were resource points that surpassed the Blood Tide Pit. Qiao Clan was at the bottom of the Righteous Path super forces. This time they had lost 2 great resources. The Qiao family was filled with grief and anger. Fang Yuan had heard of these 2 resource points. Wedding Dress Lake had a southern border folk tale. In the legends, a fairy in heaven weaved her own wedding dress. Whoever could obtain it would become the fairy's husband. After the fairy finished weaving the wedding dress, she threw it into this lake and was picked up by a fisherman who lived near the lake. The fairy and mortal fell in love and lived in seclusion in the middle of the lake, living a beautiful life. This tale was mostly fake. But wedding dress lake produced all sorts of clothing goo. For example, fire cloak goo, water cloak goo, wood armor goo and so on. In the history of Chao clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal goo. As for the sky returning sinkhole, it was called by the villagers as the ultimate hiding place. It could connect to the immortal world. After the ignorant mountain people died, they threw their corpses into the pit. Usually, before these corpses landed on the ground, they would be crushed by the space path Dao marks in the sinkhole, leaving nothing behind. The foolish mortals believed that this was the reason why they ascended to the immortal realm after they died. In truth, this was the best place for space path resources. The Xia clan had been coveting it for a long time. The Qiao clan wasn't a match for the Xia clan, but it was a pity that the Qiao clan had the support of the Wu clan. Now that both Wu Yong and Qiao Zhizai had gone missing, how could the Xia family let go of such a great opportunity? The Qiao clan and the Wu clan had been allies for a long time. The invasion of the Qiao clan by the Ba clan and the Xia clan was equivalent to an attack on the Wu clan. This way, including the Yao clan, Ho clan and Yang clan, a total of 5 great factions surrounded the Wu clan. The situation had worsened to the extreme. If they were not stopped in time, Wu clan and Qiao clan would have more and more territories occupied by others. I will arrange for Wu Qiao to come with the immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan said to Qiao Silu. Qiao Silu nodded. This was the reason why she came. Qiao clan's situation forced Qiao Silu to seek Fang Yuan's help. In fact, Fang Yuan had been delaying for the past few days. Qiao Silu was already unhappy with him. If not for the fact that Qiao clan only had one immortal Gu house, they would have sent one to bring Fang Yuan away already. Make arrangements to gather the Qiao clan Gu immortals. We will leave together this time, Fang Yuan said. Qiao Silu was stunned. Together? What about here? We can only give up for now. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He did not hesitate anymore. Then what about the immortal Gu that we used to set up the formation? Qiao Silu frowned. Take them all away. If we leave them here, some Gu immortals with ulterior motives might forcefully refine them or even destroy them. You should know what kind of people they are. And it is too easy to find such an excuse, Fang Yuan said plainly. Also, don't forget, my formation path attainment is not high. I am confident in removing some immortal Gu, Fang Yuan added. Qiao Silu thought of Fang Yuan and Qi Shang's fight. She nodded as she thought. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment is not weak. Qi Shang had also praised him greatly. In fact, she had underestimated Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He was on par with Qi Shang. In the past, when Fang Yuan looked at this Super Gu formation, he could not understand it at all. Now that he was a formation path Grandmaster and had lived here for so long, Fang Yuan's understanding of this Super Gu formation was very deep. Modifying this Gu formation was beyond his abilities, but he could take away some immortal Gu from it. After making the decision, Qiao Silu called Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Bo. Pack up. When Wu clan's immortal Gu house arrives, we will retreat and return to our headquarters. Qiao Bo quickly accepted the order before stammering, I wonder when they will arrive? I can make arrangements for them. Qiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand, no need to rush. I have just contacted them, there is still some time. Qiao Bo showed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu clan's headquarters is close to Etian Mountain with an immortal Gu house, they will need at least 4 to 5 days to get here. This way I can complete my final business. After Qiao Bo left, he started to think. The business he was talking about was none other than the immortal opportunity business. Wu clan and Qiao clan's situation was getting worse. The Gu immortals of Qiao clan and Wu clan were panicking. The immortal opportunity business was also affected. Qiao clan had 2 Gu immortals guarding the Super Gu formation. Qiao Bo was one of them. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he had some complaints, but the immortal opportunity business changed his mind. If I return now, the immortal opportunity business will not work. There might be battles later. Since I am leaving anyway, I might as well do something big. Qiao Bo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A day later, Qiao Bo met with the demonic path Gu immortal fairy Miao Yin. Fairy, we meet again. Qiao Bo had an excited expression. His eyes darted around as he sized up fairy Miao Yin. Even though fairy Miao Yin was in the demonic path, her strength and beauty were both top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She was on par with Qiao Silu. All along, fairy Miao Yin had been entering the Super Gu formation to search for opportunities in the dream realms. Even though her soul was injured from time to time, she had collected a lot of Dream Path goo materials as well. Even though Wu Clan, Qiao Clan and other super forces wanted to purchase these Dream Path goo materials from her, Fairy Miao Yin tactfully and firmly rejected them. "Let's go in first," Xiao Bo said as he looked at the two goo immortals behind Fairy Miao Yin. According to the usual practice, every time a business was conducted, a demonic immortal or lone cultivator would be brought in. But this time, because Xiao Bo was about to leave this place, he made a huge move and directly brought in 3 goo immortals. At the same time in Wu Clan's encampment, Lady White Rabbit stared at Wuan. "Lord Wuan, are all of you really going to retreat? And in such a hurry?" Wuan nodded. "The situation is not good, you must have heard some rumors. But it doesn't matter and there is no need to worry. My Wu Clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the immortal opportunity business, wait for us to return." Lady White Rabbit was silent for a while before saying weakly, "Before leaving, I want to meet Lord Wu Yi, can I?" This. Wuan showed a troubled expression. "Lord Wu Yi is currently in closed cultivation, deducing an immortal killer move, he might not have time to meet you." Lady White Rabbit showed a sad expression. "I don't know why but I have a bad feeling I want to meet Lord Wu Yi just once." "Isn't he leaving too?" "I will stay here for the next few days and wait for him to come out, is that okay?" Wuan sighed deeply. Lady White Rabbit's feelings towards Wu Yi could be seen clearly by anyone with eyes. It is a pity that Lady White Rabbit is just a tool in Lord Wu Yi's eyes. It is a pity? Wuan felt a sense of pity. He nodded. "All right, stay here, when Lord Wu Yi comes out of closed cultivation, he will meet you." Thank you, thank you." Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed, she thanked him profusely. In the cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan held a rank 7 immortal goo in his hand. Immortal goo precaution. This goo worm was the size of 2 adult palms, it looked like a longhorn beetle, it had a black carapace and was extremely heavy. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's ability, it could not be entrusted to him. But Fang Yuan had already refined it, it was floating in the air on its own, allowing Fang Yuan to observe it. This immortal goo was one of the 2 immortal goo that Fang Yuan received after joining Wu Clan as Wu Yi. As the name implied, this immortal goo's effect was to provide protection for the goo immortal. It was rule path, it had a flaw, it needed a certain amount of time to activate by itself. It needed at least 10 breaths of time before it could display its power. 10 breaths of time was not a short period of time for goo immortals. Especially in those intense battles, 10 breaths of time could be used for more than 10 rounds, the process was full of twists and turns. And most importantly, if a goo immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. At this time, there was no time to activate Precaution Immortal Goo. However, once Precaution Immortal Goo was activated after 10 breaths of time, its defensive effect would be quite outstanding, it was one of the best among rank 7 defensive Immortal Goo. It was similar to Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had an idea, he wanted to add Precaution Immortal Goo into the Immortal Killer move Vajra. Right now he had already thought of the killer move, he only needed to test it. To be continued. Chapter 1354. Genius in 1 second. Remember love, go. Speak, net, providing you with exciting novels to read. It began. The first step, Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise. The second step, he activated a large number of mortal goo, followed by Vajra Thought Immortal Goo before adding more mortal goo. The third step, which was also the most crucial step, activated Precaution Immortal Goo. The divination tortoise that Fang Yuan turned into spat out a large amount of blood. Inside the immortal aperture, a large number of mortal goo were destroyed, but Precaution Immortal Goo was sturdy and did not suffer any damage. Fang Yuan felt dizzy, the failure of the immortal killer move caused his organs to suffer severe internal injuries. Thankfully, he had turned into a divination tortoise, an ancient desolate beast with thick skin and thick flesh. Its recovery speed was shocking. If a human body were to experience this kind of damage, their internal organs might completely collapse into a bloody powder in an instant. How can this be? Fang Yuan was dazed. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, before Precaution Immortal Goo could activate its power, the entire immortal killer move had already broken apart. This was unexpected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had used Affection Immortal Goo and other Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to deduce this modified immortal killer move many times, there should not have been such a serious mistake. This was a huge blow to his head. After healing his injuries, Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected the killer move. After several deductions, Fang Yuan was even more perplexed. There was no mistake? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Fang Yuan immediately realized where he was wrong. His mistake was on Precaution Immortal Goo. Once Precaution Immortal Goo was activated, it would expend Red Date Immortal Essence, but it would only activate after 10 breaths of time. It was not at the 10th breath of time but at the 11th breath of time. Precisely because of this small difference in time, Fang Yuan's entire Immortal Killer move broke apart. There was actually a mistake here. It is truly dark around here. It seems that I need to add some time path goo worms to make up for the difference in time. Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was very ordinary, it had not risen much. Because he had never encountered a dream realm related to time path. However, he had He Fan's true inheritance and wisdom path deduction methods. He could more or less make up for this shortcoming. However, this was not something that could be completed in a short period of time, or the time it took to brew a cup of tea or even an incense stick. A day passed and Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. The next day Fang Yuan continued to deduce. The third day passed. Wu Clan's Immortal Goo house was already more than halfway through the journey. For the first time, Fang Yuan's calculations had some clues. After the qualitative change, the following deductions were smooth sailing. Southern border, Human Mountain Range. In this place, lived the most mortals in the southern border. There were many villages on every mountain. On some of the mountain peaks, there were even a few villages living next to each other. It could be said to be a flourishing scene. The population had multiplied to the extreme, and there was a sea of mortals. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a single Goo immortal could take care of this place, and the mortals could not resist them at all. And at the center of this mountain range, it was also the political center of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain. One of the super clans, Chai Clan's headquarters. The ancestor who created Chai Clan was named Chai Fu. He had left behind a record in human history. In his era he was the #1 person in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. He cultivated Fire Path and Earth Path, because he had gained a lot from reading The Legends of Renzu. He also had Human Path killer moves. In his later years he chose this place to create Chai Clan, and after modifying the mountain range, Human Smoke Mountain was created. In fact, Goo Immortal experts and great experts would all read The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu contained the human path true inheritance of humans. This true inheritance could be said to be the #1 true inheritance in the Goo Master world. Its inheritance method was also very special. Normally speaking, inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance or Bai Xiang's true inheritance. But Renzu's human path true inheritance was only a portion of information in The Legends of Renzu. The profundity of human path was contained in this information, which Goo Immortals could obtain depended on their fate and talent. Everyone's harvest was different. The benevolent saw benevolence and the wise saw wisdom. But every immortal venerable and demon venerable had gains, and their gains were not small. For example, Giant Sun Immortal, because he read The Legends of Renzu, he could successfully create all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck. Chai Fu had success in reading The Legends of Renzu. After he died, he left behind the human path methods he comprehended to Chai Clan's bloodline, his descendants. Precisely because of this, Chai Clan's management strategy was different from other super clans. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, increasing the number of mortals. As for other super forces, they only focused on a portion of their clansmen, placing them in the 5 regions, allowing them to develop and nurture them. The bloodline of these branch clansmen came from the most authoritative Goo Immortals of the super forces. They were the main clan bloodline. There was also a portion of people who lived in seclusion in grotto heavens and blessed lands, not coming out. These people were often of branch bloodlines. Only when an accident occurred, such as the main clan bloodline being completely destroyed, or when the leader died and there was no successor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, but it was not the Chai bloodline. If other clans did this, they would be asking for trouble. They spent a lot of effort to nurture mortals with other surnames. Once the population grew, more and more Goo Masters would appear. These Goo Masters did not have the main clan bloodline, their loyalty would be greatly reduced, there was no value in nurturing them into Goo Immortals. If they cultivated themselves to become Goo Immortals, there would be an impact on the main clan, there would be conflicts. But Chai Clan's situation was different. They nurtured more and more mortals, but these mortals did not have high aptitude. There were very few Goo Masters, not to mention Goo Immortals. In contrast, Chai Clan's own descendants were continuously producing outstanding talents. It was not uncommon to see seeds that could be nurtured into Goo Immortals. This formed a clear contrast with other super forces. According to the conjectures of other super forces, Chai clan's abnormal situation should be due to the human path methods left behind by Chai Fu. However, even though Chai clan could produce large numbers of talented descendants in every generation, because of the lack of resources, most of these Gu immortal seeds could only stay at rank 5 or rank 4. Here, it was time to talk about Southern Border's geographical structure. Southern Border's most distinct feature, other than the mountains, were the three great rivers. Jade Dragon River, Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River. Each river almost ran through Southern Border, dividing it into several parts. Red Dragon River started from the most northwestern position. It sloped downwards to the right, all the way to the southeast of Southern Border. Jade Dragon River was at the top. Looking from the map of Southern Border, the entire river was like a gentle slope. Yellow Dragon River was in the shape of a few words. It suddenly protruded in the middle. It was much steeper than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. The intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River was in Wu clan's territory. It formed a whirlpool in the center of the river. On the northeastern shore was Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. And at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the whirlpool in the center of the river was dozens of times larger than the whirlpool in the center of Red Dragon River. The spiritual energy was vast. At the center of the whirlpool, there were large numbers of spirit springs, numbering in the tens of thousands. These spirit springs were not stable. Every breath of time, more than 10 spirit springs would be born and destroyed. Thus, the vast amount of spiritual energy was instilled in the river. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled to this place, he had once commented that in all of Southern Border, this was the most beautiful place. Here the air was filled with primeval energy, large amounts of resources were produced. It was comparable to an outstanding grotto heaven or blessed land. This was also the place where the headquarters of 3 super forces were gathered. For example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River intersected, forming the shape of a Buddha. The intersection was the whirlpool in the center of the river. Chai clan's Human Smoke Mountain was at the top, Ba clan's Mansion Mountain was below, and Xia clan's Life Extension Mountain was to the right. In the last 3 days, Chai clan's discussion hall had been filled with arguments. At this moment it was no exception. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder was sitting on his seat. His gaze was flickering with hesitation. Not long ago he had received a letter from Fang Yuan. In the letter, Fang Yuan represented Wu clan as Wu Yihai, expressing his willingness to ally with Chai clan to attack Xia clan and Ba clan. This matter was extremely important. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder had no choice but to gather the clan's Gu immortals to discuss it. The argument in the discussion hall revolved around this matter. I don't think we can attack Ba clan and Xia clan. Wu clan's intention is clear. They want us to take action and relieve their external pressure. Once we attack, our Chai clan will have to face 2 super forces at the same time. If these 2 let go of Wu clan and attack us together, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. We will not be able to retaliate. A Chai clan Gu immortal shouted loudly from the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished shouting when a Gu immortal stood up from a corner and suggested, "We can choose one of them to fight." Even though Wu clan requested to fight both clans at the same time, these conditions were negotiated. This is not the principle of our actions. Sai, this is a huge matter. Our Chai clan has been reproducing for so many years. We have raised countless mortals. Once the battle starts, the other side only needs 1 Gu immortal to slaughter all of these mortals, causing our clan to suffer huge losses. An old Chai clan Gu immortal shook his head and sighed. He was very wary of the possibility of harming the innocent. Because of the limitations of human path methods, these mortals could not move out of Human Smoke Mountain range. This way they needed an immortal Gu formation or immortal Gu house to defend themselves. Precisely because of this, we need to fight for more resources. That's right. Our Chai clan's advantage is that we have human path methods. Our descendants can produce geniuses. It is just that we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we get rid of 1 or even 2 of them, we will obtain a huge amount of resources. Becoming the number 1 force in Southern Border is just around the corner. This was the opinion of the clan's pro-war faction. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder was silent. After listening for a while, he looked at a Gu immortal in the hall. Yu Yin, tell us your opinion. Chapter 1355. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The discussion hall became silent. everyone's gazes gathered on a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was young and had an ordinary appearance, but he was an important person in Chai clan, the trusted aide and capable subordinate of Chai clan's first supreme elder. As an information path Gu immortal, Chai Yu-yen pondered for a while before saying, "My thoughts might be different from everyone else. These last few days I have been thinking about Wu Yihai. Wu Yong went missing, news of his death spread, regardless of whether it is true or not, or who did it. Wu clan is currently led by Wu Yihai. How his personality is, how sincere he is, these are all questions in my heart. Everyone knows Wu Yihai's origin. We really don't know much about him. After all, he is not a Gu immortal born and raised in southern border." Continue. Chai clan's first supreme elder's eyes shined with interest. Chai Yu-yen smiled before continuing, "Actually, everyone knows about Wu Yihai's previous information. There is no need for me to explain it here. From this information, everyone can more or less understand this person's nature and mentality. Let me talk about something that everyone might have overlooked." "Something that we all overlooked?" Chai Yu-yen rubbed his nose. "It's that letter. In the letter, Wu Yihai expressed his desire to ally with our clan, to attack Ba clan and Xia clan together. He did not choose Ba clan or Xia clan alone, but listed both as his enemies. Wu clan's style has always been domineering, isn't this their usual style?" A Chai clan Gu immortal was puzzled. No. Wu Yihai is different." Chai Yu-yen shook his head. "This can be seen from how he handled Frosty Peak as well as the agreement with mountain-moving old monster. His way of doing things is closer to a lone cultivator. After all, how long has it been since he joined Wu clan? Wu Yihai lacks Wu clan's domineering aura, but has the shrewdness of a lone cultivator. He is good at compromising, and in my opinion he has great talent in the righteous path. Why did he list Ba clan and Xia clan as his targets? Just like what someone said just now, why not choose one of them and compromise with the other? Because if we really joined hands with the Wu clan and chose one of the clans to fight, how could the other clan watch from the sidelines? They will definitely form an alliance to resist the alliance between our clan and the Wu clan." Chai clan's Gu immortals heard this and nodded, agreeing with Chai Yu-yen. Love Go, Small Say, Netku the Chai clan, Ba clan and Xia clan were all gathered at the heart of the Scarlet Jade River. Their relationships were very complicated. If one family was strong, the other two families would definitely join forces to resist the enemy. The three of them formed a balance of power that restrained each other. This was also the reason why the Chai family had not been able to fight their way out after so many years of development. If the Chai clan were to ally with the Wu clan, it would definitely break this partial balance. How could the Ba clan and the Xia clan not ally? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's letter, he simply listed both of them as his targets. Because he knew that this was bound to happen. This means that Wu Yihai has a very mature eye. Since he was able to propose an alliance with my Chai family, he must have made a lot of preparations. There seems to be no need to worry about Wu clan fooling us. Someone said. Chai Yu-yen nodded. What I want to say is that Wu Yihai has deep attainments in politics. From these actions and details, I can see that he is very sincere in cooperating with us. The truth is, our Chai clan will definitely make a move. It was not easy for our clan to suppress the Ba clan and the Xia clan until now. It was the hard work of several generations. There was also luck in this process. Once Ba clan and Xia clan devour more resources, our foundation will increase. Our Chai clan's advantage will be lost. Of course, we need to be careful in cooperating with the Wu clan. How should we start the battle, and to what extent should we restrict this battle? First Supreme Elder, you have to make a decision. However, we should at least send a portion of the Gu immortals to feign an attack. At least, we cannot let the Ba clan and Xia clan expand their territories too easily, right? Once he said this, the Chai clan Gu immortals in the hall nodded. Almost at the same time. Southern border, Myriad Snake Mountain, Chi clan's headquarters. Chi clan's first Supreme Elder held a letter Gu in his hand as he pondered. Chi clan was at the westernmost part of southern border, to the lower right was Yang clan, while to the right was Chao clan. Chi clan and these two clans had territories bordering each other, but Yang clan was closer and had the most territories bordering each other. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby had always been a common diplomatic choice. Thus, Chi clan and Yang clan did not have a good relationship. Yang clan's Ghost Hand Mountain was at the source of the Yellow Dragon River. It had abundant resources and dangerous terrain. Yang clan's Gu immortals cultivated Soul Path and had outstanding battle strength. They had always been a threat to Chi clan. In the past, Yang clan and Chi clan had many conflicts. They had a long history. To the right of Yang clan along the Yellow Dragon River to the east, was Wu clan's territory. Actually, Wu clan and Qi clan were neighbors. Even though they did not share a border, Qiao clan and Qi clan did. Qiao clan was supported by a certain generation's first supreme elder of Wu clan. Qiao clan was at the center of southern border's western region. They resisted Ba clan and Xia clan to the north, Qi clan to the west. They could even restrain Yang clan in the southwest of southern border. Qi clan and Qiao clan had conflicts from time to time. Everyone knew that Qiao clan was Wu clan's watchdog. Thus, Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship had always been good and bad, changing according to the situation. If one word was used to describe Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship, it would be ambiguous. Not long ago, Qi clan had made things difficult for Wu clan. But in the Super Gu formation on Yitian Mountain, Qi clan cooperated with Wu clan and started the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu Yihai, you have given me a difficult problem. In the study room, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, sighed deeply. In the letter, Fang Yuan requested to ally with Qi clan to deal with Yang clan. Qi Chuyu was naturally moved because he knew this was a good opportunity. This kind of opportunity was rare even in his lifetime. Any force needed to grow stronger. Even if they could not devour the Yang family's resources, they would still be able to weaken the Yang family's strength. This was all beneficial to the Qi family. Qi clan had plenty of resources to spare. Not only because Qi clan's headquarters were located in a remote area, but more importantly, Qi clan was proficient in Gu formations. Set after set of immortal Gu formations were set up. Qi clan's headquarters and the various resource points had outstanding defense. The Qi family didn't have much to worry about. Qi clan also had 2 immortal Gu houses. And don't forget there was also the rank 8 Gu immortal Qi Chuyu. Wu Yang's death had spread, half of southern border was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, Qi clan needed Qi Chuyu to make a quick decision. Several days later, inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan came out of his closed cultivation. He had a faint look of joy on his face. His closed cultivation was very fruitful. He had already modified the drawback killer move, he had even practiced it several times. And in these few days, southern border situation had undergone a huge change. Chai clan sent Gu immortals to the center of the river, posing as a threat. Ba clan and Xia clan had to restrain their strength and defend against them. Qi clan's Gu immortals directly invaded Yang clan's territory. The 2 clans had been neighbors for many years. It was easy for them to find an excuse. Both sides had already started fighting in 9 Phantom Mountain range. Qi clan's old man was very decisive. He brought an immortal Gu house and moved out personally. This caused Yang clan to be very nervous. They had to send an immortal Gu house and a large number of Gu immortals. Yang clan did not have a rank 8 Gu immortal, they were in a passive state. Other than that, Luo clan, Tai clan, and Yi clan were also making strange movements. Because of these clans, Fang Yuan sent letters to them. Of course, the contents of the letters were different from Qi clan and Chai clan. After all, these 4 clans were too far away, they were all in the eastern part of southern border. Even so, the strange movements of these clans drew some of Ho clan's and Yao clan's attention. Even though they knew that these clans were unlikely to make a move, they had to be on guard against such situations. As for Shang clan, this clan had always been neutral. Even though Fang Yuan sent a letter, Shang clan immediately replied and rejected Wu clan's proposal. Suddenly, a spring breeze came, and the tense situation of the Wu and Xiao families suddenly eased up. Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals were greatly shocked at this result. Even though Fang Yuan only sent a few letters, it was not easy to convince the other super forces with just 1 letter. Especially in the letters, how much resources Wu clan was willing to give up and how much sincerity they were expressing was a problem worth considering. Fang Yuan handled the situation very well, beyond the limits of many people's imagination. Few people knew the contents of his letters, but they knew that these letters moved the Gu immortals of many super forces. This gave Wu clan and Xiao clan a chance to turn from defense to offense. It seems that my foundation in this aspect has not fallen. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had been the leader of a force. At that time, the 5 regions were in a chaotic war, the political situation was even more chaotic, there were alliances within the 5 regions, deceit, schemes, betrayals, and so on outside the 5 regions. Right now, the political chaos only revolved around Wu clan and Xiao clan, it was only in the western part of southern border. From Fang Yuan's perspective, it was not complicated. He did not need to think about it, he could directly attack it. Wu clan's immortal Gu house is finally here? Fang Yuan received another piece of information. The immortal Gu house had set off long ago, but something happened along the way. It was delayed for some time. No matter who it was or if it was an accident, Fang Yuan had to wait for a day before he could receive this immortal Gu house. It seems that I need to leave this place. This dream realm had given Fang Yuan too much improvement. Many things had happened during this period. Towards such a treasure land, Fang Yuan was reluctant to leave. Chapter 1356. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak, net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Fang Yuan continued to deal with the matters that had accumulated during his closed cultivation. Lady White Rabbit wants to meet me? What is it? Fang Yuan used information path methods to ask Wu. Soon, Fang Yuan understood Lady White Rabbit's intention. No, tell her to go back. Fang Yuan rejected her mercilessly. A day later, Wu clan's immortal Gu house would arrive. But Fang Yuan would not take Lady White Rabbit away. He needed a pawn here. Even if it was not inside the Super Gu formation, it would be good to place it outside. There was a huge risk in this. After all, Lady White Rabbit and Wu Yihai's relationship was very close. Everyone knew about it. But a pawn needed to be used properly. Fang Yuan took in Lady White Rabbit back then, not because of her beauty or friendship. He wanted to make use of her and squeeze out her value. Even though there is only one day left, I cannot waste it. I might be able to find something from the dream realms. But unfortunately, in Wu clan, Fang Yuan only saw absurd dream realms. This made him feel disappointed. In this final period of time, he only encountered absurd dreams. His luck was not very good. If he had a realistic dream realm, he would have improved a lot. I heard that Xiao clan has realistic dream realms. It is a pity. Those demonic path Gu immortals have no methods. They all encountered realistic dream realms. Fang Yuan could not go to Xiao clan's territory. After all, it was their territory. If he exposed his dream realm exploration methods, it would be detrimental to Fang Yuan. At this time, Xiao clan's territory. There is one more day before we leave. Your dream realm exploration will end as well. Let's hurry up. Also, our Xiao clan is willing to pay a high price to purchase your dream path Gu materials. Xiao Bo came to Fairy Miao Yin and the other two demonic path Gu immortals. There is no need to explore anymore. We can end it now. Fairy Miao Yin smiled at Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo was stunned. He had invited Goddess Miao Yin to explore the immortal serendipity many times, but this was the first time he saw Goddess Miao Yin smile at him like this. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. But immediately after, his body trembled slightly. There was a soft sound. Xiao Bo's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as he slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a white hand with sharp nails that pierced through Xiao Bo's chest. Not only did it pierce through Xiao Bo's heart, but there was also a cold frost spreading from the wound. You, how dare you? Xiao Bo didn't even finish his last words before he lost his life and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao Bo was dead. Behind him, Bai Ning Bing was expressionless as she slowly retracted her hand. In midair, sparkling and translucent ice shards rained down. Her hands were snow-white and delicate, and the blood on them was stripped away along with the frost. The time is here, let's begin. The third Gu immortal walked over. Her appearance gradually changed, revealing her original appearance. If it was not He Lulan, who else could it be? Is Lord Wu Yihai really not willing to see me again? Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Wu, and Wu sighed, shaking his head. Let's go, there is no rush. You will meet again if there is a chance in the future. As long as you manage the immortal opportunity business properly. Maybe Lord Wu Yihai will reward you in the future. Manage it properly? Lady White Rabbit's eyes turned completely black. A cold light flashed in her pupils. Seeing this, Wu became vigilant, retreating. Lady White Rabbit, what's wrong with you? Don't do anything stupid. Lady White Rabbit's voice also changed. Don't talk about White Rabbit. I am not that weak fool who is in love with a heartless man. Remember, I am Black Tigress. What Black Tigress? It is time to teach you a lesson. My Wu clan is in a predicament. But small fries like you don't even think about, ugh. Before Wu finished his words, his angry expression turned into extreme shock. He found that he could not move. Not just that, his body and soul started to melt, turning into a pool of black water. Love, go, smalt say, netku. What killer move is this? When did I get hit by it? At this time, Black Tigress's gloomy voice entered Wu's ears. Enjoy it, this was meant for Wu Yihai. It is a pity that I did not get to see him. The moment he said that, Wu completely melted, turning into a pool of black water. Boom, boom, boom. Wu En had just died under Black Tigress's domineering killer move, when the Super Gu formation shook intensely. The Super Gu formation was attacked. What is it? The Righteous Path Gu Immortals stationed here reacted. Someone is attacking the Gu formation. They are inside the Gu formation. Soon, Qi clan's leader, Qi Gue, found the problem. He informed the Righteous Path Gu Immortals. The Immortals' hearts sank. The Super Gu formation had strong defense, but it was divided into inside and outside. Attacking the Super Gu formation from the outside and attacking from the inside were two different things. Undeniably, an attack from the inside was much more destructive. Qiao clan is in trouble. A Righteous Path Gu immortal who was close to Qiao clan's base transmitted. Damn it, I said that this immortal opportunity business would have problems sooner or later. Qiao clan is playing with fire. Look. Ba Quanfeng screamed. Ba clan had not participated in the immortal opportunity business. Once he said that, many of the participating Righteous Path Gu immortals went silent. Don't worry, even so, our Qi clan ancestor is prepared. This Super Gu formation has a hidden formation within the formation. It has 4 layers. These demonic Path Gu immortals alone cannot even break through the surface layer. Qi Gue raised the morale. He also wanted to relieve his embarrassment. After all, Qi clan was one of the main parties in the immortal opportunity business. That's right, just a few rats. The Righteous Path Gu immortals calmed down. But at this time, boom. With a huge explosion, the entire Gu formation shook again, and the intensity was several times greater than before. Large numbers of Gu worms died, several immortal Gu were destroyed. What's going on? What's going on? Qi Gue was shocked. They actually found the formation core? Oh no, the other party came prepared. They did not attack rashly. They are working together. Earlier, the Gu formation also suffered an intense attack. Stop them. Quickly activate the Gu formation. Send some people to the location and kill those 3 demonic path scoundrels. Wu clan and Qiao clan's Gu immortals are all dead. Are there still people around? The Righteous Path Gu immortals transmitted to each other. They were in chaos. What's going on? In the hall of Wu clan's base, Fang Yuan was frowning. He was using the Gu formation to investigate the situation. He had been deducing a killer move earlier. This happened too suddenly. He was caught unprepared. Information was transmitted from the Gu formation to Fang Yuan's mind. Lady White Rabbit's transformation and the scene of her killing Wu En were all seen by Fang Yuan. Lady White Rabbit is actually a traitor. She seems to be a different person. She wants to deal with me. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He immediately decided to go personally and kill White Rabbit, to take revenge for Wu En. Be it Wu Yihai's identity or Fang Yuan's need to maintain the stability of the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan had to kill Lady White Rabbit. To think that there would be such a huge mistake. Yihai, my Gu formation has gone out of control. Come and help me. Qiao Si Lu sent a request for help. She also sent the scene of Bai Ningbing killing Qiao Bo receiving this information. Fang Yuan's intention to go was immediately dispelled. Bai Ningbing? Hey Lulan. Why are they here? I understand this is Shadow Sect's doing. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining with bright light. After discovering Shadow Sect, even though his killing intent surged, he also dispelled the thought of going out. What a joke. Shadow Sect had rank 8 existences. Fang Yuan had seen this during the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Who knew where that Zishan Makoto was hiding? He might even be hiding nearby, waiting for Wu Yihai to come out and launch a sneak attack. Even though I have the Immortal Killer Move Reverse Flow Protection Seal that can block the attacks of rank 8 existences. But once I use it, my identity will be exposed. Even though Shadow Sect sent Lady White Rabbit to kill me, they did not find out that I am impersonating Wu Yihai. Otherwise, it would not be Lady White Rabbit who came to kill me. What do I do? Fang Yuan fell into rapid thinking. Wisdom path methods were used. All sorts of thoughts surged in his mind like surging tides. Shadow Sect's intention is clear. They are here to save Spectral Soul's main body. Shadow Sect definitely has a backup plan. I should wait and see. This Super Gu formation is not a joke. With this Gu formation, it can block the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals. It is best if I do not show myself. Fang Yuan quickly decided on a strategy to deal with it. As for Qiao Si Lu, I don't care if you die. Yihai, come quickly. Qiao Si Lu urged. Fang Yuan had a cold expression as he rejected. Take it easy. I have some problems here. Wu En was actually assassinated by Lady White Rabbit. I cannot let this murderer off. What? Then be careful. Xiao Silu was shocked. She did not forget to care about Fang Yuan, not knowing that Fang Yuan had already abandoned her. Xiao Silu faced Fairy Miao Yin He Lulan, and Bai Ning Bing alone. She was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fairy Miao Yin had similar cultivation level, while He Lulan and Bai Ning Bing were rank 6. Thus, in Xiao Silu's opinion, the situation had not gone out of control. Her gaze was focused on Fairy Miao Yin. You are finished. At this moment, the Super Gu formation has been activated. You are all trapped. Surrender and become my slave Gu immortals. You still have a chance to live. Fairy Miao Yin smiled sweetly. Is that so? Chapter 1357. Right at this time, a powerful aura rose outside the Super Gu formation. Soon, it was discovered by the Righteous Path Gu immortals controlling the Gu formation. There is a powerful aura ahead. The aura is rising so strong. A rank 8 Gu immortal? The Righteous Path Gu immortals gasped in shock. Is it Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan, who was holed up in the hall, had a sharp gaze. No, it is not a Gu immortal, it is an immemorial desolate beast. Ah, it is? Before he could finish his sentence. Boom. The entire Super Gu formation suffered the fiercest blow in history. The entire Gu formation was shaking intensely. The hall formed by the Gu formation crumbled and broke apart. At once, heaven and earth collapsed. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. A huge hole was created in the Gu formation, but the Righteous Path Gu immortals did not suffer heavy casualties. This was the difference between Gu formations and killer moves. Even though Gu formations were killer moves and formation path, after the Gu formation was set up, it paid more attention to the environment and the Gu worm's movement. When the Gu formation was destroyed, the Gu immortals did not suffer much backlash. Of course, the ancient battle formation was not included. Once the ancient battle formation was destroyed, the Gu immortals would suffer severe backlash. Especially the Gu immortals controlling the formation. Cough cough. Smoke and dust rose. The hall that Fang Yuan was in was completely destroyed. Mortal Gu were constantly being restored at the edges. Gu worm corpses were raining down. A huge hole was torn in the Super Gu formation. The dream realm that was completely covered and concealed was now exposed. Many Righteous Path Gu immortals stood at the hole, looking at it in a daze. There, a huge figure was standing between heaven and earth. It was a humanoid immemorial desolate beast. It stood on 2 legs and had 2 monstrous claws. Its hair was disheveled and its body was pitch black. Gu immortals, so many Gu immortals, I want to eat all of you. After eating all of you, I will be closer to a human. This humanoid immemorial desolate beast growled. It was extremely excited. It is. A Righteous Path Gu immortal pointed at this immemorial desolate beast, stammering in shock. Zui hui. Fang Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. The moment he saw this immemorial desolate beast, Fang Yuan thought he was dreaming. But the Gu immortals' cries, the broken walls of the hall, and the collapsing Super Gu formation reminded him that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan didn't expect Zui hui to show up. This legendary primordial desolate beast had brought too much suffering and death to the southern border. None of these southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals did not know him. Zui hui's appearance shook the Righteous Path and their morale fell. This was an existence stronger than ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Especially when the Super Gu formation was destroyed, the Righteous Path only had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals. What could they use to resist? Flesh and blood? In the 5 regions, only 2 rank 7 Gu immortals could resist rank 8 existences, Feng Jioge and Lu Guanyi. Hold on. Don't panic, our Gu formation has 4 layers. Just now the outermost layer was only destroyed. Move, enter the next layer. At the crucial moment, Qi Gui stood up. He was the leader arranged by Qi clan. This Super Gu formation was created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Qi Gui naturally knew some secrets that others did not. As expected, there was a change in the Gu formation. It shined brightly. The Gu formation's disintegration stopped, the outer Gu formation was abandoned, and the inner defense reappeared. The 3rd layer of the Gu formation appeared in front of Zui hui. Even though it did not cover the entire dream realm, most of it was still concealed by the Gu formation. The Righteous Path Gu immortals quickly retreated into the Gu formation. Fang Yuan was no exception. This was the only way now. Wu Yihai's true identity should not be known by Shadow Sect. If not, Shadow Sect, which had a Wisdom Path rank 8 Gu immortal, would not have sent Lady White Rabbit to assassinate Fang Yuan. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. This was a clear advantage. At the same time, Fang Yuan had another advantage: immortal Gu houses. Wu clan's immortal Gu house was on the way. Most Gu formations could not be moved, but immortal Gu houses could. Moreover, the power of immortal Gu houses could increase according to the amount and quality of immortal essence. They could resist the attacks of rank 8 existences. With an immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan's chances of escaping would increase greatly. But earlier, Wu clan's immortal Gu house was delayed due to an unexpected situation. Was this done by Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan thought of this as he felt a dark shadow. Tisk, so troublesome. Bai Ningbing looked at the well-defended third layer of the Gu formation as she frowned. This is hard to deal with. He Lulan sighed. At this time, Wuxia's cold laughter entered their ears. No worries, just dodge. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan shuddered. They quickly retreated. Brr. At the next moment, Zui Yi Hui roared, emitting a thunderous sound. The roar echoed in the sky, creating a huge sound wave that spread through the air. The trees and rocks around Zui Yi Hui were all uprooted. It was like a storm was brewing. Next, Zui Yi Hui breathed in deeply, its stomach and cheeks bulged. His entire body had doubled in size. Then it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a huge beam of light shot out from between its sharp teeth. The pillar of light was dark gray. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into the third layer of the Gu formation. Everything was eerily silent. The third layer of the Gu formation was hit by the dark gray pillar of light. It quickly turned gray. Earlier, Zui Yi Hui had attacked the Super Gu formation as well. The first few times it was just a test, it was a calibration. Previously, it used the same killer move Grey Knight with He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and Fairy Miao Yin's cooperation. The fourth layer of the Gu formation was destroyed. Most of the Righteous Path Gu immortals did not see these attacks clearly. But this time they had all witnessed Zui Yi Hui's terror. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped, endless darkness engulfed them, time seemed to have slowed down. It only lasted for a breath of time. Boom. Another thunderous sound resounded in the world. It almost broke the immortals' eardrums. Heaven and earth shook, the third layer of the Gu formation was torn apart and attacked. It seemed like the previous scene was going to happen again. The Righteous Path Gu immortals had pale expressions. They injected immortal essence into the Gu formation desperately. After the tremors passed, the third layer of the Gu formation was only half destroyed. It was still intact. This Super Gu formation was created by rank 8 Gu immortal Chi Chuyu himself. It was made with a large number of immortal Gu and mortal Gu from Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. It was finally displaying its power. It resisted the signature attack of the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zui Yi Hui. The Righteous Path Gu immortals did not suffer any casualties. I am still alive. Someone almost cried from joy. This is Zui Yi Hui's signature method, immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We actually defended against it. Someone cheered. Chi Gue was covered in cold sweat. He said, "This is the Super Gu formation created by our first Supreme Elder. How could we not defend against it? If not for the ambush earlier, the fourth layer might still be intact." Immortal killer move Grey Knight. It is different from what I encountered in the dream realm. Did it change its form? After so many years, Grey Knight has been modified. Did Zui Yi Hui modify it? Or did someone else help? Was this person from Shadow Sect? Strange. If they had a pawn like Zui Yi Hui, why did Shadow Sect not use it when they refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu? Was it because they did not have enough control? Or was it because of that rank 8 Gu Immortals edition? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan arrived before the Super Gu formation again. They saw the damaged third layer Super Gu formation but were not shocked or discouraged. Because they were not the only ones who returned this time, Wuxia as well as many demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivators. Shadow Sect lacked manpower but they did not lack resources. Normally, demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivators lacked resources. They spent their entire lives searching for them. Zishan Makoto did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of resources to recruit a group of demonic path Gu immortals and lone immortals. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, wealth moves people's hearts. Of course, these southern border Gu immortals were not fools. They waited for Zui Yi Hui to activate Grey Knight before showing up with Wuxia. On the other hand, it also proved that Shadow Sect had a good grasp of timing in people's hearts. In the eyes of these demonic path and lone immortals, not only did they have the Wisdom Path rank 8 great expert Zishan Makoto, they also had a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zui Yi Hui. The outcome of this battle was already set. They were the victors. Everything is as Zishan Makoto predicted. Attack the Gu formation's gaps separately. Whoever kills the enemies and expands the gap will obtain multiple rewards. Wuxia shouted. Shadow Sect's side roared as they attacked the Super Gu formation fiercely. The Righteous Path quickly responded. Quick, block those gaps. We cannot let them in. I need time to activate the second layer of the Gu formation. Buy time for me. Qi Gui shouted. Zui Hui has already used Grey Knight twice. It is already at its limit. It needs to rest for a while. It is time to teach these demonic path scoundrels a lesson. Bada shouted. Fang Yuan squinted. He had been observing Zui Hui. He saw that after Zui Hui used Grey Knight, it fell into a weakened state. It breathed roughly and stayed on the spot, not moving. This made Fang Yuan rest assured. There were many southern border Gu immortals here. Many of them were familiar with history. They had a good understanding of Zui Hui. After all, whenever Zui Hui appeared and caused chaos in southern border's Righteous Path Gu immortals would work together to resist and fight against it. These southern border Righteous Path superclans had clear historical records and detailed information about Zui Hui. Chapter 1358. Kill, charge, block them and stall for time. Don't be afraid. So what if it is Zui Hui? The Gu formation is still here. We can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Shadow Sect attacked fiercely while southern border's Righteous Path defended with all their might. The third layer of the Gu formation was already half destroyed. There were holes everywhere. It provided little help to the Righteous Path Gu immortals. A chaotic battle ensued. Rumble, continuous explosions occurred. Wind, fire, water and lightning collided like fireworks. There were no four paths. They used immortal Gu and even immortal killer moves from the start. The entire battlefield was in a heated state. You cannot hold on. Fairy Miao Yin had a beautiful figure. She smiled as she floated in the air. In front of her was Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Clan's fairy was silent. The situation had changed too quickly. Earlier, the Righteous Path had the advantage, but now they were at a disadvantage. Even with the Super Gu formation, they could only defend passively. They could not take the initiative. For the Righteous Path Gu immortals, their only way out was to defend and wait for reinforcements. Who are you? You can mobilize the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zui Hui. Qiao Si Lu asked with concentration. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. We are here to kill you. Her killing intent suddenly surged, and a pair of pink moon-shaped shadows appeared in her eyes. Immortal killer move, curved moon. This was a side attack technique. The aura was completely concealed. Once it was used, the enemy would not have time to react. It was hard to defend against. Qiao Si Lu was hit immediately. But soon her dress and skin started to shine with layers of jade green light. In the faint radiance, slender willow branches condensed and formed. They were like dancing ribbons surrounding her body from head to toe, floating like a fairy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green willow branches were not just for defense. They quickly flew towards Fairy Miao Yin with great agility. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. She quickly retreated. She dodged all the willow branches, but she could not defend against the shadows below them. One of the shadows shot up from the ground like a venomous snake. It attacked Fairy Miao Yin. This is an additional move? Fairy Miao Yin could not conceal her shock on her beautiful face. Supplementary moves were similar to consecutive moves, split moves and variation moves. They were also special techniques that Gu immortals used to activate killer moves. It was hard for ordinary people to grasp. What was a supplementary move? Under normal circumstances, it referred to two different immortal killer moves, one main and one supplementary. For example, Qiao Si Lu's willow twig attack was her main attack. And the shadow under the willow branch was the secondary move, attached to the main move. Once the main move was activated, there was a certain chance that the secondary move would also be activated and explode with power. Fairy Miao Yin did not expect Qiao Si Lu to have mastered such a difficult technique. She was not careful and was hit in the face by the shadow of the willow branch. A long and thin wound gradually appeared, and a drop of bright red blood was soaked in it. It was extremely obvious on Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face. Qiao Si Lu laughed out loud. I wasn't careful and made you disfigured, Sister Miao Yin. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to share the same fame as me. Fairy Miao Yin snorted. Qiao Si Lu took the initiative to attack. Her whole body was covered in green willow branches. These rootless willow branches were the manifestation of killer moves. They were extremely agile. They were like dozens of whips that lashed at Fairy Miao Yin. The frequency of their attacks was very high. it was like a green storm had been created. Fairy Miao Yin was surrounded. Not only did she have to defend against the willow branches, she also had to pay attention to the shadows on the ground. One of the willow branches might suddenly attack Fairy Miao Yin. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. Even though Fairy Miao Yin put up her defenses, her clothes were still torn by the willow branches. Fairy Miao Yin retreated while using her hands to block the willow branches' attacks. A moment later, her clothes were in tatters, her snow-white skin was exposed. It was an enchanting sight that could make any man's blood boil. Xiao Silu chased after her. Good times did not last long. Her opponent suddenly shouted as a pair of slender arms appeared behind her back. Fairy Miao Yin had 4 arms now. With 4 arms protecting her, Fairy Miao Yin immediately stabilized herself. It was more than enough to defend against the willow branch's attacks. Xiao Silu could not help but sigh internally. This was an immortal killer move. Wondrous Hand, Fairy Miao Yin's signature killer move. Xiao Silu knew about it clearly. The reason why she attacked first was to catch Fairy Miao Yin off guard, to maintain the pressure and make it hard for her to have a rhythm. But in the end, Xiao Silu's strategy failed. In the end, Goddess Miao Yin was forced to use this move. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was facing strong external pressure, she was not a newbie like Zhao Linyun. Fairy Miao Yin did not make a mistake. She withstood the pressure and successfully used her killer move. The success of this move immediately changed the situation of the battle. Xiao Silu slowly flew backwards. She stopped her attacks and retreated, using the incomplete Gu formation to fight a long battle. She had chased Fairy Miao Yin earlier. She had already left the Super Gu formation. It was a wise move to return now. It is my turn now, Sister Silu. You have to endure it. Fairy Miao Yin smiled, but her gaze was dark. His 4 hands began to weave hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clank, clank, clank. Thud, 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 thud. As he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sound spread around, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The sound waves spread rapidly with Fairy Miao Yin as the center. They quickly spread to the surroundings. The incomplete 3rd layer of the Gu formation was being destroyed by the small sound waves. The speed of its collapse increased by several times. The sound waves quickly appeared and dissipated. Xiao Silu had a solemn expression. She strengthened her defenses. The willow branches coiled around her body. Both sides fell into a deadlock. And in another gap, Shang Clan Gu Immortal Shang Guili crossed his arms, blocking the gap as he looked at He Lulan. He had an arrogant and disdainful expression. A mere rank 6 Gu Immortal dares to attack. You are truly courting death. Forget it, I will kill you first before going to reinforce my comrades. Saying so, he vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared behind He Lulan. Next, he stretched out his right hand. His right hand turned into a white bone claw as he clawed at He Lulan's back. Swoosh. A soft sound echoed. The white bone claw tore through He Lulan's defenses, stabbing into her back as blood splattered. He Lulan growled. She turned around and retaliated. Shang Guili vanished on the spot again. At the next moment, he appeared in the incomplete formation. He Lulan's counterattack did not land. She growled in pain. Her expression was distorted. On her back there were 5 deep wounds that exposed her bones. Shang Guili showed a look of disdain and mockery. That's all you have? My next attack will take your life. Why? Suddenly his expression changed drastically. On the white bone claw, He Lulan's flesh and blood started burning. The fire was very peculiar. It burned brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it covered Shang Guili's entire right hand. You fell for it so easily. He Lulan laughed. Immortal killer move, flesh blood fire. Dragon Man? A middle-aged Gu immortal with a large nose. Chai Huaxiong's upper body was exposed. He had a strong build. His muscles were red like they were on fire. Every time he breathed, sparks flew out of his nostrils. He was muscular and bold. He stood on the spot, blocking the huge hole in the Gu formation behind him. You are quite knowledgeable. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm as water. She stretched out her right arm. Frost energy spread out from her jade-like hand as snowflakes fell. Bam! Chai Huaxiong stopped abruptly. There was a loud sound as the ground sank. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, crashing towards Bai Ningbing. Take this. Chai Huaxiong roared in the air. Large amounts of fire burst out of his nose, mouth and even his pores. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fire filled Bai Ningbing's vision. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. She did not dodge. She stared at the approaching Chai Huaxiong without blinking. Her lips curled up, she called out in excitement. Good timing. Before she finished speaking, she actually charged forward. Her figure was much smaller compared to Chai Huaxiong. Now that they collided, she was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom. An intense explosion occurred. The attacks from both sides were in a stalemate in mid-air, directly splitting the small battlefield into two. Half was fire, half was ice. They were completely different, opposing each other. The fire was burning. It had the power to burn all living beings, while the ice on the other side was freezing. It seemed like it was going to freeze countless living beings to death. The fire could not melt the ice, while the ice could not freeze the fire. The two sides were evenly matched. Shortly after, the fire dissipated and the ice condensed, revealing two figures wrapped in ice. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, her dragon eyes shining with excitement and concentration. On the other side, the imposing Chai Clan Gu immortal staggered back, staring at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Impossible, you are only a rank 6 Gu immortal. Bai Ningbing grinned, showing her white teeth. I was praising you for being knowledgeable earlier. It seems you are really not worthy of praise. When she said the word you, Bai Ningbing charged forward. By the time she finished speaking, she had already arrived in front of Chai Huaxiong. She jumped into the air, raising her right arm high. She was like a snow goddess descending to the world, bringing with her boundless wind and snow. Her divine might was awe-inspiring and inviolable. Next, Bai Ningbing's right arm was like a giant blade, chopping down on Chai Huaxiong. White Rabbit, you slut, hand over your life. Wu Liao shouted, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and hatred. Although he and Wu Wen did not get along normally, they were both Wu Clan Gu immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wu Wen, Wu Liao charged out with hatred, wanting to take revenge for Wu Wen. Unfortunately, the changed Lady White Rabbit, no, Black Tigress, her cultivation level had broken through to rank 7, her battle strength had risen greatly. Wu Liao was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, he could not do anything to Lady White Rabbit, he was in danger instead. Back down, Wu Liao, you are not her match. Fang Yuan blocked Wu Liao, who was about to attack again. His gaze was filled with cold, killing intent as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. Chapter 1359. Hee hee. Black Tigress laughed strangely, her cute face became twisted and sinister. Her pure and clear eyes were now filled with a sinister light, her eye bags were heavy as if she had stayed up for half a month. Her eyeshadow was like two black butterfly wings, extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Even though her appearance did not change much, she was sinister and ruthless. Her aura had changed, she was completely different from her previous cute and innocent self. White Rabbit, true inheritance, interesting. Fang Yuan's body shined with light. After the light faded, Fang Yuan had turned into a giant tortoise. Immortal killer move, divination tortoise transformation. Rank 7 formation path Gu immortal Chi Gue coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, damn it. He cursed endlessly, his eyes staring at the corpse fragments of the immortal Gu floating in front of him. This immortal Gu had been injured by Zui Yi Hui's attack. Earlier, when Chi Gue wanted to activate the second layer of the Super Gu formation, this immortal Gu finally reached its limit and broke apart. The activation of the Gu formation failed, it would cause a chain reaction and cause damage to the other immortal Gu. Chi Gue quickly used his own body to bear the backlash of the Gu formation's collapse. He managed to preserve this Gu formation. But he was already heavily injured. Is it serious? Bada quickly went to check. Chi Gue swallowed the blood in his mouth, his face was pale like a corpse. Very serious. This destroyed immortal Gu is one of the pillars. The second layer has over 300,000 Gu worms, but there are only 4 immortal Gu of such status. We need to find a substitute and activate the second layer of the Gu formation. This Gu formation has many layers. Without the second layer, the first Gu formation at the center cannot be established. After pausing for a while, Chi Gue shouted anxiously, "Who has Earth Path immortal Gu? Give them to me. This is a crucial moment of life and death." Beside him, Ba Quanfeng and Bada looked at each other helplessly. The former was a Wind Path Gu immortal, while the latter cultivated Wood Path. They did not have any Earth Path immortal Gu. As Chi Gue healed himself, Bada and Ba Quanfeng went to ask them one by one. The reason why he asked them one by one was naturally because he wanted to hide the bad news as much as possible. After all, one's mentality would also affect one's combat power. At this moment, the fewer people who knew about the situation, the better. Thankfully, among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Earth Path Gu immortals. Soon, many people expressed their willingness to contribute their Earth Path immortal Gu. Chi Gue took a look. None of these Earth Path Immortal Gu were good choices, but he could only choose the best among them. He reluctantly chose one that was the closest to the original Earth Path Immortal Gu. Qi Gui's injuries had not yet healed, but he did not care. Next, I need to deduce and think of a way to add this Earth Path Immortal Gu into the Gu formation as soon as possible. My safety is in your hands. This action was undoubtedly very risky. It was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of others. However, Qi Gui's face was filled with determination, without any hesitation. He knew that he had no way out and he had to race against time. He had to take a gamble. Bard's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. I promise you that I will protect you with my life. Even if Zui Yihui comes, he will have to step over my dead body first. This was the truth. He was not hypocritical. In this situation, even though Bard had great battle strength, he could not resist Zui Yihui. He could not change the situation. He was not Feng Jioge, nor did he have reverse flow protection seal like Fang Yuan. Bard did not know that an immortal Gu house of Wu clan was on the way. But ever since Shadow Sect attacked, he had used information path methods to inform Ba clan. The other Gu immortals did the same. Defending and waiting for reinforcements was the only way for Bada and the rest to survive. Like this, Qi Gui focused all his attention on the Gu formation. Bard, who was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of combat power, was in charge of the defense. Right now, Wu clan and Xiao clan were in trouble. Their reputation was at rock bottom. Ba clan's Bard was the most suitable leader. Towards this opportunity, Bard did not give up. As the strongest person to protect Qi Gui, he was at the back, observing the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was still stable. The elite Righteous Path Gu Immortals used the incomplete Gu formation to retreat in time. And the Demonic Path Gu Immortals came with great momentum, but they did not have many true experts. It was not that Southern Border did not have any Demonic Path or Lone Cultivator experts, but they had already lost a lot in the Battle of Etian Mountain. Even though the Righteous Path also suffered great losses in that battle. Compared to the Demonic Path, the Righteous Path was more stable. They had a lot of resources and could easily nurture Gu Immortal experts. One could imagine that unless something special happened, according to this trend, Southern Border's Righteous Path would suppress the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators in the near future. Bard's gaze paused on Fairy Miao Yin He Lulan, and by Ning Bing's battlefield for a while. He looked at the rest before stopping on Fang Yuan. Wu Yihai. He murmured this name in his mind and sighed deeply. He had once wanted to suppress Wu Yihai and teach Wu clan a lesson. But now they were in the same boat. Even though Bard had great ambitions and wanted to replace Wu clan and make Ba clan flourish. But now he did not mind fighting alongside Wu Yihai. He still had this bit of magnanimity. Of course, this was only for the time being. When the danger was over, Bard would definitely settle the score. With this happening, Bada could be said to have grasped Fang Yuan's weakness. Before this, when Wu clan and Xiao clan met with mishaps, Bard had been enduring and did not use the immortal opportunity business as leverage. He had kept this leverage until now, and there was finally a happy result. Black Tigress continued to jump around. She was extremely agile as countless Vajra thoughts flashed by. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit actually used a dark path method. Not only that, her rank 6 cultivation level suddenly rose to rank 7. This was simply unreasonable. But no matter how fast she dodged, she was only slightly faster than Fang Yuan's thoughts. Today was different from the past. If Fang Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he might not be able to do anything to this Black Tigress. But at this moment, Fang Yuan was already familiar with it. Thoughts rained down like rain. They cooperated with each other and formed a dense net of firepower. Black Tigress could dodge for a while, but she would still be trapped by Fang Yuan's countless thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Corner Tiger. Realizing that she was at a disadvantage, Black Tigress's aura burst out as she tapped on the ground lightly. The black liquid quickly spread on the ground. A breath of time later, the black water became the size of a pond. 2 breaths of time later, the black water boiled and bubbled. 3 breaths of time later, a horse-sized gecko jumped out of the black water. This gecko was dark in color, its eyes were shimmering with light. It was not real. It was purely formed from a dark path killer move. The gecko was extremely fast. It moved like the wind as it landed on Black Tigress's feet, carrying her as they escaped. Compared to Black Tigress, Fang Yuan, who had turned into a divination tortoise, was very cumbersome. Ever since he transformed, he had not moved. He was blocking the hole in the Gu formation behind him. But even though Fang Yuan's main body did not move, the thoughts that he sent out were like small tortoise shell Vajra thoughts. They were extremely agile. They surrounded the divination tortoise's huge body, flying up and down, moving left and right. After the battle started, Fang Yuan had been using Vajra back killer move with all his might. The small tortoise shell thoughts expanded rapidly. Fang Yuan was very cautious. He first used these thoughts to protect this area, before using more and more tortoise shell thoughts to expand outwards. Black Tigress stood on the black gecko. She could advance and retreat freely, but she was gritting her teeth. On the surface she had a huge advantage in speed. She had the initiative in the battle. But the truth was she had to get past Fang Yuan's obstruction and attack the hole in the remnant formation. Fang Yuan, however, firmly blocked her path of attack. Black Tigress moved left and right. She tried to charge at Fang Yuan's main body. She actively manipulated these small tortoise shell thoughts. She purposely exposed a flaw several times, but Fang Yuan did not fall for it. He defended himself well, chasing Black Tigress away. Fang Yuan was wary of Black Tigress' killer move. Although Fang Yuan did not know the name of that move, he had witnessed the scene of Wu Wen's body turning into a puddle of black water after being hit by the move without a sound. Black Tigress' move was prepared for me. She asked to meet me, but I rejected her, so it was worth using it on Wu Wen. This means that this move's attack range is small, it is very limited. Like Dark Assassination, even though its aura is concealed and it has great destructive power, its weakness is also very obvious. More and more thoughts appeared around Fang Yuan. The small tortoise shell continued to spin. It was a scene that made people's eyelids go numb. Black Tigress had no choice but to retreat. Seeing so many small tortoise shells, her chest heaved up and down in anger. The old tortoise's transformation is really suitable for you, Lord Wu Yihai. She suddenly laughed, revealing cruel killing intent. However, don't think that this is the extent of my abilities. Have a taste of this move. Saying so, Black Tigress opened her cherry mouth, aiming at Fang Yuan, and stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was very cute. It was bright red. But her lips were black as ink. Black lips and red tongue formed a sharp contrast. Her tongue flicked out and retracted. It was extremely fast. It was like a playful girl next door making a cute face. But Fang Yuan felt his back go numb, as if he had received a strong injury. He quickly turned his tortoise neck, turning around to look behind him. He found that there was a small hole on his shell. This small hole was only the size of a wash basin. Compared to the size of the tortoise shell, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very deep and the wound was constantly expanding outwards. The entire hole was emitting black smoke in spirals and it was making sizzling sounds. Chapter 1360. Fang Yuan's heart shook. What killer move is this? The toughest part of the divination tortoise is its shell, but it could not endure this move's damage. Even though my sovereign immortal body has the characteristic of non-conflicting Dao marks. An immemorial desolate beast's skin and flesh are thick, but it still ended up like this? Black Tigress' battle strength was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Her method was very strange. Even the divination tortoise's defense could not withstand it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to hold back. He quickly used rank 7 Immortal Gu precaution. This rule path Immortal Gu had already been successfully added by Fang Yuan into the killer move Vajra Shell. Immediately the original Vajra Shell killer move stopped, and a brand new Vajra Shell killer move was activated. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The divination tortoise's aura changed. The brand new Vajra Shell killer move used a large number of time path Mortal Gu. The effect of these Gu worms was to get rid of the 10 breaths of time weakness when precaution Immortal Gu was used alone. Thus, once Vajra Shell killer move was activated, precaution Immortal Gu would take effect immediately. The small tortoise shell thought expanded, becoming even bigger. At the same time, the divination tortoise's main body started to shine with a metallic light. Its color also became darker. Black Tigress' expression changed. She stuck out her tongue and licked again. The two were far apart, but even at such a distance, Fang Yuan was still attacked. Another hole appeared on the tortoise shell, but this time the hole was only the size of an adult's fist. The wound was shallow. There was no black smoke coming out of it. Moreover, the black smoke from the previous wound had already dissipated. The spread of the wound was much slower. Black Tigress snorted. She was unwilling to give up. She muttered, "In that case I will attack this place." At the next moment Fang Yuan felt his body go numb. Next, intense pain assaulted him. There was also a feeling of numbness mixed in. The injury was not light. Fang Yuan quickly went back into the shell. Damn it! Black Tigress saw this. Her eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan was very shameless. Not only that, but he also retracted his limbs and tail into his shell. All that was left behind were the thoughts of the turtle shell, which continued to spin and grow in number, increasing the strength and range of the defense. Hei Ting continued to lick the turtle shell, but to no avail. She had fallen into a predicament, and there was nothing she could do about Fang Yuan. Wu Liao was healing himself as he watched the battle. When he saw this scene, he sweated profusely. He could not help but think, just like this, how long will Lord Wu Yihai have to wait to take revenge for Wuan? Bard snorted coldly. He was also a little dissatisfied. The other openings were in dire straits, but on Fang Yuan's side things were slow and unhurried. Fang Yuan curled up in a comfortable manner. He quickly thought about Black Tiger's killer move. Any killer move would usually have a specific target. For example, a fireball killer move, after the fireball is activated, it would condense in the palm and fly out, only then would it have any killing effect. But where to fly, which direction, which target, the killer move would need to contain the ability to point towards the target. Wherever the killer move pointed, the fireball would fly. If the ability to point was ordinary, the fireball would fly in a straight line. Once it was out of his hand, he could no longer control or change its flight direction. If the ability to point was stronger, the fireball could fly in a curved trajectory. After leaving the palm, it could even slightly adjust its flying angle. Even stronger, the fireball could track its target. Hei Ting's killer move definitely has a directional ability. Although it is not as obvious as the fireball and is formless and formless. But without a directional ability, it is impossible. Because it is not an AoE attack, but a concentrated attack. Then how does it point towards the target? Is it through sight? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan diverted his attention and activated a goo worm. A thick fog appeared around the divination tortoise, enveloping it. What is this Wu Yihai trying to do? Hei Ting suspected that Fang Yuan was going to use another immortal killer move. She stretched out her tongue and licked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit again. Not sight? Is it smell? Fang Yuan used another method. The fog suddenly became extremely smelly. Wu Liao, who was closer, smelled the stench and his expression twisted. He quickly activated his goo worm and breathed internally. The stench wafted in the air and quickly spread, attracting the gazes of the other groups. This Wu Yihai is actually trying to break the enemy's killer move. Bada's eyes shined. He saw through Fang Yuan's intention. He snorted coldly, feeling even more dissatisfied. Normally, the possibility of breaking the enemy's killer move on the spot was very low. They needed to experiment continuously. Even if they understood the principle, they might not have the corresponding immortal goo or methods to use it. Trying to break the killer move was usually a one-on-one battle. In this urgent situation, he still has the time to break the killer move? If he has methods, he should directly kill the enemy. Ba Quanfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Bada turned a deaf ear. This was not the time for internal conflict. Hei Ting hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her tongue again and licked Fang Yuan. A hole appeared on Fang Yuan's shell again. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. I get it, it might be her sense of taste. Normally speaking, the sense of taste required close contact with the tongue. But goo immortals' tongues, under the effect of immortal goo or killer moves, it was not hard for them to taste things remotely. Every time I use it, Hei Ting will need to stick out her tongue. She is with Shadow Sect, and Shadow Sect has a food path true inheritance. Only such an unorthodox path can have such an effect on my divination tortoise transformation, which has deep defense. Let me test it. The divination tortoise's body slowly turned red, especially its shell. It was like the bottom of a burning pot. Hei Ting licked it. She took in a deep breath, gasped, so hot. The divination tortoise's red color faded, a strange smell appeared in the air. Hei Ting licked it. She almost vomited. She frowned, so salty. The divination tortoise changed again. Hei Ting stopped trying. She could tell what Fang Yuan was trying to do. This guy. He is trying to break my killer move. He is not trying to use an immortal killer move. Damn it. Hei Ting had felt that the divination tortoise's changes were the prelude to Fang Yuan's immortal killer move. Thus, she attacked repeatedly, trying to disrupt Fang Yuan's killer move. If she succeeded, the backlash would definitely injure Fang Yuan. Then she would have hope of getting past this tortoise shell obstacle. In this situation, he actually has the time to try and break my killer move? Fang Yuan's actions were illogical. After all, the battlefield was a race against time. Who would have the time to do so? But precisely because of this, Hei Ting fell for it. After realizing this, Hei Ting stopped using this killer move. She used other methods to attack from afar. She swung her fists left and right, and the black and green fist force shuttled through the messy little tortoiseshell thoughts. Some of them were destroyed by the little tortoiseshell thoughts, and some of them broke through the little tortoiseshell thoughts along the way and hit the back of the divination tortoise. Even though the damage was negligible, every time the fist force landed, Fang Yuan's body shook uncontrollably. Evidently, this immortal killer move had rule path goo worms mixed in. He Ting was interfering with Fang Yuan to prevent him from using an immortal killer move. It was a good method. It really is the sense of taste. Fang Yuan's was still in his shell. Even though he had some results, he was still far from unraveling He Ting's killer move. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He Ting was no longer using this move. Pure fist force interference had no effect on Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yihai's identity and methods, he was weak in offense but strong in defense. He Ting's defense against Fang Yuan's killer move was unfounded. Fang Yuan had a powerful offensive method, but because of his identity he could not use it. Once he used it, he would attract huge suspicion, his identity would be exposed. Thus, the rhythm of the battle slowed down again. Fang Yuan did not want to attack, or rather he could not use any effective methods to attack, while He Ting could not break through the cowardly Fang Yuan. After some time, the number of small tortoise shells around Fang Yuan had increased to 100,000. He Ting felt that she had no way to attack. The huge number of small tortoise shells was shocking. It was an eye-catching sight in the battlefield. Bada looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. He could not help but transmit, "Wu Yihai, I heard you have 2 other transformations. At this moment, why are you still holding back? Quickly kill your opponent and reinforce the others. Or rather, do you really have some relationship with this white rabbit? You can't do it?" Fang Yuan heard Bada's transmission but ignored him, acting like he did not hear it. Bada did not get a response. He gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became colder and colder. Fang Yuan was thinking about his situation. Shadow Sect definitely wants to save Spectral Soul's main body. They are attacking this place. They controlled Zui Yihui, but their control should be limited. There is also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Zishan Makoto, who has yet to show up. The Righteous Path has a Super Gu formation. It can defend for some time. As long as we stall for some time, reinforcements will come from all directions. And I have reverse flow protection seal. I can resist rank 8s. My strength is neither too high nor too low. Zishan Makoto is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. How can he not have a backup plan? These Righteous Path Gu Immortals are not at their wits' end yet. I should conceal my identity and wait for a chance to fish in troubled waters. Who knows, I might really get a big fish this time. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had a great chance. He had the strength, but he needed to wait for the right time. Shadow Sect was a huge threat to him. He had always wanted to kill them and exterminate them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had chased after them many times without success. It was not that he did not work hard or was not resolute, but the Shadow Sect members were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were all elites. But now there was no doubt that it was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 1361. First I changed AB. Black Tigress was wrong, it was B. Now I changed Black Tigress to Black Tigress. Black Tigress was the name I wanted to give Lady White Rabbit's other personality. Tigress was a plant, it meant tiger. Everyone should be familiar with Lu Bu's Red Rabbit horse. Why did such a powerful mount have to be named Scarlet Rabbit? Actually, there was a saying that it was not called Red Rabbit Horse but Red Daughter Horse. Rabbit meant rabbit and daughter meant tiger. Lu Bu's mount should have been Red Tigress, which meant Red Tiger. Because of the fake characters or other reasons, it gradually became Red Rabbit Horse. Personally, I am more inclined to this saying. Therefore, the meaning of He Ting was Black Tiger, which formed a sharp contrast with the previous White Rabbit. Everyone saw her signature killer move, Daughter Lick. Honestly speaking, this is a food path killer move. Why did she choose this name? Daughter Lick was the opposite of Tiger Bite, but it did not have the aggressiveness of the latter. Instead, it was small and sinister. It suited the character of Black Tigress very well. Next, I will talk about the reason for the sudden increase in chapters today. Why the sudden increase in chapters? To repay the readers who have always supported me. Ever since I became a full-time writer last month, I fell into a predicament. It was mental fatigue and irritation. Because I locked myself at home every day thinking about plots and whatnot, from morning to night. After a long time, I became depressed and depressed. My condition became worse and worse. I realized that I could not continue like this. I would only destroy myself. Thus, I worked hard to adjust myself, interacting more with society, going out more and gradually adjusting. During this period of time, some people doubted me, denied me, mocked me. Actually, I did not care. After so many years I was already used to it. But scolding my friends who had always supported me, I could not bear it. In one of my book reviews I used this analogy. Some of the readers are like my schoolmates from primary school. We have known each other for 4 to 5 years, some for 2 to 3 years. No matter what the book is like, we have always supported each other. No matter how bad my condition is, no matter how bad Gudao Master's writing is, we are always together. It was just like the first elementary school I attended. Although it had been abandoned and torn down, we as schoolmates would always take a look when we passed by. It was a purely subconscious action. Perhaps he would even lie down in front of the iron gate of the elementary school and look at the desolation inside. Yes, I am talking about feelings. Some people might be disgusted by this phrase. Did it have to be so vulgar? What I want to say is that you don't understand our feelings. They don't understand that we have faced all kinds of censure, ridicule, and struggle. Of course, I welcome new friends to join us. I am very willing to make our harmonious and united group even stronger. Today's update is dedicated to you, my friends. I know. You guys have always been here. Chapter 1362. Fang Yuan had thought that there was no hope of pursuing him, but to think that Shadow Sect would actually give this precious opportunity to Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would definitely not let Fang Yuan off. If I do not get rid of Shadow Sect and give them a chance to grow, Fang Yuan might end up like Ma Hongyun. If I get rid of Shadow Sect, who would know Fang Yuan's identity? Getting rid of this problem while it was still growing was Fang Yuan's best choice, and he could also get rid of the weakness of Connect Luck. Next, he could slowly grow and secretly use Dream Realms to cultivate. With the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had the best foundation in the world. After 500 years, Fang Yuan's strength would definitely be incomparable to before, be it cultivation level, battle strength, or wealth, they would all be unimaginable. Fang Yuan did not know that the world was changing, the great era was right in front of him. In the 5 regions chaotic war, he could take advantage of the situation, or even forcefully attack. The Celestial Court might not be able to do anything to Fang Yuan. If the situation went well after he cultivated to rank 9, he would be one step closer to eternal life. This was Fang Yuan's cultivation plan. It was very practical. Right now, the best opportunity to get rid of Shadow Sect was right in front of Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan let it go? Most importantly, Shadow Sect did not know that Fang Yuan was here. Fang Yuan was in the dark. Who knew that Wu Yihai was him? No one in the righteous path knew. Even his brother Wu Yong in name was kept in the dark. Needless to say, getting rid of Wu Yihai and impersonating him to join Wu clan was a brilliant move. Even though there was a risk, without this step, how could Fang Yuan get such an opportunity? Fang Yuan had to grasp it. Maybe this time, I can even capture Spectral Soul's main body. With Spectral Soul's main body, after soul searching and interrogating, I can obtain all of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cultivation memories and experiences. His various soul path experiences, his experiences and horizons, his various experiences in the door of life and death. Countless Gu recipes, killer moves, secrets. Disregarding everything else, the thing that moved Fang Yuan the most was lead soul into dream. With this killer move, together with his own unravel dream method and guts Gu, in terms of dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan would firmly occupy the #1 position in the world. He would have a huge first mover advantage. All the Gu immortals and forces in the world would be left behind. Even the Celestial Court would have to eat dust behind Fang Yuan. Ding ding ding. The sound waves were like dense ripples floating around Qiao Si Lu. Fairy Miao Yin's arms had increased to 6. Her fingers moved, creating a beautiful light shadow. Compared to before, her attacks had doubled. Qiao Si Lu's defense was also stable. Her pupils had turned jade-like, her long black hair had turned into thin willow branches that hung down to her waist. The 2 famous fairies of southern border were still in a deadlock. Damn it, I can't block it anymore. Escape. A demonic path Gu Immortal's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He turned around and retreated. Boom. A powerful aura descended from behind him. Cowardly mouse, die. A righteous path Gu Immortal shouted, stretching out his hand and grabbing the demonic path Gu Immortal's head. Next, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark blue lightning enveloped this battlefield. The lightning lasted for a while before fading. The righteous path Gu Immortal's opponent had already turned into a charred skeleton. His human form could barely be seen. Humph, overconfident mouse, you actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me, He Ting? The righteous path Gu Immortal let go of his hand, the demonic path Gu Immortal's corpse fell to the ground, turning into a pile of black fragments. Everyone, is this all you can do? A tall and slender righteous path Gu Immortal with a high nose bridge and wearing battle armor said with a cold and disappointed expression. Don't talk big. Tai Clan's Tai Xn Jian, haven't you been suppressed by us all along? You still have the cheek to, ugh. The three Gu Immortals attacking Tai Jun Jian were about to ridicule him, when their expressions suddenly changed. A soaring aura, fierce and sharp to the extreme, burst out of Tai Xn Jian's body. The three Gu Immortals retreated quickly, fully on guard. Wind blew around them, causing their clothes to flutter, but Tai Xn Jian was very calm. He even slowly closed his eyes and said, "It's no use, I have already seen your moves, your weaknesses are completely exposed to me without any concealment." Fuck you. A Gu Immortal cursed, but before he finished, his body shook fiercely. Puff puff puff. With three soft sounds, three sword chi flashed. It was so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. Heads flew, the three Gu Immortals who were attacking Tai Xn Jian earlier were all killed, their life force extinguished. Ha ha. He Lulan laughed wildly, the injuries on her body were terrifying. Shang Guili had rank 7 cultivation level, but right now, he looked at He Lulan with a shocked expression. He no longer had the carefree and disdainful expression from before. As expected of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, they are truly addicted to battle. Even though Shang Guili was unwilling, the injuries on his body were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought had just appeared in his mind. He Lulan seemed to sense it, she showed a mocking smile. Where do you think you can escape to? What do you mean? Shang Guili felt something amiss, an intense sense of danger shrouded his mind. Whoosh. Flames burst out of his mouth, spreading out from his eyes, ears, nose and other orifices. They burned fiercely. In an instant Shang Guili turned into a human torch. His screams resounded in the battlefield, it was extremely mournful. He Lulan's gaze was cold. So what if you are rank 7? I need more reinforcements. Chai Huaxiong retreated as he shouted. Compared to his earlier dominance, he had lost all his fighting spirit, his eyes were filled with fear. In front of him, Dragon Lady by Ning Bing was slowly moving closer. She was extremely beautiful, but from Chai Huaxiong's point of view she was extremely dangerous. He wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But now, in this situation, if he left the battlefield alone, wouldn't he be feeding himself to Zui Yihui? Chai Huaxiong could only fight. Bai Ning Bing's battle strength was even higher than He Lulan. Because she had Bai Xiang's true inheritance, all of her ice and snow path immortal Gu were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. And even though He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she used fire path immortal Gu. Her great aunt's fire path methods did not have many Dao marks. Chai Huaxiong had already asked for reinforcements, but they were all killed by Bai Ning Bing. Of course Bai Ning Bing paid a price. Bada was in charge of the situation. When he heard Chai Huaxiong shout, he was already paying attention to this battlefield. Tai Xn Jian, please go and reinforce Chai Huaxiong. Bada thought about it before transmitting. Okay. Tai Xn Jian immediately flew into the sky, moving towards Bai Ning Bing. His aura was shocking. Bai Ning Bing immediately paid attention to him. Her dragon pupils shrunk to pin size, an immortal killer move was prepared. A strong reinforcement has arrived. Seeing Tai Xn Jian, Chai Huaxiong was overjoyed. But right at this moment, Bai Ning Bing found a flaw in his relaxed state of mind. She unleashed her immortal killer move. I want you to die. Tai Xn Jian, who arrived late, was furious. He could only watch as Chai Huaxiong was frozen into a stick, before shattering into countless ice shards. Bai Ning Bing smiled, her expression was still calm. She looked at Tai Xn Jian and said calmly, "This move of mine is called Ice Collapse Kill. Do you want to give it a try?" Chai Huaxiong sacrificed himself. This dragon lady might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but her battle strength is definitely top tier among rank 7s. Bada's heart sank. He quickly looked at the battlefield, the defensive line was still there. The righteous path had the advantage, even though they were relying on the incomplete third layer Gu formation. Even though there were sacrifices, Shadow Sect's side suffered even more Gu Immortals, their morale was also greatly reduced, they were showing signs of wavering. The enemy only has 4 true experts. They are Lady White Rabbit, Demoness Miao Yin, Dragon Lady, and that Fire Path rank 6, He Lulan. As long as I get rid of any one of them, their morale will be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Bada focused his gaze on Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's divination tortoise form was still on the spot, his limbs, head, and tail were still inside his shell. In contrast, little tortoise shell's thoughts had already expanded to 300,000, dominating an area of the battlefield, while Black Tigress had already been chased far away. Bada snorted in anger, transmitting to Fang Yuan, "Wu Yi Hai. Stop defending. As a Wu Clan Gu immortal, do you not have any bravery at all? Are you so afraid of death? Let me tell you, your role in the battlefield is very important. You have the highest chance of becoming the breakthrough point of this chaotic battle. As long as you kill Black Tigress and reinforce the other areas, there will be a qualitative change, the battle strength of both sides will change." Fang Yuan, the divination tortoise, was silent like a mountain, it had no reaction. Damn it, this guy is still like this, he is simply unreasonable. Bada gritted his teeth, feeling very depressed. All right. At this time, Chi Gue, who was beside him, suddenly opened his eyes, standing up with a joyful expression. Did you succeed? Ba Quanfeng asked excitedly. Yes. I have already deduced it. Next is to assemble the Gu formation and activate the second layer. This Super Gu formation has higher defense the deeper it is, blocking Grey Knight is not a problem. Chi Gue nodded. Good. Bada heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zui Yi Hui, who was far away. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was still dispirited, it had not moved at all, it was still breathing roughly. In Bada's heart, he was most worried about this legendary immemorial desolate beast. Most of the pressure he felt came from it. The situation is developing in the righteous path's favor. Bada felt joy and relief. Fang Yuan, however, was far from being as optimistic. Zishan Makoto has not appeared yet, what is he doing? Fang Yuan was getting more and more worried. Chapter 1363. Just as Etian Mountain was surrounding the Super Gu formation, the righteous and demonic sides were fighting, another battle had ended. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unharmed, it was shining brightly as it floated in the air. The purple blood river formation that covered heaven and earth was about to collapse. The blood river was no longer there, only lumps of red blood were floating randomly in the purple-black space. In front of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Seven Illusions demon immortal was trapped in a wind ball, he could not escape, he could only wait to be captured. The battle was decided. Let me see your true appearance. Wu Yong was unharmed, a green light flashed past his eyes. Instantly, the colorful light around Seven Illusions demon immortal dissipated like clouds in the wind. His true appearance was exposed. The three righteous path Gu immortals were stunned. Qiao Zhikai's eyes widened as he cried out, Yao Geng? This Seven Illusions demon immortal was none other than a member of the super force Yao clan, Gu immortal Yao Geng. He had been sparring with Wu Yi Ran for stunning immortals' inheritance. During the fifth time he died together with Wu Yi Ran. His life tablet Gu and Yao clan shattered, everyone thought he was dead. But to think that he was Seven Illusions demon immortal. Good, very good. So Yao clan is a place of evil. Tai Mianshin said coldly. Yao Geng smiled bitterly, this is my own action, it has nothing to do with Yao clan. Wu Yong saw that he wanted to protect his clan even in death, he was not as demonic as he had imagined. He asked, what are you thinking, you dare to plot against us? Yao Geng's smile became even more bitter. I said I am just a minor character. Or more accurately, I am just a chess piece, manipulated by someone. I was forced to do this, it has nothing to do with the clan. Wu Yong's expression was grim. Then tell me, is the one manipulating you that rank 8 Gu immortal? Tell me everything you know about him. Yao Geng laughed loudly, tears flowing down his face. If I say that I do not know that person, I have not even interacted with him for as long as you. Do you believe it? Tai Mianshin interrupted. Is it because of the Seven Illusions' true inheritance? Yao Geng nodded with a bitter expression. Tai Mianshin sighed. To receive the Seven Illusions' true inheritance, one must first receive an Information Path Alliance agreement. My clan has analyzed this and concluded that this is a trap. However, what was puzzling was that many of the successors of the Seven Illusions' true inheritance had never fulfilled that Information Path Alliance agreement. Looks like you're the first victim. At this point, Wu Yong and Qiao Zhitsai immediately understood. Both of them looked at Yao Geng with pity in their eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? If you want to kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Yao Gingshu was paralyzed and had completely lost his will to fight. Where is that rank 8 Gu immortal? Wu Yong asked again. He had a bad feeling. Yao Geng told them everything he knew. Like you, I also thought that he had been hiding somewhere in the formation. In the end, when you discovered the most crucial formation and even captured me, I realized that he was no longer here. When Wu Yong heard this, the bad feeling in his heart intensified. He shouted as he imprisoned Yao Geng in bamboo building, activating this immortal Gu house to unleash a terrifying offensive power. Rumble. The purple blood river formation was broken by Wu Yong, the blue sky and white clouds were revealed. The 3 Gu immortals saw the light of day again. At that moment, before joy could appear on their faces, their bodies shook. Oh no, so much time has passed. This purple blood river formation not only contains the profundities of wisdom path, blood path, phantom path and information path, it also contains time path methods. Inside this Gu formation, the 3 Gu immortals' perception of time was secretly affected. They felt that it was a hallucination. Even Wu Yong fell for it. He had always thought that he had not been inside the purple blood river formation for long. But after breaking the Gu formation, he realized to his shock that so many days had passed. Oh no. It seems that rank 8 Gu immortal did not want to fight us to the death, he simply wanted to trap us. What is his true motive? Wu Yong's heart sank. He quickly contacted his clan. The purple blood river formation isolated them from the outside. Wu Yong and the rest could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies, not to mention their clans. At this moment, the 3 immortals contacted their clans and soon their expressions changed. A large amount of information surged into their minds. The 3 immortals were dumbfounded to think that so many things had happened in these last few days. Wu clan, Yang clan, Chao clan, Qi clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Ba clan, and other Gu immortals were all in chaos. Zishan Makoto's plan was to trap Wu Yong and the rest, to create the illusion that Wu Yong was dead and cause a huge political disturbance in southern border. He succeeded. Yang clan, Chao clan, Wu clan, and other clans created a huge commotion for their own benefits. Just as they were fighting against each other, a large group of people appeared at the Super Gu formation, attacking fiercely. After receiving countless requests for help, all the clans were at a loss. How can this be? What gall did those demonic Path Gu immortals eat? They actually dared to attack the Super Gu formation. Not just that, even Northern Plains Gu immortals appeared. Even a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zui Hui is being controlled. These righteous path clans felt that this was unimaginable. However, there was no lack of intelligent people among them. After accepting this fact, they quickly realized that everything that had happened recently should be looked at together, and that it was an earth-shattering conspiracy. The mastermind's true target was the giant dream realm. Let's go, we will reinforce the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong made a decision immediately. They actually caused such a commotion in southern border, I want to see the mastermind. Tai Mianshin expressed his willingness to follow. Wu Yong had an anxious expression. My brother is still there, I hope nothing happened to him. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong did not forget to raise his reputation. Qiao Zhikai quickly cooperated. Lord Wu Yong cares about his brother, you are truly kind and considerate, you are the role model of our righteous path. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building tore through the sky, flying towards the ruins of Etian Mountain. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had the same action as Wu Yong. After receiving Qi Gui's request for help, he immediately stopped competing with Yang Clan's Gu Immortals and directly rode Qi Clan's Immortal Gu House towards the Super Gu formation. Yang Clan did the same. Ho Clan, Yao Clan, Shang Clan, and other clans all sent Gu Immortal experts or Immortal Gu houses. These people did not know the reason why Shadow Sect attacked the Super Gu formation. Because from start to finish, they did not know what happened in the Battle of Etian Mountain. They only knew that Celestial Court leaked some information, they knew that Celestial Court had a hand in it, they knew that Zombie Alliance's destruction was related to the Battle of Etian Mountain. They did not know the cause of the giant dream realm, they did not know that Spectral Soul's main body was inside. Celestial Court concealed this because they were worried that some southern border super forces would help Spectral Soul. Even though they did not know the reason, this did not stop the super forces from placing great importance on the Super Gu formation. Not only because of the giant dream realm, but also because of Zui Hui. This legendary immemorial desolate beast brought southern borders Gu immortal world a painful memory every time it appeared, it would suffer huge losses. Thus, all of Southern Border's super forces sent people and even immortal Gu houses to deal with Zui Yi Hui. Currently, even though we are caught off guard with Qi Clan's Gu formation and Qi Clan's Gu immortals, it should not be a problem to stall for some time. While flying, Qiao Zhikai said. Tai Mianshin was silent. Wu Yong shook his head. To speak the truth, I am very worried. The other party's arrangements are deep, their pawns are very ingenious. If Yao Geng did not expose himself, who would guess that he is a 7 illusions demon immortal? The other party can actually infiltrate the rank 7 level of a righteous path clan. I am worried. Saying this, Wu Yong became silent. Tai Mianshin understood. He asked, "You are worried that there are spies in the Super Gu formation?" Boom. The sneak attack was so sudden it caught everyone off guard. Ba Quanfeng, what are you doing? Bada shouted, attacking furiously. Ba Quanfeng was sent flying by Bada's palm. He was on the verge of death. Bada quickly used his other hand to restrain him, before rushing to Qi Gui's side. Qi Gui was heavily injured. His face was purple-gold in color, blood was flowing out of his orifices. Just earlier. His deduction succeeded. At the crucial moment of activating the second layer of the Gu formation, Ba Quanfeng, who was behind him, suddenly attacked him. Qi Gui trusted the two Ba clan Gu immortals very much. Because when he was deducing the Gu formation earlier, these two were guarding it wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that Ba Quanfeng would suddenly make a move at such a crucial moment? Ba Quanfeng was only a rank 6 wind path Gu immortal, while Qi Gui was a rank 7 formation path Gu immortal. Normally Qi Gui would be stronger. But back then Qi Gui was controlling the Gu formation wholeheartedly, he could not defend it properly. Ba Quanfeng's attack succeeded. Not only was Qi Gui injured by Ba Quanfeng, the activation of the Gu formation also failed, he suffered an intense backlash. At once he was on the verge of death, he could no longer fight. Ba Quanfeng. Bada screamed, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ba Quanfeng. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe that Ba Quanfeng was a spy. Surrender, Lord Bada, surrender, you do not know who your enemy is. Ba Quanfeng's situation was not optimistic, his aura was weak, his face was ashen, he was close to death. Bard, on the other hand, made his move and hung on to his last breath. You won't die so easily. Trust me, you will be punished by the clans. Sometimes, living is scarier than death. You will wish you were dead. Bada gritted his teeth, saying this, he hated this spy to the core. Ba Quanfeng was very sinister. It had to be said that the timing he had chosen was perfect. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly attacked and destroyed the righteous path's hope. Not only did he harm Qi Gui, the newly added Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Chapter 1364. Damn it. This old tortoise is so good at hiding. Black Tigress gritted her teeth. The small tortoise shell had hundreds of thousands of thoughts. It was a shocking scale. They surrounded the divination tortoise in layers. Black Tigress could not get close. Instead, as the small tortoise shell's thoughts increased, she was pushed further away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's defense was firm, but he did not relax at all. Because Zishan Makoto did not show up. Fang Yuan used investigative methods to observe the situation. Qiao Si Lu and Fairy Miao Yin were two of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border. Right now they were evenly matched, they were still in a stalemate. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength shocked Fang Yuan greatly. Last time, when Fang Yuan chased after them, they were not familiar with using immortal killer moves, but now they were extremely familiar with them. They could use them like they were their own limbs. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's foundation was truly deep. Even though they were damaged to this extent, under Shadow Sect's nurturing, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan's battle strength rose rapidly and clearly. If not for Fang Yuan's huge gains in Reverse Flow River and his dream realms to raise his attainment levels, he would not be Black and White's match. But even though He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were strong, the Righteous Path had many experts too. Tai Xanjian and Yi He Ting were top-tier rank 7s, even though they could not compare to Wu Yubo, they could deal with He Lulan and Bai Ningbing. The two pairs of Gu immortals fought intensely, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, ice and snow collided, lights shined brightly. But Zui Yi Hui is about to recover. Fang Yuan observed the situation. He did not forget the strongest existence in the battlefield. Wu Yihai, come back quickly. At this time Bada transmitted to Fang Yuan. What is it? Fang Yuan sensed something amiss from Bada's tone. He said hesitantly, I'm guarding the gap here. Come quickly, we need you here. Qi Gui's weak voice could be heard. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He hurriedly entered the gap and went to the back. Seeing Ba Quanfeng and Qi Gui on their last breaths, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. A letter Gu flew over and Fang Yuan grabbed it, instantly understanding the entire situation. Ba Quanfeng is a mole in the Shadow Sect. The Shadow Sect's infiltration is everywhere. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat as his eyelids trembled. The situation was dire. The Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Just now, the righteous path had fallen into despair, and Bada had almost lost his confidence. Suddenly he heard Qi Gui say, "We still have one last hope. Although I am powerless to fight, there is still Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai's formation path attainment is something that even my race's Qi Shang praises. His formation path attainment is similar to mine, he is a formation path quasi-master. Let him come in, we can still take a gamble at the final moment." Bada already knew that Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had a close relationship, but this was the first time he heard Qi Clan's Gu Immortal confirm that Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was actually so high. Normally Bada would be wary and jealous, but now he felt extremely fortunate he transmitted to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, Fang Yuan was summoned back. His absence was naturally filled by other righteous path Gu Immortals. "This information is limited to the few of us, Wu Yihai, are you confident?" Bada had a nervous expression. At this crucial moment he did not dare to spread this information. Once the people's morale crumbled, the righteous path would suffer a huge loss. "Confidence my ass." Fang Yuan cursed fiercely. He stared at Ba Quanfeng with anger in his eyes. Zui Yihui had a limited time to rest. Earlier, Qi Gui had already spent most of his time deducing the Gu formation. Now, Fang Yuan did not even have 30% of his time. To use a brand new Immortal Gu in such a short period of time, to deduce a suitable plan, to add the Immortal Gu and countless supplementary Mortal Gu into the Gu formation and set up the second layer of the Gu formation, the difficulty was very high, very high. Qi Gui knew this difficulty, that was why he said to give it a try. There was only a trace of hope. "Even if we have no confidence, we can only rely on you. You should use your full strength now. If the Gu formation fails, Grey Knight will kill us all. Don't think you can escape. Zui Yihui's cruelty is recorded in history. Our only hope is to use the Super Gu formation to defend and wait for reinforcements," Bada urged. Fang Yuan held his breath, thinking rapidly in his mind. Bada and Qi Gui did not know Fang Yuan's true identity. In fact, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than theirs. "I have reverse flow protection seal. As long as I use it, I will be able to leave safely. Even if Zui Yihui pursues me, I can use the 5 regional walls to shake him off. But that way my true identity will be exposed. Not only will I not be able to take advantage of this situation, I will also be hunted down by Southern Borders Gu Immortal World. Forget about others, Wu Yong will definitely become my mortal enemy. Let me try first. There is still some time, I have not made the final decision yet." Fang Yuan thought of this as he quickly walked towards Qi Gui. "Tell me the secret of the second layer." Qi Gui's vision turned dark, his face was deathly pale. His injuries were too severe, he was barely conscious using Gu worms. "Firstly, we lack an Earth Path Immortal Gu. This information path Mortal Gu contains all of the contents of the Super Gu formation." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted. Damn it. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Qi Gui fainted, it was a huge problem. Bada quickly used his methods, but there was no effect. Fang Yuan almost wanted to use reverse flow protection seal and run away. In his opinion, without Qi Gui's guidance, he needed to gather an Earth Path Immortal Gu in time to deduce the plan. There was no hope. However, he still took some time to inspect the information path Gu worm's contents. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. He felt extremely glad for his actions. 4 elements Gu formation. Out of his expectations, this second layer's Gu formation's construction concept was impressively based on the 4 elements thought from back then. Earth, water, wind, fire, earth path, water path, wind path, and fire path Immortal Gu were the foundation of the Gu formation. 1 earth path Immortal Gu was gone, 3 water path, wind path, and fire path Immortal Gu were left. Earlier, Qi Gui's goal was to make up for the lack of earth path Immortal Gu. How can there be such a coincidence? I am not familiar with other formation path contents, but I have done some research on the 4 elements thought path. Back then, that formation path dream realm that Tu Shiqing used to train his son had made Fang Yuan suffer a lot. The 4 elements thought path was a biased formation path concept. I lack earth path Immortal Gu, I can use other Immortal Gu to replace them, they do not have to be of earth path. Use dark path. Dark, water, wind, fire, they are all 4 elements. I can definitely construct the second layer of the Gu formation. Fang Yuan had a strong feeling. He trusted this feeling. Because right now he was a formation path grandmaster. My idea can definitely be realized. Furthermore, if we add in dark path immortal Gu, it will be very effective in defending against Grey Knight. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, he had some understanding of Zui Yi Hui's signature killer move. What? Because he had entered another realistic dream realm. This dream realm was too difficult. Fang Yuan had died countless times in it. He had to use a large number of unraveled dream killer moves to barely survive. In the dream, Fang Yuan had experienced Grey Knight. At that time, Zui Yi Hui's signature killer move had a different form. It was an area of effect attack that covered the entire valley. And the gray light pillar that it was emitting now was an improved version. No matter how many times it was modified, Grey Knight was still Grey Knight. Because Fang Yuan had experienced the original Grey Knight, he was confident that he could construct a super Gu formation that could defend against Grey Knight. But, this way I will need to contribute Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Because this is the only Dark Path Immortal Gu I have. Dark Limit Immortal Gu is very useful in concealing my identity. Should I retreat and leave, or should I stay here and take the risk, waiting for a chance to catch a big fish? Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before making his decision. I need to complete the Gu formation, but I do not trust anyone. Bring Qigui and Ba Quanfeng away from me. You have to stop anyone who comes in. Fang Yuan turned around and ordered Bada. Bada knew the severity of the situation. Without saying anything, he grabbed the 2 Gu immortals on the ground and retreated a few hundred steps. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, turning into a divination tortoise again. Ancient Wisdom Path Desolate Beast, Transformation Path Dao Marks turned into Wisdom Path. With a series of Wisdom Path methods, Fang Yuan started to deduce a plan. Progress was rapid. Because not only did he know the details of the Gu formation, he also knew about the 4 elements Gu formation, he also knew about the Dark Limit Immortal Gu that he had used for a long time, even Grey Knight, he had some understanding of it. Roar. Zui Yi Hui suddenly raised its head, letting out a loud roar. Shadow Sect's members had joyful expressions. They quickly abandoned their opponents and retreated. Oh no, Grey Knight is going to attack us again. Quick, retreat into the Gu formation. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals did not know the details. They thought that they had the safest backup. Quickly, are you done yet? Bada could not help but urge. He was the most nervous. If Fang Yuan did not succeed, he would definitely die. All right. Fang Yuan's huge tortoise head let out a breath of turbid air. Joy flashed in his eyes. He took out Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Mini Mortal Gu. Bada was stunned. He said anxiously with a trace of fear, "This is a Dark Path Immortal Gu. This Gu formation clearly needs an Earth Path Immortal Gu. I don't have an Earth Path Immortal Gu, I only have Dark Path." Fang Yuan replied angrily. Bada rolled his eyes. He almost wanted to beat Fang Yuan up. He shouted, "If you don't have an Earth Path Immortal Gu, just say it, I will lend it to you." "What do you know? Shut up." Fang Yuan retorted. "You." Bada had lost all hope. He was about to scold Fang Yuan, but suddenly his eyes opened wide as if 2 people were punching at the back of his eyes. Next, he was shocked to see that the second layer of the Super Gu formation rose up. Its grand aura was like a mountain or a sea. He actually succeeded? At once, Bada felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. He was stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open. When Xiao Si Lu and the others retreated here, they happened to have a panoramic view of the situation. Bada lost his composure. His dazed expression was very surprising. Chapter 1365. Bada's body shook. He woke up, his face flushed red as an awkward expression flashed past his face. Fang Yuan focused on controlling the second layer of the Super Gu formation. Before Qigui fainted, he had already lent the entire Gu formation to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the user of the Super Gu formation. Ba Quanfeng's sneak attack and Qigui's fainting helped Fang Yuan instead. Good, this way I can use the Super Gu formation to gain a huge bargaining chip in this battle. Fang Yuan's use of Dark Limit Immortal Gu was not in vain. This way he had more strength to take advantage of the situation. Earlier, if Fang Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he could escape, but that way he would not be able to deal with his greatest threat, Shadow Sect. Now he chose to stay. His control over the situation increased by a lot. He was waiting for a chance to appear. Of course, Fang Yuan did not let his guard down. he said to these righteous path Gu immortals solemnly, "Stay away from me. If anyone tries to get close, I will treat them as a traitor and send them out of the Gu formation." "What do you mean?" The righteous path Gu immortals looked at the vigilant Fang Yuan, their expressions changed. At this time Bada spoke, explaining for Fang Yuan, "I agree with Wu Yihai, no one is to get close." Qi Gui's fainting was caused by the traitor Ba Quanfeng's sneak attack. He informed the righteous path Gu immortals of what had happened earlier. The righteous path Gu immortals were shocked, especially when they knew. If not for Fang Yuan saving the situation, the second layer of the Super Gu formation would not have been activated. These righteous path Gu immortals felt relieved. At the same time, they started to be wary of the surrounding Gu immortals. Bada looked at Fang Yuan, he continued to command the situation, giving out orders. There were many righteous path Gu immortals. Bada could not save the fainted Qi Gui, but that did not mean the other Gu immortals could not. Ba Quanfeng was also interrogated. The other righteous path Gu immortals recuperated and healed their injuries, preparing for the upcoming battle. At this time, far away from the Super Gu formation, Zui Hui's breathing finally stabilized. Its huge black body was like a mountain standing there quietly. Then it slowly raised its head, opened its bloody mouth and took a deep breath. Immediately, intense waves appeared in the air. The complex aura of countless Gu worms mixed together exploded and spread in all directions. Its entire body began to swell like a balloon, and its aura grew stronger and stronger. After arriving, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a dark beam of light shot out. The beam of light was extremely fast. It shot towards the second layer of the Gu formation at lightning speed. There was no sound or rumble. Everything was silent, not a sound. But the second layer of the Gu formation burst out with a dazzling light. Crimson red represented fire path, green represented wind path, light blue represented water path, and pitch black represented dark path. The four colors converged at one spot, resisting the fierce attack of the dark light pillar. The whole Gu formation let out creaking sounds. The righteous path Gu immortals had nervous expressions. Once this Super Gu formation broke down, they would be meat on the chopping board. If they were lucky, they would survive. If not, they would turn to ash. Many astute people started to observe Fang Yuan's expression. Fang Yuan was the one controlling the Gu formation. His every action affected the immortals' hearts. Fang Yuan's expression was calm from beginning to end. No one could see anything amiss. But this calmness meant confidence and safety. The righteous path Gu immortals gradually relaxed. A moment later, the dark light pillar faded. The second layer of the Gu formation's bright light also fell. We defended against it. Haha. Lord Wu Yihai, good job. The righteous path Gu immortals cheered. Their impression of Fang Yuan had changed. I was not wrong about you, Wu Yihai, you saved us all. Qi Gui woke up from his coma, muttering with a joyful expression. He was not in a good state now. He needed Fang Yuan to control the Super Gu formation. Xiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes. Fang Yuan turned the situation around. He saved the righteous path. He became a hero. Xiao Si Lu did not have a good impression of Fang Yuan earlier, but now that she looked at Fang Yuan, her heart was pounding. She had a wonderful feeling. Immortal Killer moved Grey Knight against the Super Gu formation. This was a contest between spear and shield. Eventually, the latter won by a little, successfully defending against this terrifying attack. The light faded, dust settled. Zui Hui, who was breathing roughly, stared at the Super Gu formation. The dream realm was undamaged. It was huge. It was like a huge pot. The bottom of the pot was facing up, covering the vast land. In the second layer of the Super Gu formation, there were Fang Yuan, Bada, Xiao Si Lu, and the other righteous path Gu immortals. This Gu formation had lost its fourth and third layer. It could not cover the dream realm like before. It was like a hat that covered a small portion of the dream realm. It was not broken. Ing Wuxia He Lulan by Ning Bing, and the rest were surprised. This was different from what Zishan Makoto had told them. Not long ago they had received Zishan Makoto's transmission. He told them that the Gu formation was going to break. They needed to find a chance to attack and win. Qi Gui clearly lost his abilities. It seems that something happened. Far away at the edge of the dream realm, Zishan Makoto sighed deeply. This was huge trouble. The best opportunity was lost, but he had no choice but to attack. Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, could not be detected by others. He had already prepared for a long time at the edge of the dream realm. At this moment he activated his method. At once the sky changed color. 7-colored light shot up into the sky. An unparalleled aura was grand and vast like a tsunami. it assaulted the mental defenses of the Gu immortals. What's going on? The Gu immortals on Shadow Sect's side shut their eyes. The Super Gu formation was shaking intensely. The Righteous Path Gu immortals were flustered. What happened? What killer move is this? Fang Yuan's nervousness disappeared in a flash. He said, "This immortal killer move is not targeting us or the Gu formation, it is targeting this dream realm." After the violent eruption, the colorful brilliance did not completely dissipate. Instead, it started to form cocoons of light. The dream realm disappeared, it has condensed into cocoons of light. Oh heavens, what method is this? It is so earth-shattering. Normal killer moves have no effect on dream realms, unless they are dream path methods. So that's it, these demonic path Gu immortals' true target is this dream realm. The Righteous Path Gu immortals gasped in shock. Someone among them looked at Fang Yuan eerily. I said that the immortal opportunity business is the root of the problem. It made the demonic path Gu immortals think of an immortal killer move that uses dream realms. This is definitely a huge profit. Otherwise, why would so many Gu immortals attack without any regard for the consequences? Once he said this, most of the Righteous Path Gu immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan heard this but had no reaction. Instead, Bada snorted angrily, staring at the Xia clan Gu immortal who spoke. Shut up. At this time they were facing a huge enemy, but they still did not forget to fight amongst themselves. They were still insulting the important Fang Yuan, they were simply too insensible. Bada was extremely furious. But at the next moment, this Xia clan Gu immortal vanished on the spot, appearing outside the formation. Why did he go out? The Righteous Path Gu immortals were dazed, they went into an uproar. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. This person has ulterior motives, he actually wanted to sow discord. I teleported him out and used him to probe the other party's foundation. Bullshit, who gave you the authority? You are disregarding human lives. Quickly summon our clan's Gu immortals back. Quick. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, the other Xia clan Gu immortal who was shouting also vanished. At the next moment he appeared outside the Super Gu formation facing the outside world. Looking at the huge dream realm and the shining Super Gu formation, he had a dazed expression. Wuihai. Bada was anxious, he almost jumped. You are also messing around? Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly, saying lightly, no matter how noisy you are, you will also leave. Bada was dumbfounded. The other Righteous Path Gu immortals. Bada's chest was heaving from anger, his face was red, but he still spoke. Don't forget, the immortal Gu used to create this Super Gu formation come from our super clans. This was a blatant threat. But Fang Yuan laughed. Do you think any of you can summon your Gu worms now? Haven't you noticed that you have already lost the ability to sense immortal Gu? The immortals' expressions changed. Qigui said solemnly, Sai, don't worry. This is the Gu formation set up by my clan's Lord Qi Chuyu. Back then he designed this formation to prevent spies from appearing, to prevent the Gu formation from being destroyed from the inside. Thus, the first and second layers of the Gu formation are controlled by one person. Others cannot interfere. Right now, even I cannot control this Gu formation. Unless Wu Yihai can borrow the Gu formation back. Saying so, Qigui looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. Qigui is heavily injured, you have worked hard, you should heal your injuries first. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, breaking Qigui's expectations without any qualms. Bada was furious. The immortals were also flustered. In this case, didn't they have to rely on Fang Yuan? Xiao Si Lu and the others who were close to Wu clan were fine, but Ba clan, Yao clan and Yang clan, these Gu immortals who had conflicts with Wu clan, had ugly expressions now. Qi Chuyu, this old fool. Someone cursed internally. Qi Chuyu plotted against these super clans, but logically speaking he was doing it for the safety of the dream realm and the Gu formation. But due to a strange combination of factors, Qi clan lost control, an outsider became the leader of the situation. Don't worry, I Wu Yihai, am not a crazy person. In the current situation we, the Righteous Path, must be of one heart and one mind. Only by working together can we overcome this crisis. Chapter 1366. I have a piece of good news. An immortal Gu house of my Wu clan has already moved out secretly to bring me back to Wu Yi Mountain. It is not far from here, it is the closest reinforcement. As long as we cooperate, we can definitely escape safely, we can even make great contributions to the Righteous Path and all of southern borders living beings. Fang Yuan said these words one after another. Bada's expression turned ugly. Xiao Silu's eyes shined as she looked at Fang Yuan, her gaze was filled with admiration. Qi Gui had once given Fang Yuan an information path Gu worm and told him everything about the Super Gu formation. When Fang Yuan realized that he was the only one who could control this Gu formation, he immediately decided to recruit all of the righteous path Gu immortals. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals were the unlucky ones that Fang Yuan killed to warn the rest. Next, he gave them the good news of an immortal Gu house. With a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, the righteous path Gu immortals gathered around him. They became a force that could be controlled and commanded. Among the righteous path Gu immortals there were many elites, but Fang Yuan had the upper hand. He had too much of an advantage. They could only accept their fate. Fang Yuan could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. This time, even Bada had to listen to him. After successfully suppressing these righteous path Gu immortals, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the outside world. Many cocoons of light had already formed, they were floating in the air. And the price of forming these cocoons was dream realms. Large chunks of the dream completely dissipated. As a result, the originally round and complete super dreamland was now full of holes, as if a group of rats had gnawed on it from all directions, both inside and out. Over 20 cocoons of light had already formed. There were even more cocoons of light forming. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's methods were truly endless. As expected of a super force with over 100,000 years of foundation created by a demon venerable. Crack crack. At this time, a series of cracking sounds came from the first cocoon of light. Next, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Bam! The cocoon of light shattered, and a completely naked person fell out. But before he could fall to the ground, Zishan Makoto, who had been waiting for a long time, made his move. Soon this person opened his eyes. His entire body was covered in a layer of armor. Without stopping, he flew towards the edge of the dreamland. The other righteous path Gu immortals were still in a daze, but Fang Yuan's eyes were already bulging. This is the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fang Yuan had seen it before, but he was still shocked when he saw it again. Back then, Wuxia was a pure dream reality seeker physique. This immortal body was a man-made 10 extreme physique. This was the result of Shadow Sect's Inkstone's painstaking research. How could Zishan Makoto have such a method? Don't forget, Wuxia was still alive. At the same time, Zishan Makoto had taken a huge risk to enter the river of time and communicate deeply with spectral souls will in Red Lotus True Inheritance. Zishan Makoto had wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan's information path was too shallow, he did not dare to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Thus, even though Zishan Makoto knew that Fang Yuan had a method to resolve the dream realm, he could not obtain it. He wanted to save Spectral Soul's main body. Other than resolving the Super Gu formation, he also needed to get past the giant dream realm. Since he could not count on Fang Yuan, Zishan Makoto decided to use the method to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body here. This way, a large number of dream realms would disappear, and he would be able to reach the center of the dream realm and save Spectral Soul. This means the pure dream reality seeker physique body was created like this? Shadow Sect's methods are truly terrifying. Even though Fang Yuan had fought with Wuxia before, he did not see how the latter was born. Now that he had seen it, Fang Yuan immediately shouted, ordering the righteous path Gu immortals, "Quick, destroy all of these cocoons of light. Kill that guy who flew out." What happened? Wu Yihai, what do you know? Hurry up and tell us. The righteous path Gu immortals asked. But at the next moment they were sent out of the Super Gu formation by Fang Yuan. Damn it. You did not even greet us. Who do you think we are? Wu Yihai, you are using our tribe's immortal Gu. Don't go overboard. Even Xiao Silu was sent out. This southern border fairy was in a daze. She could not accept it. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals saw that so many righteous path Gu immortals had the same ending as them. They felt a great sense of satisfaction. They quickly suggested to defeat Wu Yihai. Nobody paid attention to them. In this situation, who would dare to offend Fang Yuan, who controlled the Super Gu formation? Fang Yuan transmitted to the immortals, "If you do not want to die here, listen to me. These enemies will continue to grow stronger as time passes. Now is the best time to get rid of them." While the others were still hesitating, Wu Liao responded to Fang Yuan's command and started to attack. Next were some Gu immortals who were close to Wu clan, including Xiao Silu. But Fang Yuan sent her out as well. This woman, one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, did not have a good expression and mood. After these people attacked, the righteous path Gu immortals also started to fight. Firstly, Fang Yuan controlled the Super Gu formation. He controlled the immortals' lives. Secondly, the Righteous Path forces had a strong interest in exploring dream realms. They had been coveting the immortal bodies that were created in the dream realms for a long time. As long as they could capture any one of them and research them, it would be a huge boost to their clan's dream path development. Only Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals were hesitant. Fang Yuan did not forget about them. He transmitted, "As long as each of you kills one cocoon of light, I will let bygones be bygones and let you return to the Gu formation." Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals had indignant expressions. They gritted their teeth loudly, but the situation was dire. The two looked at each other. They still acted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Almost all the Righteous Path Gu immortals attacked and destroyed the cocoons of light. Only Fang Yuan stayed in the Super Gu formation alone, watching over the situation from the back. He was very satisfied. Every second counted. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies broke out of the cocoons of light, flying out. At the same time the cocoons of light were destroyed, the vanished dream realms gushed out again. Spectral Soul's main body is inside the dream realms. Shadow Sect is very scheming. They created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to mislead us. Among the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that are flying out, there might be Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes, controlling the Super Gu formation with all his might. He was monitoring the entire battlefield. This Super Gu formation was constructed around the giant dream realms. Even though he had only activated the second layer of the Gu formation, Fang Yuan could still control most of the battlefield and teleport the nearby Gu immortals. Not just the Righteous Path Gu immortals, Fang Yuan was also controlling the Gu formation, activating its power to destroy the cocoons of light. Unfortunately, this Super Gu formation was constructed with defense as its priority. Its offensive power was pitifully weak. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Kill? At this time battle cries could be heard. Shadow Sect's Gu immortals led by Fairy Miao Yin He Lulan, and by Ning Bing also charged over. This wave of Gu immortals had actually been reduced in numbers, but in this complicated battle environment, their disadvantage in numbers was made up for. The giant dream realm was originally round. It was like a huge pot that was placed on the ground. Next, a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies formed, causing large pieces of the dream realms to appear. Some cocoons of light were destroyed by the Righteous Path Gu immortals. The dream realms were restored, but they were not as big as before. This caused the dream realms to not be perfectly connected. There was some distance between the two. Some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were killed. They exploded into large pieces of dream realms. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already flown out. They were no longer at their original locations. This way the dream realms started to appear at the periphery or the periphery. Don't forget, this giant dream realm itself had its own movement. Thus, large pieces of dream realms were piled up in a disorderly manner. Some overlapped, some were spaced apart, and some only had a slight distance between them. The world had turned into a very complicated battle environment. When fighting here, the Gu immortals had to be wary of their opponents at all times. They also had to pay attention to the dream realms. They could not easily fall into the dream realms. Refining so many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies at once, it should be Zishan Makoto's doing. Where is he? Fang Yuan looked around. Using the Super Gu formation, he could not find any traces of Zishan Makoto. Rumble. With a loud sound, the Super Gu formation erupted with power. A shadow that resembled a mountain flew towards a pure dream reality seeker physique body that had just broken out of a cocoon and landed on it. Suppress. Without the help of Gu worms, the pure dream reality seeker physique body was easily suppressed. It was teleported to Fang Yuan's side by the Super Gu formation. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stared at Fang Yuan. His body was wrapped in black chains. He could not move. Fang Yuan took a few glances at him, his eyes shining brightly. Interesting. If I can capture more, I might be able to break through Shadow Sect's methods and create my own pure dream reality seeker physique body. These are one of the 10 extreme dream path physiques. Even if they have short lifespans, they might be able to help me resolve huge problems. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan searched for big fish while using the Super Gu formation to capture the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that had just broken out of their cocoons. The second layer of the Super Gu formation's range was less than half of the dream realm. The area that it could control was even smaller. But as the cocoons of light continued to form, Fang Yuan actually managed to capture close to 10 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Chapter 1367. Fang Yuan found something even more interesting. The lifespan of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was inversely proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the pure dream reality seeker physique, the shorter their lifespan. In contrast, those Gu master level pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for at least 2 to 3 years. For Fang Yuan, he had plenty of time to research and make use of them. I was feeling strange earlier. If Shadow Sect had a method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, why did they not use it during the Battle of Etian Mountain? It seems that Wuxia's previous pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were not so easy to refine. In order to save Spectral Soul's main body, Shadow Sect used this method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open up and scatter dream realms. They are very determined. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at Shadow Sect's resolute attitude. Not only did Fang Yuan succeed and capture many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the other righteous path Gu immortals were not stupid, they also captured some. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contained the dream path research results of Shadow Sect. Once they were successfully researched, others would have huge breakthroughs in the dream realm research. Shadow Sect did not hesitate to do this to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Zishan Makoto was not discovered. He was still creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light appeared in the dream realms. Dream realms piled up in a messy manner, forming an extremely complex battlefield. The righteous path and demonic path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, fighting intensely. Even though Fang Yuan's side was trying their best to stop them, because the battlefield was too chaotic, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already escaped and were about to leave the battlefield. Damn it! Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among them. Fang Yuan observed this scene. Just as he was about to attack from afar, suddenly, a ray of light that was as thin as a needle instantly descended from the depths of the sky. Instantly, it pierced the skull of a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This tiny white ray of light was very sharp. It went all the way down from the pure dream reality seeker physique's head and pierced through its entire body. It appeared and disappeared in an instant. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He immediately felt weak all over and the top of his head was numb. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Then he slowly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Then he put his hand in front of his eyes and found that it was covered in blood and white brain matter. His expression abruptly changed, filled with disbelief and fear. Then his vision turned black, and his vitality completely dissipated. Like a broken sack, the corpse fell from the sky to the ground with a bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. His bones were broken and his tendons snapped. He was practically turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Who could it be? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this. He was someone who could see the entire situation. In the righteous path, he was the first person to observe this situation. Meanwhile, on the demonic path side, Zishan Makoto was creating more cocoons of light while also commanding the overall situation. Seeing this, he was not puzzled but frowned. Celestial Court has finally made a move. He had already expected this and had made arrangements in White Heaven, delaying Heaven Overseeing Tower for a while. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rescue greatly affected Zishan Makoto's plan. The Super Gu formation and the Righteous Path Gu immortals severely interfered with Zishan Makoto's rescue process. The best opportunity was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower was free from its restraints and finally joined the battle. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With several soft sounds, several tiny white rays of light shot out, easily killing the pure dream reality seeker physiques that were trying to escape the battlefield. Next, a grand immortal Gu house shined with bright light that soared into the sky, descending upon the battlefield like a monarch. Such a majestic scene attracted the attention of most Gu immortals. They all looked at the sky. Very few were confused, but most of the Gu immortals recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower at once. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was too famous. Celestial Court? Almost all the Gu immortals present felt their hearts shake. The Heavenly Court's domineering appearance undoubtedly caused the originally chaotic battle situation to move in an even more unpredictable direction. At the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long crossed his arms. His body was straight like a mountain as he looked down at the battlefield. Spectral Soul is crafty and sinister. We cannot let any of the pure dream reality seeker physiques go. they must be executed. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physiques might just be a cover. We cannot exclude the possibility of spectral soul hiding in other Gu immortals' bodies and escaping alive. Thus, kill all the Gu immortals present. It is better to kill wrongly than to let them go. Yes. Behind Duke Long, the Gu immortals led by Fairy Myrtle quickly responded. Duke Long pondered, kill Shadow Sect first, then eliminate the righteous path. But if anyone wants to leave the battlefield, no matter who they are, kill them. Heaven Overseeing Tower pressed down on the battlefield like a mountain with an unparalleled aura. The chaotic battlefield came to a standstill. Heaven Overseeing Tower represented the strongest battle strength. Its actions would almost determine the direction of the entire battlefield. The righteous path Gu immortals' hearts were pounding. Celestial Court's Gu immortals from Central Continent, were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect's side fell into panic. Evidently, Celestial Court and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He looked at the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower with a deep frown. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this to happen. Celestial Court has appeared again, the situation has become very bad. In such a short time they actually rebuilt Heaven Overseeing Tower. I wonder how many rank 8 Gu immortals Celestial Court sent this time. Heaven Overseeing Tower's appearance had a huge impact on Fang Yuan's plans. But fortunately, Fang Yuan was hiding inside the Super Gu formation. With this Gu formation, he should be able to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's power. Fang Yuan had a lot of battle experience against Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even if it was the strongest method to activate Fake Gu, Fang Yuan estimated that this Super Gu formation could block one attack. Fang Yuan decided to watch and not make a move, but Zishan Makoto could not ignore it. He was a Wisdom Path rank 8, how could he not have any methods to deal with it? Zishan Makoto transmitted, Zuiyi Hui, according to the agreement your enemies are here. What are you waiting for? They are from Celestial Court. Celestial Court? The legendary primordial beast Zuiyi Hui shuddered when it heard this. Its eyes were filled with hatred and anger. This anger and hatred was deeply ingrained in its bones, even after 1,000,000 years, it was still unforgettable. Celestial Court. Zuiyi Hui raised its head and roared, the sound waves spread over hundreds of li boom. At the next moment, a dark fog burst out of Zuiyi Hui's body. Its body was huge to begin with, now that it was covered by the dark fog, it became even more terrifying. Next, it bent its legs and arched its body, baring its teeth as it stomped on the ground. Bam! A violent muffled sound rang out, and the entire ground trembled violently. A huge crater was created by Zuiyi Hui's stomp. Meanwhile, Zuiyi Hui shot towards the sky like an arrow, pouncing towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked, but Zuiyi Hui's body was covered in black fog. It was an immortal killer move. Not only could it fly, it also had defensive properties. Zuiyi Hui was unstoppable. It was like a huge black meteor. In a few breaths of time, it crossed 100 li and arrived in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless savage survivor. Duke Long snorted in disdain. His body shook as he willed. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with blinding white light. At once the world turned white. Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method, Fate Vanquish. Rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate's power was unparalleled. No matter how they dodged, they would be hit. As long as they were not rank 9, no matter how strong they were, they would lose to this move. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the ground, everywhere. The Gu immortals who were exposed to the light, be they righteous path or demonic path, all of them coughed out blood. They were heavily injured instantly, they fainted on the spot. In an instant, half of the battlefield was cleared. Some Gu immortals, because of the obstruction of the dream realm, were not exposed to the light, they survived. With a loud sound, Zuiyi Hui could not block Fate's attack, it crashed to the ground. It coughed out a mouthful of blood but quickly got up, it opened its mouth and roared at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Central Continent Gu immortals were all shocked. Duke Long also showed a surprised expression. Zuiyi Hui was hit by Fate Vanquish. It was normal that it did not die. It was thicker than ordinary immortal Gu houses, its recovery speed was shocking. Zuiyi Hui had been a problem in Southern Border for many years. Southern Border's Gu immortals had sent immortal Gu houses to hunt it down, but they could not take its life, they could only defeat it. But Zuiyi Hui's injuries were much lighter than Duke Long had expected. Gu immortals could cultivate, Zuiyi Hui was cultivating too. Over these years, Zuiyi Hui's strength had been rising. Furthermore, it had the help of Shadow Sect this time. Zishan Makoto had lent it many immortal goo and immortal killer moves, equipping Zui Yihui with all his might. Zui Yihui stood up completely. Its wounds were already half healed. Such terrifying recovery speed. Next, it charged at Heaven Overseeing Tower fearlessly. Duke Long's eyes shined with cold light. He used Fate Vanquish again. Zui Yihui was hit, it fell to the ground again. But soon it stood up again. Even though it was injured, it was still full of energy. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were shocked. This is the battle strength of a legendary immemorial desolate beast? It is too shocking. This is a problem. Fairy Myrtle had a grim gaze. Zui Yihui's battle strength was beyond her imagination. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had Fate Vanquish, it could not be used frequently. Chapter 1368. Zui Yihui roared. This time he flew up in mid-air and pounced towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long smiled coldly, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn Phantom. Zui Yihui missed. The entire Heaven Overseeing Tower, including the Goo Immortals inside, turned Phantom. Ordinary methods could not harm them. Is it intentional? Trying to lure me out? Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, saw this as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Shadow Sect indeed had methods to counter phantom forms. But Zishan Makoto did not attack the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. Because he was not Spectral Soul's main body, he did not have all the immortal goo that could counter phantom forms. Even if he used them, it would be too difficult to deal with the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. He did not attack? Duke Long muttered in his heart. Back then, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul had sealed the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from returning to its original form. Duke Long had already prepared a method. He was waiting for this killer move from Shadow Sect. But Zishan Makoto was patient. He had no intention of attacking. Duke Long controlled the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, trying to get closer to the Dream Realm. The huge Heaven Overseeing Tower entered the Dream Realm. Its phantom form started to fade. Some goo worms at the edges were devoured by the Dream Realm. It can't turn phantom either. Duke Long's heart shook. He controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower again, leaving the Dream Realm. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered something like a Dream Realm. Regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Duke Long was very surprised. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower was in phantom form, a corner of it was devoured by the Dream Realm. The Central Continent Goo Immortals and Heaven Overseeing Tower started to repair it. Without a corresponding Dream Path method, even Heaven Overseeing Tower will be lost in the Dream Realm. Duke Long concluded. One move to dominate the world. Back then, Wuxia, who possessed the pure dream reality seeker physique, could use lead soul into dream to sleep with Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It could be seen that even a powerful rank 9 immortal goo house could not defend against the power of Dream Path. Unless it was an immortal goo house with Dream Path immortal goo, most immortal goo houses would be lost in the Dream Realm. This way, this battlefield is not suitable for Heaven Overseeing Tower to fight. Heaven Overseeing Tower is huge. It is not as agile as when Goo Immortals fight alone. Duke Long looked at the furious Zui Yihui, his eyes shining with bright light. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly became solid. Zui Yihui quickly chased after it. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned and sped up, charging towards a dream realm not far away. Zui Yihui flew in the air. His speed was even faster. His huge body was like a black cloud, sweeping past like the wind towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not good. When Zishan Makoto saw this scene, he quickly took action. A mystical light shot out and landed on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower's speed slowed down. It became illusory, like the reflection of a rippling water surface. It's fake? Zui Yihui quickly stopped. It almost fell into the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm was a dangerous place for Zui Yihui. Behind it, the real Heaven Overseeing Tower appeared. Hee. Duke Long stood at the top of the tower, his dragon eyes shining with a cold light as he stared at a certain place. Zishan Makoto sighed. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Duke Long was trying to harm Zui Yihui on the surface, but the truth was that he wanted to find Zishan Makoto's location. But even though Zishan Makoto saw through Duke Long's plan, he had to take action. Because Zui Yihui was a precious battle strength, he could not lose it. Shadow Sect needed it to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul Remnant, I will kill him. Fairy Myrtle, Go deal with that super goo formation and kill that Fang Yuan. The rest of you control Heaven Overseeing Tower and leave. Zui Hui will definitely follow you, I do not want to make any mistakes. Duke Long ordered as the immortals quickly responded. With a dragon roar, Duke Long turned into a mystical light as he flew towards Zishan Makoto. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle flew towards the Super Goo formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower brought the Central Continent Goo immortals as they flew into the sky, leaving the battlefield. Zui Hui looked at Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle before looking at Heaven Overseeing Tower. It knew that because of its huge size and the fact that it liked to charge and attack in battle, it was very restricted here, it was not fun. And Heaven Overseeing Tower had the aura that it hated the most, it was the symbol of Celestial Court. The thought of destroying Heaven Overseeing Tower was firmly in Zui Hui's mind. Duke Long flew in the sky, his body turned into a phantom as he arrived in front of Zishan Makoto in the blink of an eye. He was tall and mighty, he had a dragon horn on his forehead, his dragon eyes were filled with dominance and coldness. Boom boom boom. Zishan Makoto fought against Duke Long. After a few breaths of time, Zishan Makoto could not match him, he escaped in a pathetic state. You will die for sure today. Duke Long roared as he chased relentlessly. Inside the Super Goo formation, Fang Yuan was breaking out in cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Providence. It was actually hiding here, no, or should I say. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, sweat was dripping down his forehead. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle had already arrived in front of the Super Goo formation. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind and activated the Super Goo formation, fully guarding against the enemy in front of him. This goo formation is not bad. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light, she inspected the Super Goo formation as she nodded. Unfortunately, there is a flaw, there are too many goo worms, the person controlling the goo formation has borrowed other people's immortal goo. However, this is something that I can use. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle used her right hand to raise an immortal goo house. Star Constellation Chessboard. This immortal goo house was personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it was possibly the smallest immortal goo house in the world. The chessboard was activated, it turned into sparkling starlight in the sky. The starlight howled, they were like a group of fireflies as they pounced at Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's huge body was engulfed by these starlight specks, she turned into dazzling starlight and joined in. The starlight expanded slightly as it pounced at the Super Goo formation. Fang Yuan was already prepared, he activated the goo formation in time and attacked the starlight specks. But these starlight specks ignored the goo formation's attack, they directly went into the Super Goo formation and permeated it in the blink of an eye. Originally, this Super Goo formation was shining with red, green, blue and black profound lights. But now that the starlight permeated it, these four profound lights weakened. The starlight mixed into the four profound lights, Fang Yuan felt a sense of concentration coming from the Super Goo formation. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, you were chosen by Providence Sect, you had the heavy responsibility of saving the people of the world. However, even though you destroyed Shadow Sect's heaven-defying plan, you took a wrong step, you betrayed the righteous path and entered the demonic path, becoming enemies with the people of the world. If you admit your mistake now, surrender immediately, I will leave your corpse intact. After you die, I will personally write a biography for you, your name will be spread throughout the ages and serve as a warning to future generations. At this time, Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Goo formation. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, Providence Sect made a good plan this time. He said this as he tried to activate the Super Goo formation. The goo formation was still under his control, but the feeling of difficulty and darkness was getting heavier, some of the mortal goo at the edges were vanishing from Fang Yuan's senses. Evidently, Fairy Myrtle was fighting with him for the control of this Super Goo formation. Stubborn fool. Fairy Myrtle's voice was cold, she saw that Fang Yuan was resisting with all his might, she increased her strength. The starlight specks in the Super Goo formation became brighter. Celestial Court knows my identity, this proves my earlier guess. Dark Limit Immortal Goo cannot be retrieved as time passes, this Super Goo formation will eventually be controlled by Celestial Court. What do I do? Abandoning the Super Goo formation and activating Reverse Flow Protection Seal to escape? No way. Celestial Court has fought with me long ago, they are familiar with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Since they want to get rid of me, not only do they want to get rid of the Shadow Sect, they also want to kill me. How could they not consider Reverse Flow Protection Seal? If I rely on this killer move, Celestial Court might not want to see that happen. Once my killer move is broken, I will suffer a backlash and lose my battle strength. I might even die. What should I do? The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind surged like a storm, like a raging tsunami. He was in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan quickly thought of a way to escape the battlefield. There was no way. It was impossible for him to escape on his own. His only hope was reverse flow protection seal. Should I gamble that Celestial Court did not develop a method to counter reverse flow protection seal? Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. He was well aware that if he were to bet on this, his chances of winning were too small. As for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. It was hard for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to evolve into an immemorial desolate beast. Even if he had a lot of heavenly crystals, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would not be under Fang Yuan's control after becoming an immemorial desolate beast. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was arrogant. It only submitted to the strong. The possibility of it rebelling was huge. Relying on Fang Yuan and its own emotions to maintain it was very weak and unreliable. There are two ways to stall for time. Fang Yuan thought hard and came up with two methods. One was to release Reverse Flow River and place himself in the river to defend himself. The other was to place his Immortal Aperture in southern border and close the Immortal Aperture's entrance to defend himself. But these two methods were only stalling for time. There was no possibility of improving the situation. If Fang Yuan used these methods, it would be the same as giving up the initiative. This was very dangerous. If these two methods could let Fang Yuan escape with his life, the only possibility was the reinforcements from Southern Border's righteous path. If Southern Border's Gu Immortals could expel Celestial Court, Fang Yuan might have a chance to escape. But Celestial Court was not a weakling, nor was it a fool. Southern Border's righteous path's overall strength was naturally greater than Central Continent's side in the battlefield. But whether their reinforcements could defeat Celestial Court's Gu Immortals and Heaven Overseeing Tower was a problem. Even if they could defeat them and chase away Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, would Fang Yuan be able to continue using Wu Yihai's identity? Impossible. Celestial Court had already discovered his identity. They only needed one sentence to make Southern Border's righteous path target Fang Yuan. Chapter 1369. Swoosh swoosh. Their killing intent was piercingly cold. Two figures shuttled back and forth in the dreamland. Webzishan Makoto against Duke Long. The two were extremely fast. They shot out like flying arrows, but they were also agile like snakes. Boom boom boom. As the two fought, thunderous sounds could be heard continuously. Air currents surged, but when they landed in the nearby dream realms, they dissipated. The two rank 8 Gu Immortals started to fight. One was a first-generation split soul of spectral soul, he had cultivated for 100,000 years. The other was a Celestial Court legend with quasi-rank 9 strength who lived in seclusion in history. Without a doubt, the battle between the two was the most important and intense battle in the entire Dream Realm battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zhuyi Hui's clash was secondary compared to these two's intense battle. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with a purple glass-like light. He suddenly stretched out his arms as countless charcoal-like rocks floated on the surface of his body. The rocks flew out and grew larger in the air. At the same time, the surface of the rocks started burning with red flames. Thousands of fiery rocks flew towards Duke Long like a rain of fire. Duke Long attacked fiercely, not dodging at all. When the fiery rocks landed on his body, they were blocked by a layer of cloud light that surrounded him. The cloud light did not move, but soon, Duke Long found that a mystical fire was burning in his mind. His thoughts rose up, but the flames burned them away. The cloud light needed Duke Long to maintain it at all times. Now that these thoughts were destroyed, he lost his defense. The fiery rocks landed on Duke Long's body. At once, there were sounds of explosions. The fiery rocks were like eggs. Duke Long's muscular body was like metal. The fiery rocks shattered and self-detonated. Sparks and rocks flew everywhere. Duke Long continued to charge forwards. His body had a terrifying accumulation of Dao marks, and at the same time he had defensive measures like Bai Chen Tian's wood armor and Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment. His imposing manner was astonishing. He was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon, charging forward bravely against Zishan Makoto's bombardment. The pair of dragon eyes were still cold. Duke Long's face did not change at all. His expression was as cold as ice. He did not even frown. Zishan Makoto's immortal killer move was like a light breeze, not worth mentioning. Duke Long's performance was very domineering. While Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, He paid attention to strategy and fought while retreating. Flint couldn't do anything to Duke Long, but Zishan Makoto's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly stretched out his left index finger and pointed at Duke Long, who was chasing after him. Suddenly, 100 flowers bloomed. On the surface of Duke Long's body, countless flowers grew out of nowhere. The flowers numbered in the thousands, covering Duke Long's entire body. Duke Long had a strong body and frighteningly high defense, but when the flowers bloomed, his expression finally changed. Consecutive moves. This time Duke Long stopped his pursuit. He floated in the air. From flying at a high speed, he instantly stopped moving, showing his incredible movement method and his powerful body. Flowers bloomed on Duke Long's body, increasing in number. The petals were delicate and fragile, but they gave Duke Long a huge problem. Duke Long stretched out his right hand. He clenched his fist and prepared for a breath of time before opening his fingers. Boom! With a soft explosion from his opened right palm, countless faint white chi currents flew out. These chi currents were like arcs, flying in the air, rapidly circling around Duke Long's body. The streams of chi were like sharp blades. They constantly swept away the flowers on his body. For a moment, petals fluttered and the flowers withered. The chi currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. In a few breaths of time, all the flowers on Duke Long's body were wiped clean. Zishan Makoto's pupils shrank when he saw this. Duke Long's killing move was very sharp, and the chi currents were multiple, requiring high attainment and skill to control. It was originally an offensive move against the enemy, but when Duke Long controlled it, it was used on himself. If he was not careful, he would be injured. But Duke Long was skilled and daring. He was extremely familiar with this move. It was as if he could control it with ease. Many of the chi currents brushed past his skin and the surface of his clothes, but they were not harmed at all. His control was extremely precise. It was simply amazing. However, using this chance, Zishan Makoto had already activated it. Immortal killer moves had difficulty in activating them. If Zhao Lianyun was in Zishan Makoto's situation, he might fail in activating the killer move. However, Purple Mountain True Monarch was incomparably experienced and steady. He grasped this opportunity and didn't waste it. An immortal killer move was activated. Phantoms appeared, surrounding Zishan Makoto's main body, forming dozens of purple phantoms in an instant. These phantoms were still splitting, one turned into 4 turned into 10, forming an army in an instant. Zishan Makoto's body was concealed. The purple phantom army pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long snorted coldly. His right hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw as he waved it. Claw marks appeared in the air. These claw marks were dozens of feet long. Wherever they went, the purple phantoms would disintegrate. Next, Duke Long's left hand also turned into a dragon claw. He attacked left and right. The claw marks spread out and almost caused cracks to appear in space. The purple phantoms were quickly cleared. Duke Long's eyes shined with a mystical light, covering a hidden space. Zishan Makoto immediately knew that his location was exposed. He appeared. Both sides stood in the air. Countless layers of chaotic dream realms were behind them. They were about 1,000 steps away from each other. It seems that even after sleeping for so many years, you are still able to keep up with the times. Zishan Makoto said plainly. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. Right now, his robe was fluttering and his purple hair was swaying. His eyes were filled with vigor. He looked very graceful. During this period of time I have been practicing. Times are changing. Too many geniuses have appeared in these 1 million years. They have displayed too many exquisite methods. Duke Long sighed. He sighed, continuing, "All right, let's not use these small methods. The probing is over. Let's use our true strength now." Zishan Makoto smiled, nodding, "Of course." At the next moment, the two moved like lightning, colliding together. Bam, bam, bam. Dazzling lights and shadows burst forth like overflowing fireworks, illuminating the surrounding dreamland, making it even more dazzling and colorful. These two are really... Relying on the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of most of the battlefield. After observing Zishan Makoto and Duke Long's battle for a while, Fang Yuan was speechless. Both are rank 8 Gu immortals and not ordinary rank 8s. They are truly too strong. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals fight for the first time, they use mortal Gu and mortal killer moves. In a real fight they use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. But these two are directly using immortal killer moves to probe each other. These two are at least great grandmaster attainment level, be it fiery rocks, flowers, chi blades, cloud light or others. They are all signs of comprehension. If I did not use reverse flow protection seal, I would have lost in one move. So intense. These two's fighting speed and firepower have increased by a large margin. Information was very important to Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan used the Super Gu formation to observe for a while, gaining a lot of information. Be it Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, Fang Yuan was not their match. Even with reverse flow protection seal, he could only take a beating. In fact, during the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan was able to escape because of the chaotic situation at that time. Eventually, Fang Yuan used the regional wall to escape from the pursuers, Dogtail Life Extending Ferret Mao Li Chiu. With my own strength, it will be very difficult to escape from such a chaotic battle, the chances are very slim. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot. But at this time his expression suddenly changed. Inside his immortal aperture, an information path Gu Worm had sent him Wu Yong's message. Wu Yong is not dead, Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan are safe too, they were only trapped for a while. They are using an immortal Gu house to rush here. Wu Yong sent a message telling Fang Yuan to hold on and preserve his life, even if he had to escape it was fine. He also told Fang Yuan that not only him, Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Chuyu was also coming with an immortal Gu house. But the latter was even further away than Wu Yong. Not just these two groups, the other super forces also sent their immortal Gu houses. Although the southern border Righteous Path clans had been fighting against each other before, but after hearing Wu Yong's announcement and the situation in the low-grade Dreamland, they immediately stopped fighting against each other, united as one and advanced towards the low-grade Dreamland. If one looked at the map of southern border, Tian Mountain was at the left of the center of southern border. And the righteous sects that were scattered all over the southern border, all sent reinforcements, rushing over from all directions to provide support. Fang Yuan had a complex expression. If he was Wu Yihai, he would be overjoyed at this news, his morale would soar. But he was not. He was Fang Yuan. Once southern border's reinforcements arrived, the Celestial Court would definitely expose his identity and cause chaos. Fang Yuan would be isolated. As for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan sighed internally. This brother of his was his greatest political backer, he might become the strongest pursuer in the future. Fang Yuan killed the real Wu Yihai with his own hands. Even if Wu Yong and Wu Yihai had a weak brotherly relationship, and Wu Yong did not want to take revenge because of his Righteous Path identity, he had to take revenge and kill Fang Yuan. It could be said that the conflict between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was irreconcilable. Wu clan actually has an immortal Gu house. Wu Yong is really patient. He came very quickly, but even the nearest reinforcements would take at least a day to arrive. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Chapter 1370. Hope was still slim. Right now, the battle was a chaotic three-way battle. Celestial Court's force was firmly in first place. Because they had rank 8 battle strength Zishan Makoto and Zui Yi Hui, Shadow Sect's force was second. Southern Border's Righteous Path force was third. Although they had the Super Gu formation, it was a dead object. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had used Star Constellation chessboard to infiltrate it. As for Fang Yuan, he was a member of Southern Border's Righteous Path on the surface, but he was actually closer to Shadow Sect. He was special. And looking at the battle situation, Celestial Court's force and Southern Border's Righteous Path were attacking Shadow Sect's side. Shadow Sect could not match Celestial Court, they were at a disadvantage. They were also being attacked from both sides, they were at a disadvantage. One day, I need at least one day to reach Southern Border. According to the current situation, if this situation continues, I will not be able to last until then. Once Shadow Sect is defeated, Celestial Court and Southern Border's Righteous Path forces will work together to deal with me, the traitor. Shadow Sect's defeat is only one aspect. There is also this Super Gu formation, it will not last for more than one day. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at this Super Gu formation with deep worry. Because of Qi Chuyu's design, the second layer of this Super Gu formation could only be controlled by one person. No matter how many people there were, it was useless. Thus, even if Fang Yuan called back the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals, they would not be able to help him resist Fairy Myrtle's invasion. Moreover, Fang Yuan had the hidden danger of his identity. If Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned of Fang Yuan's true identity from Celestial Court, would these Southern Border Gu Immortals believe it? What would they do? To Fang Yuan, these were all unknown dangers. Fang Yuan had thought of the first layer of the Gu formation. This Super Gu formation had a total of 4 layers. Fang Yuan was only controlling the second layer, there was still the first layer left. If Fairy Myrtle succeeded, the second layer of the goo formation Fang Yuan would self-destruct. In theory, she would still be able to activate the first layer of the goo formation and continue to resist it. However, according to Qi Gui's information path Goo Worm, the controller of this goo formation had to be a Qi Clan Goo Immortal. This was Qi Chuyu's goo formation. From his perspective, he had to prioritize his own benefits first. The first goo formation had many methods to distinguish one's identity. If it was purely bloodline, Fang Yuan could still impersonate it. Unfortunately, that was not the case. One of the methods involved Life Tablet Goo and Soul Lantern Goo. Fang Yuan did not leave any Life Tablet Goo or Soul Lantern Goo in Qi Clan. This involved information path. Fang Yuan could only sigh and curse helplessly in his heart. Qi Chuyu, this old man. How could a rank 8 Goo Immortal be easy to deal with? When Qi Chuyu made this arrangement, he naturally did not expect such a complicated situation. But now, this arrangement had become a huge obstacle to restrain Fang Yuan. It was a dead end. Fang Yuan was getting closer to the dead end. But undeniably, Qi Chuyu's arrangement was correct. At least it was a huge guarantee for Qi Clan. Fang Yuan had to be careful not to let Qi Clan's Goo Immortals die. Especially Qi Gui. If anything happens to him, he would need to use the Super Goo formation to teleport him back. With Qi Gui, he had the first layer of the Goo formation. Of course, Qi Gui's attitude towards Fang Yuan was still an unsolved mystery. Unless he was at his wits' end, Fang Yuan would not use Qi Gui. The situation was complex. The three sides were fighting. Fang Yuan had a special identity. Even though he was in Southern Border's Righteous Path camp, he was not reliable. There were too many factors affecting him. Wisdom path methods were being used. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He was thinking so hard that his brain was about to emit smoke. How could he escape? This problem was still unsolvable. Spring-autumn cicada? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Its body contained Providence. There was a huge risk of failure. Earlier, Fang Yuan used Providence's secret help to revive successfully. But now, he was standing on the opposite side of Heaven's will, and Heaven's will couldn't wait to tear him apart. In this situation, if Fang Yuan tried to revive using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would be lying to himself. Spring-Autumn Cicada's providence would directly get rid of him. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was suicide. Unless he used Shadow Sect's method to reverse refine it. But now how could Fang Yuan have the time to do so? That's not right. I can use time path methods to speed up the Immortal Aperture's time. That way I can give up on the Super Goo formation and hide in my Immortal Aperture. I can refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. No, that is not right. There are calamities and tribulations. Once the Immortal Aperture's time is sped up, calamities and tribulations will descend. It will be very difficult for Providence to control it. And my time path attainment level is too low. I have no confidence in refining a pure Spring-Autumn Cicada in a race against time. And this method requires me to give up on the Super Goo formation. It is a foolish choice. This was not right either. Fate was full of malice. It seemed to have lost all hope of survival. But Fang Yuan did not give up. He was still persevering. His willpower did not waver, even though the pressure was increasing. Fairy Myrtle's corrosion of the Super Goo formation had not stopped for even a moment. Persevere. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. He was not flustered, he was very calm. It was not that he had not encountered desperate situations before. On the contrary, he had encountered them many times. In this world, cultivating and struggling for life, no matter what choice one made, there would always be risks. Once a person walked to a higher place, it was like climbing a mountain without risks. How could there be gains and improvements? Even someone as strong as old ancestor Shui who, the number 1 rank 8 battle strength in northern plains, encountered danger. Snowy Mountain was destroyed, his hundreds of years of foundation was gone just like that. The plan to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Goo failed completely. Reverse Flow River was snatched away. Even his wife Lady Wanshou was heavily injured. For example, Celestial Court Goo Immortals by Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yang, these rank 8 great experts were high and mighty existences. In the end, they died in battle. Even their corpses were scattered outside, unable to return home. There was also Sword Immortal Bo Qing, and in Fang Yuan's previous life Feng Jioge, who died in battle while attacking Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was not Ma Hongyun, he was not the child of luck. Compared to these people, he was very ordinary. In fact, Ma Hongyun died in the end, but he had fortune rivaling heaven to protect him. Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living beings like dogs. no matter how talented or experienced a Gu immortal was in this world, they were all ordinary beings, they were treated equally. 500 years of previous life experience, compared to heaven and earth, what was it? The so-called scheming and deep foresight was just because he had experienced the fickleness of the world, he was familiar with the ways of the world. Manpower was limited, who did not make mistakes. Even rank 9 venerables were not immune, even Rinzu was deceived by wisdom Gu. On the contrary, providence was vast, it controlled the entire situation, the heavenly power of heaven and earth was endless. Resisting heaven as a human, how difficult was that? The same feeling was not only lingering in Fang Yuan's mind. Wuxia was also deeply moved. He was fighting. His opponent was a rank 7 righteous path Gu immortal. At this moment, the rank 6 immortal zombie Wuxia was at a disadvantage. Even though he had exquisite immortal killer moves, the opponent was too strong, Wuxia could only barely hold his ground. After the previous chaotic battle, Wuxia fell into the predicament of fighting alone, and the situation was precarious. Soul Beast Summoning. Wuxia used an immortal killer move, 3 ancient soul beasts surrounded him again. But his opponent, Xia Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, smiled in disdain. Not long ago when he faced soul beast summoning for the first time, he was flustered. But now, with more experience, Xia Clan's Gu immortal found a way to quickly restrain the ancient soul beasts. That was to use the giant dream realm. The intelligence of ancient soul beasts was still very low. As long as they used some schemes, Xia Clan's Gu immortal could lure these soul beasts into the dream realm. Souls entering the dream realm were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The essence of soul beasts was to condense their souls into corporeal bodies. Making full use of the surrounding environment was also one of the Gu immortal's battle attainments. As expected, soon the ancient soul beasts that Wuxia painstakingly summoned were dealt with by Xia Clan's Gu immortal. Wuxia smiled bitterly in his heart, he could not escape, he could only rely on others in this situation. Right at this time, his expression changed, he received Sixth Hair's message. Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. After Zishan Makoto woke up, he took the initiative to communicate with Fang Yuan, suggesting cooperation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was wary of Shadow Sect's information path methods. Even though they had mutual benefits, there was no progress. Wuxia did not expect that at this time Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Too late. The bitterness in Wuxia's heart intensified. Too late. It was too late. I don't know where Fang Yuan is, but my Shadow Sect has already made a move to save the main body. Sixth Hair sent another message. Fang Yuan needed an information path Gu worm to communicate with Wuxia. Fang Yuan could not communicate with Shadow Sect directly, Sixth Hair was usually the middleman. This was because the letter Gu used for communication were usually a pair. This way, crucial clues would be left behind for each other. Their location could be easily deduced and other information could be obtained. Give it to him. Wuxia thought about it, he did not reject. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Wuxia's mind. You are in a sorry state, Wuxia, you are about to be killed by Xia Clan. Where is your lead soul into Dream Killer move? Why don't you use it? Wuxia heard this and stared with wide-opened eyes, he was greatly shocked. Fang Yuan. He immediately transmitted, are you in this battlefield? What do you think? Fang Yuan chuckled, don't use soul beast summoning carelessly, you have already used it 3 times, the effect is getting worse, using it again will only increase the risk and waste immortal essence. Wuxia was shocked, Fang Yuan, you are here after all. Damn it, you actually managed to sneak in. When did you do it? Wait, don't tell me my opponent is you? Chapter 1371. Cooperate. Hearing Fang Yuan's suggestion, Wuxia could not help but show a complex expression. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's relationship could be said to be very complicated. Fang Yuan, who was half an otherworldly demon, was once a chess piece arranged by Providence, he staked it all and returned to the past, destroying Shadow Sect's plan. Fang Yuan, who succeeded in snatching the sovereign immortal Aperture Gu, became irreconcilable enemies with Shadow Sect. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, they wanted to tear Fang Yuan to pieces. However, Fang Yuan made full use of time and the advantage of the sovereign immortal body, he gradually became stronger and started to chase after Wuxia and the rest. If not for Wuxia and the rest making good use of the situation and having excellent escape methods, they would have already died in Fang Yuan's hands. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had already become strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shadow Sect was led by Zishan Makoto. They started to change their strategy and were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan. This was a turning point in the relationship between the two sides. Precisely because of this, at this moment when Fang Yuan suggested cooperation, Wuxia nodded and replied, "Let's cooperate then." Wuxia did not dislike cooperating with Fang Yuan. More accurately speaking, he had once disliked and hated it. When Zishan Makoto suggested it, he did not understand. But people changed. If it was during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Wuxia had just been born and was ignorant, he would not have thought of cooperating with his mortal enemy. When Shadow Sect was strong, Fang Yuan was as weak as an ant. Wuxia would not have been stupid enough to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After the huge loss on Etian Mountain, Wuxia hated Fang Yuan to the extreme. There was no basis for them to cooperate. Wuxia had been thinking about how to restore the former glory of the Shadow Sect. But as Fang Yuan's strength continued to soar, and as he chased after Wuxia and the others, the battered and exhausted Wuxia could not help but grow wary of Fang Yuan. Recently, Fang Yuan had chased them all the way to the northern plains. Other than the wariness Wuxia felt towards Fang Yuan, there was also a sense of fear. After the battle at the upflowing river, Wuxia developed a new feeling for Fang Yuan. That was admiration. Fang Yuan had done what Wuxia couldn't. It was no wonder he was chosen by Providence to return to the past to make things difficult for the Shadow Sect. It's not that I'm not strong, but my opponent is Fang Yuan. With this thought in mind, Wuxia suddenly realized that his failures along the way were not so hard to accept. "Oh, I can't hold on for much longer?" Wuxia asked directly. Fang Yuan raised his brows slightly. Wuxia's attitude was so straightforward, Fang Yuan was surprised. "Of course I will help you first. The celestial cord is too strong. We have to work together to have more hope." Fang Yuan sighed. He started to communicate with the Xia Clan Gu immortal who was fighting Wuxia. "Retreat? Why would I retreat? I have already probed my opponent's foundation. Victory is in my grasp." The Xia Clan Gu immortal did not understand. "The Yao Clan Gu immortal over there is in danger. He needs your help. Go, I am in charge of the situation. How can you see the big picture like me?" Fang Yuan was not polite at all. The Xia Clan Gu immortal was very unhappy, but because of Wu Yihai's identity and the fact that he was in control of the Super Gu formation, he could only snort inwardly and leave. "Then how are you going to help me? Hurry up and help." Wuxia urged, but suddenly his eyes opened wide. He was shocked to see that his opponent suddenly retreated, looking at him with an unresigned expression before flying away. "What are you arguing for? I am already helping you." Fang Yuan's voice could be heard at this moment. Wuxia's heart shook. He shouted, "You're still saying you are not an imposter? Or is he one of you?" "Enough nonsense. Tell me, what is your Shadow Sect's plan? Don't tell me you don't have a backup plan." Fang Yuan immediately asked. Wuxia smiled bitterly, replying, "We naturally have a backup plan, that is me." Rumble. An intense explosion occurred. From the surging air currents, Zishan Makoto flew out of the sky full of bright lights, charging down rapidly. "Why are you running? Come and fight." Behind him, Duke Long chased after him. At this moment, his long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his extremely robust body had changed greatly. Not only did his dragon horns grow longer and sharper, his 2 hands had turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swung behind him. His entire body was covered in a layer of thick and dense dragon scales. Zishan Makoto was in a sorry state, but his gaze was still clear and calm. Duke Long, in history he primarily cultivated Chi Path, but because of his lack of lifespan he also cultivated Transformation Path. Zishan Makoto thought to himself. Just his Transformation Path method is already so powerful, as expected of someone like Bo Qing. I should let him have a taste of this move first. Thinking of this, Zishan Makoto's body suddenly stopped. He agilely changed his direction and flew upwards. At the same time he flicked his fingers like he was plucking a string. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Endless purple starlight specks shot out from his fingertips, tearing through the sky and flying towards Duke Long. These starlight specks were dazzling. Not only were they extremely fast, they even left behind trails of light that were tens of feet long in the sky. It was very beautiful. Duke Long grunted. He felt that these small purple starlight specks were not simple. He quickly used his offensive methods to face them. But the purple starlight specks were very agile. They directly dodged and passed through the gaps in Duke Long's attacks, attacking Duke Long again. Duke Long saw this and praised inwardly, as expected of a wisdom path cultivator, most of his immortal killer moves are flexible and changeable, especially this move. It can be said to be outstanding among them. In this aspect I cannot compare to him. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had many thoughts. They were most skilled at manipulating immortal killer moves and making complex attacks with many variations. Why should I waste time on him? Playing to my strengths and avoiding my weaknesses is a wise move. Duke Long did not care about these purple starlight specks. He relied on his powerful defense to charge forward amidst the starlight specks. Seeing this, Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He finally fell for my trap. It turned out that his killer move had another layer of profundity. After coming into contact with any immortal killer move, it could transmit some trivial information to Zishan Makoto's mind. Countless fragmented pieces of information continuously merged together to form the profundity of the opponent's immortal killer move. As long as he gathered enough information, Zishan Makoto could counter Duke Long's defensive methods and counterattack. Duke Long chose to counterattack after confirming the extent of the purple starlight spec's offense. This was no doubt what Zishan Makoto wanted. Zishan Makoto felt a headache towards Duke Long's defenses. Gathering information needed time. Zishan Makoto used another immortal killer move. He pushed with both palms, a large amount of clouds and mist appeared, blocking Duke Long's advance. Duke Long's dragon pupils shined with sharp light. He took a few glances and immediately saw the effect of this immortal killer move. He laughed out loud and directly charged into the light purple mist. In an instant he could not distinguish north from south. He completely lost his sense of direction. Duke Long stopped and floated on the spot. He opened his mouth and let out a loud dragon roar. The dragon roar resounded in all directions. The light purple mist continued to disperse until it dissipated. Duke Long saw Zishan Makoto again. He was still retreating, trying to pull apart the distance between him and Duke Long. Duke Long smiled and suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. "Eat my fist." Duke Long shouted and punched with his right fist without any fancy moves. This was not an immortal killer move. In such a short period of time, Duke Long still needed to concentrate and maintain his defensive killer moves, so he did not use any other immortal killer moves. However, with the strength of his current physical body, this ordinary straight punch was still very lethal. Bam! Zishan Makoto could not dodge in time and was hit by Duke Long's punch. But his chest that was hit shone with profound light. It did not cause much damage to him. Zishan Makoto naturally had outstanding defensive methods. After Duke Long's punch landed, Zishan Makoto was unscathed. He even used the force of this punch to retreat rapidly. But at the next moment, Duke Long appeared beside Zishan Makoto again and punched. Bam! The same scene happened again, but Duke Long persevered. No matter how far Zishan Makoto flew, he seemed to be able to teleport over and punch Zishan Makoto. Duke Long's punches were like a tidal wave, unceasing. Fist shadows flew all over the place and enveloped Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was like a rubber ball that was sent flying by Duke Long. He could only take the beating passively. Zishan Makoto's body continued to shine with mystical lights, resisting Duke Long's punches. Duke Long's punches soon became no longer simple. Chaotic Dragon Fist. An immortal killer move was activated. But the effect was not good. Duke Long thought, "My chaotic dragon fist can cause chaos in the opponent's mind once it hits them. My punches are unceasing. The opponent's thoughts are often chaotic and they can only take the beating passively. But if it's used on him, it won't work at all." At Duke Long's level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Duke Long's transformation path killer moves had the effect of wisdom path. But when used on a wisdom path Gu immortal like Zishan Makoto, it was like displaying one's slight skill before an expert. When Duke Long dealt with other enemies, he could often use chaotic dragon fist to beat them to death. But against Zishan Makoto, he could only gain the upper hand. While Duke Long was probing Zishan Makoto's wisdom path attainment, Zishan Makoto was also analyzing Duke Long. Even though he was taking the beating, his mind was calm as ice. He did not show any signs of panic. Wisdom path had three main points: thoughts, wills and emotions. Zishan Makoto naturally had methods to get rid of some negative emotions in battle. Duke Long's movement technique is clearly an immortal killer move that allows him to teleport continuously. His dragon eyes are also activating another immortal killer move at all times. Its investigative ability is very strong. Chapter 1372. At the next moment, Zishan Makoto suddenly snapped his fingers. An immortal killer move was activated. Purple light quickly spread to the surrounding thousands of steps. Duke Long's figure stopped. He could no longer use teleportation to get close to Zishan Makoto. I was seen through. His reaction is really fast. Wisdom Path Gu immortals are as troublesome as ever. Duke Long stopped attacking, sighing internally. His movement killer move was activated based on the dragon roar earlier. He could use his killer move to teleport to the places that the dragon roar had once covered. Of course, this had a time limit. Zishan Makoto saw through this. He quickly used wisdom path methods to simulate the effect of sound path, purifying the surrounding environment. Duke Long's movement skill had no use now. It lost its effect. In that case, let's try this move. Duke Long floated in the air, his mouth slightly opened. Two of his teeth suddenly fell off, and they expanded rapidly with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the two teeth turned into snow-white dragon teeth that resembled scimitars. Duke Long breathed in deeply. After preparing for a few breaths of time, he suddenly activated an immortal killer move. Spiraling dragon teeth. Two snow-white dragon teeth shot out rapidly. Their speed greatly surpassed Zishan Makoto. They quickly caught up. The dragon teeth were like scimitars. They continuously moved around Zishan Makoto. Every time they slashed, a dazzling light would appear on Zishan Makoto's body. You want to use this method to restrain me? Dragon teeth are solid. They are different from ordinary killer moves. Zishan Makoto immediately felt the pressure increasing. The dragon teeth's attack power was no small matter. Zishan Makoto quickly realized that he had to unravel this immortal killer move as soon as possible. Lord Z has already used his old techniques, but he's still gradually being pushed into a disadvantageous position by Duke Long. As Wuxia flew, he paid attention to the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. His view was very good. In such a complicated battle environment, he could actually see the battle of two rank 8 Gu immortals. So far, both sides were still probing each other. It was obvious that Duke Long was stronger than Zishan Makoto. In terms of combat power, Duke Long was comparable to Bo Qing, while Zishan Makoto was naturally weaker. Even though the latter was at the peak of rank 8 battle strength. Lord Z's strength will continue to weaken, because he has to constantly use immortal killer moves to create incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open dream realms. This process required him to continuously divide his own soul. It was extremely painful. Wuxia was deeply worried. Zishan Makoto was not Duke Long's match to begin with, and now he had to continuously create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. When Zishan Makoto's methods were discovered by Duke Long, Zishan Makoto would be defeated. Quick, quick, quick. Wuxia urged himself. He naturally would not tell Fang Yuan about this. Even though both sides wanted to cooperate, they had not signed any information path alliance agreement. Wuxia still did not trust Fang Yuan. But to sign an alliance agreement, not to mention that the current situation did not allow it, even if the situation allowed it, Fang Yuan would not dare to sign it. Both sides wanted to cooperate, but they did not trust each other. Because of the huge enemy, the Celestial Court, they had no choice but to cooperate. Found it, southeast of you, there is a cocoon of light that is about to form. Quickly go there. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Wuxia took a look and hesitated. If he followed Fang Yuan's directions, he would have to go deep into Southern Border's Righteous Path territory. There were many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals there. Was Fang Yuan reliable? Was this a trap to lure him? Wuxia's hesitation was unavoidable. If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you earlier. Fang Yuan's words could be heard again as if he knew Wuxia's thoughts. Wuxia had to admit that Fang Yuan was right, but he soon thought, maybe Fang Yuan does not want me to die but wants to capture me alive? To capture me alive, he would need to make some arrangements. There might be a Gu formation or a battlefield killer move there. But this time, Wuxia shook his head, no longer hesitating. He wanted to take a gamble. At this moment he had to take the gamble. Following the direction Fang Yuan pointed, he flew towards it. Soon he encountered a Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortal. Oh no! Wuxia's heart jumped. That Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortal also discovered him. But just as he was about to pounce on Wuxia, his expression suddenly changed. After hesitating for a moment, he flew away with a strange expression, opening a path. How can this be? Wuxia was shocked. This was the second time. Could it be that he was also Fang Yuan's man? But if his expression did not seem right. It was very strange, like he was unwilling but also somewhat angry. Wuxia became more confused as he thought about it. He continued to move forward. Fourth. He encountered 2 more southern border righteous path Gu immortals, but they both retreated on their own. This was naturally the result of Fang Yuan's manipulation. He used the reason of looking at the big picture to mobilize the southern border righteous path Gu immortals. The reason was very simple. For example, that place needs you more, a friend from a certain place is in danger, if you don't go he will die, and don't bother with this mere rank 6 immortal zombie, I have already arranged for people to deal with him. All these reasons allowed Wuxia's advance to be extremely smooth. No one could have expected that Wu Yihai would collude with Shadow Sect. Who among the southern border righteous path Gu immortals could have thought of this? At this moment, the Celestial Court had not publicly announced Fang Yuan's true identity. With Fang Yuan's help, Wuxia got closer to his destination. There is a cocoon of light forming here? The rank 7 expert He Ting suddenly had an unexpected discovery. Lightning burst out of his body, bringing him towards the cocoon of light. Stop! Wuxia, who had just arrived, saw this and shouted anxiously. He Ting was also curious. Who is this? He actually got so deep into this place. Wuxia's shout did not disturb him. He was already very close to the cocoon of light. He was about to succeed. But at the next moment, He Ting's vision changed. He was forcefully teleported into the Super Gu formation. Lord Wu Yihai. I was about to. He Ting reacted and shouted. This was simply a useless teammate. He was about to succeed. I know, but there is a place that needs your battle strength. Don't worry, I noticed that cocoon of light in the enemy long ago. I will deal with it. Fang Yuan interrupted He Ting's words. He Ting wanted to speak again, but his vision changed again. This time he was teleported to another place. This Wu Yihai, he thinks he can use me as a pawn just because he is controlling the Gu formation? He Ting was very unhappy, but he did not suspect Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan did not teleport him away. Beside him, there was a southern border Gu immortal who was about to be killed by Fairy Miao Yin. He Ting quickly joined the battle, throwing his displeasure towards Fang Yuan to the back of his mind. Wuxia felt like he was in a dream. Seeing that He Ting was going to attack the cocoon of light, he had almost lost all hope. But at the next moment he went from hell to heaven. This change was too sudden, it was a pleasant surprise. Wuxia was a little dazed. When he reacted, he used an information path Gu worm to contact Fang Yuan, shouting, You are actually controlling the Super Gu formation. What is your identity now? Fang Yuan knew that he could not hide it now, he exposed it. What other identity can I have? The current Wu Yihai is me. Wuxia heard this and his eyes almost popped out. This answer was too shocking. When did it happen, and what method did Fang Yuan use to infiltrate to this extent? After accepting this reality, Wuxia came to a realization. No wonder these southern border righteous path Gu immortals took the initiative to retreat. And their expressions, Wuxia felt it was quite funny. But soon, Wuxia's heart jumped again. Fang Yuan has unraveled dream, he has been hiding here for so long without anyone discovering him. He must be plotting something. There must be a huge gain. So close. If not for Lord Z's meticulous planning and catching the righteous path off guard with Fang Yuan here, it would have been a huge problem for our Shadow Sect. Wuxia's emotions continued to change. After shock, realization and palpitation, he finally arrived in front of the cocoon of light. This aura. This is rank 7 cocoon of light. Wuxia was excited. How can I be wrong with my choice? Why aren't you taking action? Fang Yuan smiled. Wuxia nodded, immediately activating an immortal killer move. This killer move took effect quickly. In an instant, the cocoon of light that had yet to form stabilized and condensed. Wuxia's soul and Gu worms entered the cocoon of light. And his rank 6 immortal zombie body was directly abandoned. The cocoon of light broke, rank 7 Wuxia appeared. Don't resist, I will send you on your way. Fang Yuan's voice resounded, Wuxia obeyed. At the next moment, Wuxia was teleported far away. He saw Duke Long and Zishan Makoto fighting intensely. Without hesitation, Wuxia activated his trump card. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Duke Long's expression changed in an instant, he fell into his own dream. At once he lost control of the outside world. Zishan Makoto was stunned. What's going on? Is this a scheme? But soon he received Wuxia's transmission. I am here, Lord Z, I am now a rank 7 Dream Path Gu Immortal. Zishan Makoto was overjoyed, his plan was finally activated. There were some twists and turns in the process. I was able to exchange for the immortal body with Fang Yuan's help. He is currently using Wu Yihai's identity to control Southern Border's Super Gu formation. He wants to cooperate with you. Oh. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with bright light. Good, send my information path Gu Worm to him, I need to talk to him directly. Chapter 1373. Duke Long entered Dream. After obtaining the rank 7 immortal body, he burst out with immense strength. He changed the situation of the rank 8 Gu Immortals with one move. Duke Long fell into a dream realm, unable to get out. Purple Mountain True Monarch used this chance to retaliate fiercely. Rumble, explosions could be heard continuously, but countless dragon shadows appeared on Duke Long's body. There were also countless moving dragon-shaped tattoos on his skin. Such a powerful defensive killer move. Zishan Makoto could not do anything to Duke Long at this moment. Like Zishan Makoto, Duke Long had many defensive methods, among which were many outstanding killer moves. These killer moves were similar to Bai Qin Tian's Proud Wood Armor killer move. This killer move would turn into Dao marks and be engraved on the Gu Immortal's body. Normally, it would remain hidden, but once it was attacked, the killer move would activate on its own. It did not require the Gu Immortal's thoughts to control it, it only required the Gu Immortal's immortal essence. This was similar to Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was also a top-tier killer move, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But this move was even more outstanding than Bai Qin Tian's Wood Armor, Duke Long and Zishan Makoto's defensive methods. Because Ghostly Concealment was not only self-contained, it could be used at all times. And most importantly, it did not expend any immortal essence. A killer move that could be activated continuously without using any immortal essence. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's supreme method. In the eyes of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, Fang Yuan, and the others, it was unimaginable, they could not decipher its profundity. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of white light rotated as they landed on Zishan Makoto's body. It was the spiraling Dragon Fang killer move that Duke Long used earlier. After 2 rays of light, these 2 dragon fangs returned, but they still circled around Zishan Makoto, waiting for a chance to attack again. This killer move does not need a Gu Immortal to control it? How troublesome. Zishan Makoto frowned slightly. Fortunately, I've been activating the Purple Thought Insight Spiritual Starlight all this time. Zishan Makoto shouted, and countless starlight rays shot out from the pores all over his body. Starlight flew out, circling around Duke Long and shooting at him. When the starlight landed on Duke Long's body, it was destroyed by the layers of defense on his body. But then, a series of information was instilled into Zishan Makoto's mind. Quick, kill him. Wuxia shouted in his heart as he watched the battle from afar. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was also paying close attention to Zishan Makoto's battle. How stubborn. Fallen Demon Dao, you are beyond redemption. Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Gu formation again. Fang Yuan helped Wuxia and indirectly caused Duke Long to enter the dream. Fairy Myrtle saw all of this. However, if you think Lord Duke Long will fail because of this, you are gravely mistaken. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle laughed lightly. I have to thank you for activating the Super Gu formation several times, allowing me to see through many principles of the Gu formation. Don't you feel that this Super Gu formation is gradually losing control of you? The corrosion is indeed increasing, but you don't need to bluff. Fang Yuan sneered. Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Ha! Although you came with great momentum this time, your true battle strength is only at this level, right? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. In fact, as long as we send another rank 8 Gu Immortal like you, we can sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower has not sent one yet. On the contrary, you have to secretly infiltrate the Super Gu formation from the back. Duke Long will also have to personally participate in the battle. Even if you know my true identity, you did not publicize it and let it be exposed. Other than not having any evidence, your plan is to borrow Southern Border's Righteous Path strength to deal with Shadow Sect together, right? Of course, there is another reason. Even if my identity is exposed, Southern Border's Righteous Path will be convinced, but this Super Gu formation is still in my hands. This crucial point will not change because of my exposure. You infiltrated the Super Goo formation because you want to control this huge bargaining chip. All of this shows that your celestial court is all bark and no bite. You do not have many powerful rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Myrtle became silent. She could not help but recall a scene from many days ago. Back then she was researching Star Constellation chessboard. This immortal goo house had always been kept in Celestial Court's treasury. Only after Duke Long woke up did he have the authority to take it out and let Fairy Myrtle use it. During the process of using it, Fairy Myrtle could feel the supreme profundity of this immortal goo house. This immortal goo house is indeed worthy of being a wisdom path immortal goo house created by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It can actually increase my deduction ability by several times. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle had a look of yearning and admiration. Her wisdom path deduction ability was very powerful to begin with. Suddenly increasing by several times, it almost gave Fairy Myrtle the illusion that she had ascended to the current era. Unfortunately, even though my deduction ability is strong, I still need crucial clues. There are too few clues, it is hard to deduce. Fairy Myrtle's expression dimmed slightly. She thought of not long ago when the Central Continent Goo Immortals were chased by old ancestor Xuehu in Longevity Heaven. Because of Longevity Heaven's methods, they concealed the clues. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce the location of the Central Continent Goo Immortals. Thus, without knowing the direction and location of the reinforcements, it was hard to send them. Then she thought of Fang Yuan. All along the Celestial Court had been trying to kill this person. But they had always lacked crucial clues. When making deductions, because Fang Yuan had defensive methods, he could hold on for some time and give timely warnings. Thus, Fang Yuan's whereabouts were not in the Celestial Court's control. Fairy Myrtle sighed faintly. Right at this time, Star Constellation chessboard in her hand started to devour her immortal essence. It started to move on its own. Providence burst out of Star Constellation chessboard. It floated in the air and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's appearance. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle was very shocked. Star Constellation chessboard had always been Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's possession, even though she had died long ago. The reason why Fairy Myrtle could use this immortal goo house was because she had borrowed it. Z-Wei, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has descended. Are you not going to greet her? Duke Long arrived in time, appearing behind Fairy Myrtle. But this is Providence. As a wisdom path goo immortal, Fairy Myrtle could naturally see the essence of this will. Of course it is Providence. But you are too young, you do not know this secret. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already assimilated with Providence. Even though her immortal body is gone, her will has always been lingering in the 5 regions of heaven and earth. She is already one with heaven and earth. Duke Long's words were shocking. He did not stop there. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dazed. She was extremely shocked. In this case, doesn't that mean Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has eternal life? If Providence is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, doesn't that mean the whole world is standing on the Celestial Court's side? But Duke Long shook his head and sighed. It should be said that the Celestial Court is standing on Providence's side. After assimilating with Providence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is no longer the original her. This is a great sacrifice. In the past, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself to change Providence for the sake of humanity. Since then, Providence has been manifested in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's form, but it is still Providence in essence. Fairy Myrtle's gaze flickered. She was a wisdom path goo immortal. She immediately understood. In the past, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself for the sake of humanity and assimilated with Providence. The essence of Providence did not change, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable changed some things. For example, the appearance of Providence, or maybe, there was also a trace of humanistic care towards the Celestial Court. This might be the reason why the Celestial Court followed Providence's path all the way until now, even after so many years. The great era is coming, the 5 regions will merge into one. Fate has already reached a crucial juncture. The will of the stars spoke as he stretched out his right hand. Providence flew out of his right hand and floated in the air, turning into the image of a southern border supergoo formation. Here, a crucial battle is about to begin. The result of this battle will influence the whole world. Spectral Soul is already extremely weak. Shadow Sect's remnant forces have gathered here. There is also Fang Yuan. He is impersonating Wu Yihai and is hiding in southern border's righteous path. These are a group of people who defy fate. They are the source of chaos. If we get rid of them, we can repair Fate Immortal Goo better. However, this time, the celestial court will only allow the two of you to fight. The will of the stars spoke slowly. What? Fairy Myrtle did not understand. The foundation of the celestial court was very deep. They had discovered the battle of Etion Mountain too late. The rank 8 Gu immortals of the celestial court were not enough to turn the situation around. Now that they received the reminder from the will of the stars, they had plenty of time. The celestial court had a lot of time to prepare. The celestial court could gather more forces and suppress them. But the will of the stars told Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long that only the two of them were allowed to fight. This is something that is destined to happen. After the battle of Etion Mountain, the change in fate has greatly weakened. Fate Immortal Gu has recovered. Fate has regained control of the universe. The two of you will definitely win this time. Do not disturb the existence of the celestial court and the hibernation of the Gu immortals. They have more important uses. The foundation of the celestial court cannot be reduced, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard. Do not use the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sections. Make sure to preserve their lives. In the next 10 years, the celestial court needs more rank 8 Gu immortals to hibernate. Remember this, remember this. The will of the stars explained a lot. Fairy Myrtle obtained a lot of information, but these made her even more puzzled. She found that even though she was a member of the celestial court, she knew too little about the celestial court. Although this colossus had an extremely deep foundation, it was not like she had imagined. It could do whatever it wanted. Chapter 1374. The celestial court had some misgivings, but the will of the stars did not clearly tell them what these misgivings were. After the will of the stars spoke, it dissipated into the air. Ziwei, don't look at me like that. Although I have a long lifespan, the secrets I know are not as many as you think. To tell you the truth, this is the second time in my life that I have seen the will of the stars descend on their own. Duke Long sighed deeply. After pausing for a while, he continued, we need to believe in the will of the stars and do as it says. We will definitely win this time, this is destined. Duke Long's unwavering emotions affected Fairy Myrtle. Afterwards, the celestial court acted according to the instructions of the will of the stars. Duke Long and the rest did not go against it at all. Heaven Overseeing Tower was obstructed several times by Zishan Makoto while traveling in White Heaven. It carried Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and many Gu immortals from the 10 great ancient sects to participate in this crucial battle. Fang Yuan's analysis was not wrong. Even though Fang Yuan could not understand why the celestial court did not send more Gu immortals, this did not hinder him from seeing through the details of the celestial court. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan made the decision to use the Super Gu formation to help Wuxia, thus affecting the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. Using Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan successfully obtained an information path Gu worm from Wuxia. This information path Gu worm could directly communicate with Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan helped Wuxia gain the trust of the Shadow Sect. Otherwise, how could he have gotten this Gu worm? This Gu worm had a close connection with Zishan Makoto. With it, it was equivalent to grasping a key clue, and it would be easier to deduce Zishan Makoto's whereabouts. Therefore, this kind of thing had always been kept strictly. Because of this special situation, Zishan Makoto handed the information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. If it were any other time, both sides would have to establish an information path alliance. The moment he obtained the information path Gu worm, Zishan Makoto contacted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I have to thank you. Zishan Makoto is a good name. Thank you for giving me this name. I like it very much. Fang Yuan himself did not expect that the lie he had used to deceive Tai by Yunxing would become reality one day. Zishan Makoto had very experienced interpersonal skills. This opening speech eliminated the estrangement between him and Fang Yuan, greatly pulling their relationship closer. Fang Yuan smiled, then I will call you Zishan Makoto. You have already received my sincerity. Our cooperation is not just a one-sided investment. Now it is time for you to express your sincerity. Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long fiercely while replying, Alright, what do you want? He knew that the strength Fang Yuan possessed was crucial in the current situation, so he did not hesitate. Fang Yuan immediately said, Heavenly crystals. I need large amounts of heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals were too difficult to obtain. Although they were sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, they were very rare and the quantity was very small, completely unable to satisfy Fang Yuan's needs. but Shadow Sect had them. Fang Yuan did not doubt this. Although Shadow Sect was in ruins and suffered great losses, they did not lack resources. Fang Yuan could clearly sense this from his repeated pursuit of Wuxia and the others. As expected, Zishan Makoto immediately agreed. Sure, I do have large amounts of heavenly crystals, I can give them to you to express my sincerity. You want heavenly crystals to mature the upper extreme heavenly eagle, right? Your idea is very reliable. Reverse flow protection seal cannot be used casually. But even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle matures into a true immemorial desolate beast, it will not be under your control. I know your enslavement path methods very well. But don't worry, I still have a method for you to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Zishan Makoto's words made Fang Yuan overjoyed and inwardly praised Zishan Makoto's prowess. Zishan Makoto was very magnanimous, directly giving up heavenly crystals in exchange for Fang Yuan's support without hesitation. He was in a passive position, thus he said the latter part, using the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle to entice Fang Yuan. This was turning from defense to offense, taking the initiative from passivity. As expected of a rank 8 wisdom path Gu immortal, his words were filled with wisdom, making Fang Yuan feel the scent of a formidable opponent. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, "It is not impossible to add another method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But right now there is something more important to do." He said this as if he really had a method to control the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. This made Zishan Makoto feel that he did not have much bargaining chips. Zishan Makoto laughed. What is more important? It is to stop the battle between our two sides. Fang Yuan said. This matter was beneficial to Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, but it was not beneficial to Celestial Court. Immediately, Zishan Makoto ordered to recall the remaining Gu immortals of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan also ordered. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not understand, because of Fang Yihai's identity and the fact that he controlled the Gu formation, they chose to obey. Both sides started to retreat, separating from each other. Shadow Sect suffered more losses, only Wuxia by Ning Bing He Lulan Fairy Miaoyin, and some others were left. Southern Border's Righteous Path suffered losses, but it was not a big deal, they still had quite a large force. However, Shadow Sect's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies continued to break out of their cocoons, their forces continued to grow while the dream realms continued to disappear. This situation was the most disadvantageous to Celestial Court. The difference in strength between both sides is starting to shrink. How will Celestial Court deal with this? Fang Yuan paid attention to Celestial Court's movements. Duke Long continued to sleep, while Fairy Myrtle accelerated her invasion of the Super Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was still fighting with Zui Yihui. Boom. Zui Yihui jumped up, waving its left claw and slamming Heaven Overseeing Tower to the ground. Heaven Overseeing Tower flickered with pure white light, it was not damaged. Zui Yihui opened its mouth and spat out a Grey Knight killer move. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. The two killer moves collided, Grey Knight dissipated in the white light, Zui Yihui's bones were broken, it was sent flying far away. But almost at the next moment, it used an immortal killer move, all of its damage disappeared. Returning to its peak state, Zui Yihui growled again, it attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with hatred and anger. A sigh came from Heaven Overseeing Tower, and then it rose into the sky. Zui Yihui also had a flying killer move, it flew into the sky and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. The Central Continent Gu immortals in the tower had nervous and anxious expressions. Damn it! This immemorial desolate beast has thick skin and flesh, it can use killer moves, Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot do anything to it in the short term. What do we do? Lord Duke Long was plotted against, he fell into a dream realm and is attacked by that rank 8 demon. Get out. We need to send reinforcements to reinforce Lord Duke Long. If this continues it will not be good. But before Lord Duke Long left, he instructed us to stay inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and not move around alone. That was then and this is now. We have rank 8 Gu immortals too, and Lord Duke Long is in danger, he has lost control of the situation. If we do not send reinforcements, Lord Duke Long will be in danger. After some discussion, Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked fiercely, forcing Zui Yihui back temporarily, creating a chance. Two Central Continent Gu immortals used this chance to fly out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, rushing towards Duke Long. Haha, two rats came out. Zui Yihui laughed, its eyes shining with a ruthless light. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The two Central Continent Gu immortals' bodies froze, like they had encountered a natural enemy. An immense sense of danger engulfed them. They could not control themselves. Crack. Zui Hui slammed its mouth shut. It was clearly far away from the two Central Continent Gu immortals, but when it bit, it felt like it was biting these two Central Continent Gu immortals. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. At the same time, the two Central Continent Gu immortals were bleeding profusely. There were terrifying wounds all over their bodies. Their organs were pierced by sharp weapons. Their bodies were completely mutilated. This is a food path killer move. It is hard to defend against. Zui Hui has human intelligence. It knows how to avoid the enemy's weakness. Quick, bring these two back. Heaven Overseeing Tower quickly tried to save them. Thankfully, the two Central Continent Rank 8s had powerful methods to save themselves. They barely escaped with their lives. They were not eaten by Zui Hui. After surviving, the Central Continent Gu immortals realized how terrifying Zui Hui was. As expected of the legendary immemorial desolate beast, reckless savage. How can we save Lord Duke Long now? Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower in. It is too dangerous. If we get sent into a dream realm and lose Heaven Overseeing Tower, can we bear the responsibility? Right when the Central Continent Gu immortals were at their wits' end, Duke Long was in the greatest danger in history. Zishan Makoto's killer move finally took effect. He broke through Duke Long's defensive methods. Get rid of them. Zishan Makoto flew to Duke Long's side, breathing out a mouthful of purple chi. This mystical aura enveloped Duke Long's body, breaking apart the layers of defenses on his body. Immortal killer move, will unraveling. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with purple light. He used a killer move on Duke Long. But at this moment, Duke Long opened his eyes. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. Zishan Makoto flew out of the dust cloud, while Duke Long stood on the spot. He had woken up. How did he escape so quickly? Wuxia was shocked. He quickly used Lead Soul into dream again. Zishan Makoto felt something amiss. Duke Long's awakening was too much of a coincidence. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Duke Long vanished instantly. Wuxia suffered the backlash of the killer move. He had actually fallen into a dream. This move seems to be called Lead Soul into Dream. It is a good move indeed. Unfortunately, if I had more time, I would have been able to understand its profundity. Duke Long spoke slowly. Zishan Makoto's vigilant expression was reflected in his cold dragon eyes. Duke Long continued, "As for you, if you only have these methods, you will not be able to take my next move. Because this was created by primordial origin immortal venerable." Chapter 1375. After Duke Long said this, his aura suddenly changed. He had just repelled Zishan Makoto, and also caused Wuxia's Lead Soul into Dream to fail. His aura was shocking. He was like a giant dragon that was charging into the sky. But now his aura was starting to fall bit by bit. It was not appropriate to say that it was falling. Instead, it was tamping down and condensing. His majestic aura was becoming more and more condensed. After a few breaths of time, Duke Long's aura was completely restrained. His entire being was like a bottomless abyss, mysterious and unfathomable. Zishan Makoto was on high alert. In his senses, Duke Long in this state was far more dangerous than Duke Long with his earth-shattering aura. Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Next, his entire body vanished on the spot. Oh no! Zishan Makoto's heart sank. Duke Long was using the same trick. He had once used this method to move towards Zishan Makoto and use Chaotic Dragon Fist to suppress Zishan Makoto. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, even if they saw through Duke Long's plan, they might not be able to react in time. But Zishan Makoto was different. He cultivated Wisdom Path and could think very quickly. Almost at the same time as Duke Long roared, Zishan Makoto had already finished thinking and made a response. In the previous fight, Zishan Makoto had seen through the profundity of Duke Long's teleportation. He used the same trick now and purified the surrounding dragon roar. Sure enough, at the next moment, Duke Long's teleportation ended and he reappeared in front of Zishan Makoto. But this time he did not succeed in getting close. He was still several hundred steps away from Zishan Makoto. But for Duke Long this distance was enough. Human Chi return. He shouted and waved at Zishan Makoto. His gesture of welcoming was ordinary and unremarkable, as if a friend was casually greeting him. However, Zishan Makoto was hit hard in an instant. A large amount of human energy gushed out from his body and rushed uncontrollably towards Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, it entered Duke Long's palm and quickly disappeared. With such a huge loss of popularity, Zishan Makoto's eye sockets immediately sunk. His face suddenly became incomparably pale, and his originally bright purple hair became dull and dull. A feeling of weakness from the bottom of his heart filled Zishan Makoto's entire body. In the depth of Zishan Makoto's eyes, a light of fear flashed. When he heard Duke Long's shout, he immediately thought of a famous Chi Path killer move. Triple Chi Reversion. This killer move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It had two well-known characteristics. The first was that it was very hard to practice. This killer move was extremely complex. The goo worms were huge in scale, and there were so many steps to activate them that even Wisdom Path goo immortals would feel dizzy. The second characteristic was that there was a huge risk. Because the killer move itself was very complex, if the goo immortal made a slight mistake when activating it, it would result in failure and backlash, harming the user. If the killer move was activated successfully and could not hit the enemy, this killer move would return and harm the user. Triple Chi Reversion's destructive power was extremely terrifying. This had to be explained from Immortal Ascension. When mortals ascended to Immortal, they focused on the three Chi: Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi. The Goo Master continued to cultivate from rank 1 to rank 5, accumulating Human Chi in the process. When they ascended to Immortal, the Goo Master would absorb Heaven and Earth Chi, fusing the three Chi into one. The Goo Master would adjust it meticulously before using their vital goo to detonate and create an immortal aperture. The more Human Chi the Goo Master had, the more Heaven and Earth Chi they could fuse. The immortal aperture that they created would be of a higher grade. Normally speaking, having one of the 10 extreme physiques meant having dense Human Chi far surpassing mortals. Or the Goo Master's own accumulation. No matter what path it was, as long as they had Grandmaster attainment level, they would have dense Human Chi. After forming an immortal aperture, be it cultivating or managing the immortal aperture, the Goo Immortal would need to balance the three Chi. Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, Human Chi, none of them could be lacking or the balance would be lost. For example, after Feng Yuan obtained a secluded domain of heaven and earth like reverse flow river, the sovereign immortal aperture's heaven and earth Chi was greatly depleted. He had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth Chi from the outside world to replenish the deficiency and maintain the balance of the three Chi. Regarding the three Chi, no matter which Goo Immortal, even Venerables, could not be careless. The 5 regions in the world had slight differences in heaven and earth Chi. Goo Immortals who were not born and raised here would often cause damage to their immortal aperture if they absorbed the heaven and earth Chi of other regions. Even though they could replenish it temporarily, it could only be used in emergencies. Once it was used many times, it would not work. Goo Immortals who died in other regions could also form blessed lands. For example, in the Battle of Luopa Valley, many Central Continent Goo Immortals died in battle. Their immortal apertures formed blessed lands in northern plains. But because they absorbed the heaven and earth Chi of other regions, the blessed land's foundation and resources would be greatly damaged. After saying so much, he wanted to say, heaven, earth, and Human Chi were very important to the immortal aperture and the Goo Immortal. Any slight difference would cause severe damage to the immortal aperture. And this immortal killer move, Triple Chi Retraction, was created to target this point. It directly attacked the immortal aperture's foundation. It was a combination of consecutive moves and variant moves. Thus, the Goo Immortal who used this killer move needed to have very high technique. Triple Chi Retraction had 3 styles. First style, Human Chi Retraction. After the target is hit, their Human Chi would be greatly affected. Their foundation would be greatly reduced. Of course, if there was no Human Chi like Desolate Beasts, this move would have no effect. Second style, Earth Chi Retraction. If they were hit, the Earth Chi in the Goo Immortal's immortal aperture would be extracted crazily. The Earth Chi would be severely damaged, the balance of the three Chi would be completely lost, and the immortal aperture would be in grave danger. Third style, Heaven Chi Retraction. This was extracting Heaven Chi. After being hit by 3 moves, the immortal aperture would collapse instantly. Zishan Makoto retreated rapidly. He was already hit by Human Chi Retraction. If he was hit by Earth Chi Retraction as well, the disadvantage would be unbearable. Towards this move, even though Zishan Makoto knew its origin, this was the first time he was facing it, he could not break it in a short period of time. Because this move was very complex, the more complex an immortal killer move was, the more difficult it was to activate, but it was also harder for the enemy to break it. You can't generalize everything. Everything has its pros and cons. Since Zishan Makoto could not break it, he could only use his methods. His figure instantly split into many different forms. At once, he turned into hundreds of Zishan Makoto, spreading out and flying around. At the same time, his main body turned invisible, vanishing. Even though triple chi retraction was very powerful, if it could not hit its target, it would lose its effect. However, Duke Long was not moved. Zishan Makoto's response was within his expectations. Immediately, he sneered. His voice was not loud, but it spread to the whole battlefield. Too late, Zishan Makoto, you were hit by my human chi retraction. You will not be able to dodge my next two moves, you can only endure it. Come, Earth Chi retraction. Duke Long paused for a moment before summoning again. What he said was not a bluff. Duke Long was clearly not waving in the right direction. Duke Long did not deliberately investigate, he did not know where Zishan Makoto's main body was, but Zishan Makoto was still hit instantly. Zishan Makoto was moved. A vast amount of earth chi surged out of his immortal aperture like a surging river, surging into Duke Long's palm before being absorbed and vanishing. Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture was heavily damaged, its foundation was completely destroyed, the balance of 3 chi was already lost, the immortal aperture would collapse in a few breaths of time. At this time, Zishan Makoto had no choice but to make a choice. That was to place the aperture. Directly place the aperture here. This way he could absorb heaven and earth chi and restore the balance of 3 chi. But Zishan Makoto immediately chose to give up on this choice. This was a terrible solution. Because once Zishan Makoto placed the aperture, his main body would appear in his immortal aperture. It was like leaving the battlefield temporarily, he would lose his initiative. And most importantly, the grotto heaven of the immortal aperture could only absorb heaven and earth chi when the door was opened. This was a necessary channel of communication. But outside there was still Duke Long eyeing him. If the immortal aperture's door was opened and Duke Long charged in, he could casually cause terrifying damage to the immortal aperture. And he could fight and retreat at will, Zishan Makoto would be trapped in his immortal aperture. Even if I place the aperture and restore the earth chi, my balance of 3 chi has already been lost because there is too little human chi. And to restore human chi, I do not have the corresponding human path method. Only by purchasing large numbers of humans or variant humans can I do it. All sorts of thoughts flashed past Zishan Makoto's mind. In a short period of time he made a decision. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his abdomen. Next, his palm shined with a strange purple light as it rose inch by inch. His palm left his abdomen. Along with this action, his immortal aperture was taken out. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. He soon thought of Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis also had a move, that was to use fire path methods to take away other people's immortal apertures. This move had once left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Why would Zishan Makoto use such a method? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled, but soon understood. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a member of Zombie Alliance. Heilulan was firmly controlled by Shadow Sect. It was not strange for Zishan Makoto to have such a method. Furthermore, in the world, when cultivated to a high level, one could comprehend by analogy and achieve the same goal through different means. Zishan Makoto's move was clearly a wisdom path method. He might have invented it himself, or it might not be related to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Zishan Makoto resolutely took out his immortal aperture and placed it in the outside world. The immortal aperture's door opened and started to absorb earth chi. But the hope of this grotto heaven saving itself was very slim. Even if the earth chi was balanced, there was too little human chi. Chapter 1376. Zishan Makoto lost his immortal aperture. He also lost his cultivation foundation. Without an immortal aperture to manage, his future was bleak. Ignoring the future, just the present, his immortal aperture left his body and he lost a huge amount of Dao marks. Even though he stored most of his goo worms and immortal essence in his body, without the amplification of Dao marks, his battle strength fell to rock bottom. But there was no other way. Once heaven chi was extracted, Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture would collapse and form winds of assimilation. It would be even more dangerous, he might even lose his life. Triple chi retraction was simply too powerful. It directly attacked a goo immortal's foundation. Even the great Zishan Makoto was forced to give up his immortal aperture. It was like a martial arts expert who cultivated iron sand palm cutting off his own arms. Fang Yuan was watching the battle. He was also shocked at this scene. Since ancient times, there were only 10 people who managed to become venerable ones. When it came to the 10 existences, anything could become extraordinary. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's formless hands were like this, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Reincarnation Battlefield was like this, and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Triple Chi Retraction was also like this. What do I do? Fang Yuan thought about how to change the situation. He could not think of anything. The only thing he could do was rejoice. Rejoice that not long ago, Zishan Makoto had given him all the heavenly crystals. While controlling the Super Goo formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion, Fang Yuan also started to mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He had a lot of heavenly crystals this time, far more than the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest. Thus, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle grew to immemorial level, it would not starve to death like last time. As expected of Duke Long, Zishan Makoto praised Duke Long in admiration. Duke Long was simply too strong. He had quasi-rank 9 strength. He could directly crush ordinary rank 8 Goo Immortals. Only a peak rank 8 like Zishan Makoto, one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main split souls, who had cultivated for 100,000 years and had such accumulations, had the qualifications to fight him. But after dozens of rounds, when Duke Long's probing ended and he realized that Zishan Makoto did not have any methods to counter him, he immediately used his Chi Path trump card. Triple Chi Retraction was very powerful, but once such a powerful killer move was countered, the Goo Immortal who used it would be in a terrible state. It was like lifting a rock and smashing it on his own head. Thus, any Goo Immortal would be wary of this killer move. Just like how Fang Yuan would rather mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle than risk using the countercurrent protection seal. This battle can be considered as me bullying the strong. For a person like you, if you weren't a person who gave out random orders, perhaps we could still have a pleasant conversation. In this vast world, there are simply too few people who can catch my eye. However, I believe that in the near future the entire world will become colorful and exciting. And I will be the person who will start this grand era. Duke Long sighed as he chased after Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto fought and retreated. He was at a complete disadvantage. He was hit by the first 2 styles of Triple Chi Retraction. His strength fell greatly. He was not Duke Long's match to begin with. Now he was even worse off. Duke Long's attacks were relentless. He was almost above Zishan Makoto in all aspects. Zishan Makoto could only hold on bitterly. He had no choice but to stop activating the killer move to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Wuxia was still trapped in the dream realm. The other Goo Immortals could only watch without being able to help. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His mood was very heavy. He quickly looked around the battlefield. Duke Long had a huge advantage. Zishan Makoto could no longer be counted on. Right now he could only attack his weakness to alleviate the situation. However, Duke Long had already expected this when he mobilized his troops. The battle strength that he split out were all tough to deal with. Not mentioning Duke Long himself, Fairy Myrtle had Star Constellation Chessboard. Heaven Overseeing Tower was also a solid block. Zui Hui's attacks could only damage its edges. No matter how many Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals there were, they could not interfere in a battle of this level. Oh no! This is not good. Once Zishan Makoto loses, the situation will tilt towards Celestial Court. By then there is little hope of me retreating. Should I retreat now? Let's take a gamble. Let's see if Celestial Court has already thought of a way to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. This was a difficult decision. But right at this time, the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long changed again. One of the doors to a blessed land suddenly opened, and an enormous army of soul beasts charged out from within. Zishan Makoto relied on these soul beasts to block Duke Long's attacks. He quickly retreated towards the blessed land. This is Shadow Sect's blessed land. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he saw this, emitting a piercing light. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, Shadow Sect's blessed land was moved here by Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's blessed land contained the door of life and death. Spectral Soul charged out from it and resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. He unleashed his might and slaughtered Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. He destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower and refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. After the Battle of Tian Mountain, Shadow Sect's efforts failed. The fruits of their labor were seized by Fang Yuan. Dream realms spread everywhere. Shadow Sect's blessed land had to close its entrance and guard it tightly. Zishan Makoto led Shadow Sect to attack this place. He spent most of his time activating killer moves to condense dream realms and refine pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He worked hard silently, unknowingly. He had already connected to the blessed land. The dream realms here were all gone. Thus, Shadow Sect's blessed land could open its entrance again. There were countless soul beasts hidden in the door of life and death. Zishan Makoto mobilized them to attack Duke Long. These soul beasts were of a shocking scale. Desolate beasts were everywhere. There was no lack of ancient desolate beasts. Even the aura of immemorial soul beasts could be vaguely seen. The soul beast army disregarded the sacrifices. They launched a suicidal attack on Duke Long. Zishan Makoto used the soul beast army's cover to pass through the immortal aperture's entrance, retreating into Shadow Sect's blessed land. The appearance of the soul beast army did not turn the situation around, but it gave Zishan Makoto a chance to catch his breath. Fang Yuan, quickly release your upper extreme heavenly eagle. What are you waiting for if not now? At the same time, Zishan Makoto continued to communicate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. This was already Zishan Makoto's 50th time urging. Ever since he was struck by the Chi Path killer move, he had been urging Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not listen. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was his final trump card. Even if he could not control it, it was good to release it to create chaos. How could he release it just like Zishan Makoto wanted? Charge in, this blessed land is the Shadow Sect's headquarters. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he wanted Duke Long to charge in and fight to the death with Shadow Sect. He also wanted the Shadow Sect's blessed land to be filled with traps that could cause huge trouble for Duke Long. But Duke Long did not chase after them, he stopped in his tracks. Fang Yuan was disappointed. Zishan Makoto was even more flustered. Duke Long's lips curled up for the first time. He showed a smile of understanding. He suddenly turned around and charged towards a certain direction at lightning speed. You are finally willing to come out? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He shouted and attacked. Chi currents shot out and turned into a giant claw that grabbed at a certain part of the Soul Beast army. I am discovered. Zishan Makoto felt like he had fallen into an ice cave at this moment. From the Soul Beast army, a human-shaped soul suddenly appeared. He attacked Duke Long without dodging. Boom. Even the powerful Duke Long was sent flying, but that human-shaped soul remained unmoved. Ha ha ha. Duke Long coughed out blood but laughed loudly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you are truly extremely weak. Damn it. Zishan Makoto quickly rushed out to reinforce him. Panic appeared on his face for the first time. Fang Yuan finally understood everything. He came to a realization. The Shadow Sect is truly sinister. Zishan Makoto refined a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems like he wants Spectral Soul's main body to escape, but this is just a pretense. His true intention is to release the Soul Beast army for Spectral Soul to devour to strengthen himself. Spectral Soul had a supreme method to devour souls. Only then could he recover his strength. He might even be able to help Zishan Makoto kill Duke Long. But all of this was predicted by Duke Long. Duke Long used this chance when Spectral Soul's main body was extremely weak to attack. Zishan Makoto had no choice but to reinforce him. Too late. Duke Long laughed as he waved his hand. Dragon claw marks tore through space, forcing Zishan Makoto to retreat. Duke Long attacked Spectral Soul's main body again. Chi currents surged like dragons and dragons, coiling around Spectral Soul's main body. Spectral Soul's main body was extremely strong. He could be considered a quasi-rank 9 immemorial soul beast. He could even use goo worms and the immortal essence he left behind in his life. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul only had a trace of his remnant soul left. Even this remnant soul was constantly being worn down by the dream realms. The human-shaped soul roared again and again, resisting Duke Long's methods forcefully. Duke Long's dragon eyes shined with intense battle intent. You still want to resist me? Oh Spectral Soul, if you were a rank 9 when you were alive, I would definitely retreat. I would escape as far as I could. But now, you only have this remnant soul left. Your goo worms and immortal essence are not with you. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I will tell you the truth. This time I am here to capture you alive. I will imprison you in the celestial court. I will let the world know of the authority and supreme glory of my celestial court. The human-shaped soul was still struggling as Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long like a madman. Duke Long easily defended against the latter's attacks as he looked at the human-shaped soul with a burning gaze. He said proudly, still struggling pointlessly? Back then, even Red Lotus Demon Venerable was stopped by me. Now, surrender yourself. As he said that, Spectral Soul's main body could not resist Duke Long's methods. He was trapped in a cage made of countless chi currents. Chapter 1377. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but stare with wide eyes. Rank 9 venerables had unparalleled prestige, they were like blood that flowed in the hearts of every Gu master and Gu immortal. But now, Fang Yuan saw Spectral Soul's outcome, he was actually captured by a rank 8 Gu immortal. What is the origin of this Duke Long? He is so strong. However, thinking about it, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died long ago, only his soul was left. If his soul was at its peak, Duke Long would not be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul resisted the tribulations and forcefully refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu without caring about the sacrifices. Even though he succeeded and destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower, I took away the fruits of victory, Shadow Sect was left with only a few people, while Zombie Alliance was wiped out, their losses were huge. And his soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul during the Battle of Etion Mountain. He fell into a dream realm. After being corroded by the dream realm for such a long time, it is truly unimaginable that he could survive until now. Fang Yuan imagined himself, if his soul was thrown into such a huge dream realm, it would be corroded and corroded by the dream realm. Without using any dream path killer moves, Fang Yuan would probably only be able to last for a few days. Even though Spectral Soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul, his quality was shocking, he managed to survive for such a long time. Even now he still had the strength to struggle. It was not strange that Duke Long could capture Spectral Soul's main body. In terms of strength, Duke Long was indeed the strongest while Spectral Soul was the weakest. Spectral Soul's era was finally over. He had once slaughtered the world, spreading his demonic might throughout the 5 regions and 2 heavens, causing chaos in the world. When he was alive, he was invincible in the world, he had the strongest voice in the world, he had the highest stature. But time flowed like water, he still died in the end. After his death, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared, greatly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's influence in the world. He brought peace and prosperity to the world. Even in death, Spectral Soul was not resigned to his failure. He established the Shadow Sect and the Zombie Alliance in an attempt to defy the heavens again. Sword Immortal Bo Qing was his first attempt. Unfortunately, in the end he only managed to obtain the title of Pseudo-Immortal Venerable. His corpse sank to the bottom of the heavenly river. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was his second attempt, but heaven and earth schemed against him, his 100,000 years of hard work was snatched away by Fang Yuan. Etion Mountain's defeat caused Spectral Soul to suffer a huge loss, his foundation was almost depleted. However, with the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, they still managed to stir up a lot of trouble. Until now, Spectral Soul had finally failed, he was captured by Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Duke Long, the great era is coming. Old antiques like you should just obediently watch from the sidelines. Spectre, this is no longer your era. Duke Long sighed as he grabbed with his hand, air currents surged and wrapped around Spectral Soul, stuffing him into his phantom aperture. A dash. Zishan Makoto looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes red. Seeing that Spectral Soul's main body was trapped, he almost lost his rationality. Even his main body was trapped, there was no hope left. It was a huge loss. But Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. He forcibly resisted the urge to fight to the death with Duke Long. That was abandoning himself to despair. He breathed in deeply and started to retreat towards the depths of the Shadow Sect blessed land. Run? Where do you think you can run to? Duke Long stood in the sky, his dragon eyes looked at Zishan Makoto's figure with a cold expression. The immortal aperture entrance of the Shadow Sect blessed land closed. The Soul Beast army did not charge out, they stayed back to defend. Duke Long smiled proudly, he turned around and looked at the Super Gu formation. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was progressing well, he aimed at the location of the Shadow Sect blessed land and activated an immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate had a grand appearance. There were 2 huge red pillars on both sides, there was a huge dragon coiling around each pillar. The dragon claws were locked onto the pillars, it was firm like a mountain. There were shining dragon scales, the dragon body was strong. The dragon body coiled around the pillars all the way to the top of the pillars. Then the upper bodies of the 2 dragons faced each other, their eyes looked at each other, their mouths opened, there was a dragon pearl in the middle, it was like a small sun, it was dazzling, it formed the scene of two dragons playing with a pearl. The dragon gate opened, the interior of the Shadow Sect blessed land was revealed. This immortal killer move, Dragon Gate, could actually forcefully open the blessed land. Duke Long laughed loudly. He stepped in, the Dragon Gate closed and vanished. The intense battle and slaughter in the blessed land could not be heard. The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. But it was obvious that after Duke Long entered the Shadow Sect blessed land, it would not be peaceful. So many soul beasts would charge at him without fear of death. What do we do? The southern border righteous path Gu immortals looked at each other. Suddenly they found that they had no opponents left. Zishan Makoto and Duke Long were trapped in the Shadow Sect blessed land. Bai Ning Bing He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, and the rest were all reality-seeker physique bodies. They hid in dream realms. The only ones moving in the battlefield were soul beasts. Many soul beasts rampaged in the battlefield. A portion of them were trapped in dream realms, unable to extricate themselves. They were soon eliminated by the dream realms. Most soul beasts saw the danger of the dream realms because of their survival instincts. They started to scatter. Soul beasts hunted all life forms with souls, and through devouring them they could strengthen themselves. The southern border righteous path Gu immortals soon became the targets of these soul beasts, even though they did not want to attack. Wu Yi quickly send us into the Gu formation. The southern border righteous path Gu immortals requested. They had no intention of leaving. Because right now the Shadow Sect was defeated, the Celestial Court had a high chance of winning. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court had not shown any killing intent towards Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals subconsciously thought that the Celestial Court was on their side. After all, they were both righteous path. One was Central Continent's righteous path, the other was Southern Border's righteous path. Of course, there was an even more important psychological factor that affected their judgment. That was the dream realm. Even though this dream realm was in a mess, in the eyes of the Southern Border Gu immortals, it was their resources, it was theirs. Moreover, they had personally witnessed the battle between Duke Long and Zishan Makoto, as well as Spectral Soul's main body. They finally saw the truth of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Regarding the huge secret of a rank 9 venerable, there might even be a huge fortuitous encounter. Who would want to leave? This was Southern Border's Super Gu formation, and the reinforcements of the various clans were rushing here. As for Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zui Yi Hui, they were fighting to the death. Neither could do anything to the other. Fang Yuan ordered, "Everyone work harder and kill these soul beasts. The clan's reinforcements are getting closer. These soul beasts were sent here by the enemy. Killing them is like cutting off an arm of the enemy. If we let these soul beasts leave, it will cause chaos. This is the matter of our righteous path." Even though these words were reasonable, many Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals did not buy it. Aren't reinforcements coming? Let them do it. That's right, I'm very tired, I need to rest. Even if I am not injured, I expended a lot of immortal essence. I need to conserve my battle strength and not use it casually. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "I told you to go, so go, stop talking nonsense." The Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals scolded loudly, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He was doing something very exciting. That was to ask for help from Wu clan. "Quick, it is still dangerous here, the situation is very complicated. Quickly send the Gu worms I want through jewel yellow skies. Don't worry, I will bear all the expenses." Why do I need Bloodline Immortal Gu? I need it urgently. I need to join the Gu formation and increase the Super Gu formation's power. Borrowing so many Immortal Gu at once is making things difficult for you? What are you troubled about? It is not like I have never borrowed them before. What? Borrowing Immortal Gu from Wu clan's treasury requires Lord Clan leader's approval? Fang Yuan immediately contacted Wu Yong. "Elder brother, please lend me a hand." Wu Yong was controlling the Immortal Gu house to quickly rush over. Hearing his brother's call, he immediately replied, "What happened? What help do you need?" "You should know about the situation, brother. I am in control of the Super Gu formation now. This is the best opportunity. It will allow our Wu clan to truly control this resource point and suppress the other clans. It is a chance to get rid of our previous predicament." Fang Yuan said sincerely. Wu Yong thought about it. This battlefield was not sealed. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals could use information path methods to communicate with their clans and ask for reinforcements. On Wu clan's side, only Fang Yuan was here, as well as Wu Liao and Qiao clan's Gu immortals. Thus, all the reinforcements were aware of the situation in this battlefield. Wu Yong was no exception. Wu Yong naturally knew that Fang Yuan had replaced Qi Gue and created the Super Gu formation at the crucial moment. When he first heard about it, he was quite surprised. He did not expect his brother to have such a powerful formation path attainment. But Wu Yong soon understood. The reason? Because before this, Fang Yuan had competed with Qi Shang in formation path. Because Fairy Qiao Si Lu was involved, it caused a huge commotion in southern borders Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was shocking, but with this foundation, it was not hard for southern borders Gu immortals to accept it. If Wu Yihai's identity was that of a Gu immortal born in southern border, it would definitely cause suspicion. The good thing was Wu Yihai had ascended in Eastern Sea, southern borders Gu immortals did not know much about him. This gave Fang Yuan ample room to perform. Wu Yong heard Fang Yuan say, "Name restriction immortal Gu can be used to reinforce the Super Gu formation and benefit Wu clan." He hesitated. But this hesitation of his was not mixed with any suspicion. He believed in Fang Yuan. He had never suspected that Wu Yihai was an impostor. What he was hesitating about was whether Fang Yuan's plan was reliable. How likely was it to succeed? If it was not, and the plan failed, what would happen to Wu clan's future political situation? These were all things that Wu Yong had to consider. As a leader, he had to look far ahead. He could not only look at the present. Chapter 1378. Wu Yong's hesitation did not last long. He quickly decided to go with Fang Yuan's intentions. This was an opportunity. It was a good opportunity for Wu clan. Wu Yong had been staying in Wu clan for some time, resisting the various clans' problems. These days were quite stifling. He did not want to continue living like this. Moreover, he understood that as long as he, a rank 8 Gu immortal, did not die, Wu clan would have a foundation in southern borders Gu immortal world. It would not be too bad. 1. If Fang Yuan wanted to borrow reputation restriction immortal Gu, he would lend it to him. Bloodline immortal Gu? He would also lend it to him. But this support was not due to numbness. Wu Yong and all of Wu clan's Gu immortals had to listen to Fang Yuan's reason for borrowing Gu. Any unreasonable reason would be rejected and refuted. Such seriousness and caution had long since become a tradition of the various superpowers. Because immortal Gu were unique, any immortal Gu, even if it was rank 6, would directly increase the foundation of any superforce. Immortal Gu could not be easily borrowed. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to come up with a suitable reason in such a short time. But in the end he still borrowed 6 immortal Gu. 6 immortal Gu is enough. Do you have enough immortal essence to use any more? Wu Yong tactfully rejected Fang Yuan's request again. 6 immortal Gu were on one person. The risk was too high. It was not that Wu clan was suspicious of Fang Yuan's identity, but if anything happened to Wu Yihai, these immortal Gu would be lost. It would be a huge blow to Wu clan's foundation. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Everyone knew this. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Brother, you are right. I do not have much red date immortal essence left. Brother, quickly lend me some immortal Yuan stones. I need to replenish my immortal essence quickly. He took advantage of the situation to earn another sum. This time Wu Yong did not hesitate. He directly approved. An emperor does not need hungry soldiers without immortal essence. Immortal Gu were useless no matter how many they had. After lending so many immortal Gu, he had to make use of these immortal Gu, right? Thus, Fang Yuan directly obtained 100,000 immortal Yuan stones. The Wu clan was indeed worthy of being a great faction. It was evident that the Wu clan had a huge business. Use it sparingly. These immortal Yuan stones and immortal Gu are all lent to you. You need to be extremely careful. Wu Yong took good care of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly agreed. The immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone were quickly transported to Fang Yuan through jewel yellow skies. Treasure Emperor Heaven was in an uproar. Once Fang Yuan obtained it, he started to absorb immortal Yuan stone and convert it into immortal essence. At the same time, he threw the 6 immortal Gu into reverse flow river. Suppress them all. Once this battle ended, Wu Yihai's identity would definitely be lost. Just one sentence from the celestial court would raise enough suspicions. Fang Yuan could not endure continuous investigations. As long as soul-searching methods or immortal apertures were used, Fang Yuan would be exposed. Thus, before escaping he had to make a huge profit. It is a pity that I did not borrow an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan smacked his lips. After deceiving the entire Wu clan, he still wanted more. For a super force, an immortal Gu house was much more important than an immortal Gu. They could not lend it to Fang Yuan. Like the atomic bombs on Earth, the weapons of a nation could not be lent to others. Unless Fang Yuan became someone like Wu Yong, holding the highest authority in Wu clan and possessing an immortal Gu house, no one would say anything. Like how He Qing borrowed the immortal Gu house dark prison, that was because He tribe's 4 supreme elders had repercussions from cultivating Green City rampage. They could only stay together and could not leave by themselves. Under such circumstances, He Qing held the highest authority in He tribe. When Fang Yuan wanted to borrow an immortal Gu house, Wu Yong's first thought was, "My brother wants to borrow an immortal Gu house. If he does not return it after this battle, he will use the power of the immortal Gu house and Xiao clan's help to resist me. What will I do?" Furthermore, the immortal Gu house could not be transported completely through jewel yellow skies. Immortal Gu houses were Gu formations. Nobody could arrange Gu formations or prepare killer moves in jewel yellow skies. Thus, to transport an immortal Gu house, it had to be split up. Splitting up was easy, but forming it was hard. Immortal Gu houses were the crystallization of formation path. To construct an immortal Gu house, even if one knew the method and the correct steps, the formation path Gu immortal needed to focus and work hard. If one was careless, the construction would fail. This was the same logic as setting up a Gu formation. Not only would the Gu immortal suffer backlash, the Gu formation and immortal Gu house would also suffer the same. The risk was too high. Lending so many immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone to Fang Yuan was already Wu clan's limit. And this was because Fang Yuan was Wu Yong's brother. He had also contributed a lot to Wu clan. If not for Frosty Peak, Moon Bowl and Mount Snail, Fang Yuan would not have been able to borrow so many immortal Gu. Fang Yuan wanted to reap the benefits. He wanted Shadow Sect and Celestial Court to fight to the death while he reaped the benefits in the end. No matter how hard he tried, things did not go according to plan. Celestial Court's Duke Long's strength was beyond his imagination. Shadow Sect's defeat and Celestial Court's victory were basically confirmed. Even Spectral Soul's main body had fallen. If Shadow Sect had any trump cards, they would have used them already. Speaking of which, Shadow Sect's foundation was quite deep. Unfortunately, in the Battle of Etion Mountain, in order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, they suffered huge losses. The blow was too heavy, they could not recover from it. The few remaining survivors were still being chased by Fang Yuan. They could not develop smoothly. But I captured the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and obtained a large number of heavenly crystals. The upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature them. This time, I cheated 6 more immortal Gu and 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. This kind of harvest is actually quite huge. Fang Yuan was good at gaining benefits. Since the start of the battle, he had not fought to the death. He did not put in much effort, but his gains were shocking. It is a pity that Dark Limit Immortal Gu is trapped inside. I cannot take it out now. Once the Gu formation collapses, I will have to face Fairy Myrtle. There is another problem, that is Wu clan's alliance agreement. I joined Wu clan and signed the alliance agreement. There is also Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. They are placed in Wu clan's ancestral hall. Especially the latter problem, it gave Fang Yuan a huge headache. Thus, he cheated 6 immortal Gu to deal with this problem. In the future, if Wu clan used this information path relationship to harm Fang Yuan would at least still have Wu clan's immortal Gu. From this, he had the capital to negotiate with Wu clan. An outstanding chess player had to calculate the next 3 moves before making a move. Even though Fang Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield, he was already thinking about the future. Demonic path people are truly sinister and crafty. They are greedy beyond compare. Even before death, they do not forget to harm others. O Fang Yuan, your sins are so heavy you will die today. Give up any thoughts of escaping because against me you have no hope of escaping. At this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded from the Super Gu formation. Fairy Myrtle definitely knew that Wu clan was using jewel yellow skies to transport immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone. There was no helping it. Jewel yellow skies was like this. It was an open market. Any transaction could be exposed. How could Celestial Court not pay attention to jewel yellow skies? How could they not investigate it? Fang Yuan sneered. This is the result of your Celestial Court not exposing me in time. It seems that you do not have any crucial evidence. Actually, even if you have such evidence, so what? Will Wu clan believe it? Will Southern Borders Gu Immortal World believe it? They will only believe in things that they can prove themselves. These righteous path forces have always been like this. They will link everything to conspiracies and politics. Fairy Myrtle was silent. She did not speak. She understood that Fang Yuan had already fallen to the demonic path. He had a firm will that could not be shaken by words. Fairy Myrtle chose not to do pointless things, it would save her energy. Immediately, her speed of corroding the super goo formation increased. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he knew the situation was not good. At this speed, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle matured, it would not be able to catch up. The super goo formation would collapse prematurely. He now had the information path Immortal Goo reputation reign. His plan was to use this Immortal Goo to control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in this method. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, it had rank 8 Goo Immortal Battle Strength, while Reputation Reign Immortal Goo was only rank 7. The only thing that gave Fang Yuan some hope was that he had enough fame. He hoped that he could use this to make Name Reign Immortal Goo display extraordinary power. In the worst case, he could only release the uncontrollable upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to create chaos and escape. Right now, the battlefield was divided into 4 parts. The first and most crucial part was the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. They were fighting in Shadow Sect's blessed land. The current situation was unknown, but Duke Long had the upper hand, he had a high chance of winning. The second part was the battle between Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zui Yi Hui, neither could do anything to the other. Right now, both were injured, even with Zui Yi Hui's strong recovery ability, it was covered in injuries. Meanwhile, Heaven Overseeing Tower's edges had collapsed, it was no longer as glorious as before. The third part was the battle between Southern Border's Righteous Path Goo Immortals and Soul Beasts, there was nothing to write home about. The fourth part was the battle between Fang Yuan and Fairy Myrtle over the Super Goo formation. This battlefield was the most secretive, even the Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals were kept in the dark. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the outcome was already set, Celestial Court was sure to win. In this situation he could only escape, his plan to take advantage of the chaos had failed. But this old demon, Fang Yuan, even if he failed, his gains were huge. Now, it will depend on whether I can escape or not. Just as Fang Yuan was working hard on this matter, he received Zishan Makoto's information. Fang Yuan, is our cooperation still going on? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Of course it can. Very good. I was not wrong about you after all. I want to give you everything I have. My Immortal Goo, my killer moves, my knowledge, and you do not need to bear any responsibilities or obligations. Wuxia, He Lulan, White Rabbit, Miaoyin, Sixth Hair, they will all listen to you. From today onwards, you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Note, asking for a guaranteed monthly vote, I forgot to mention it yesterday, everyone who has a monthly vote, please vote. Chapter 1379. Make me the leader of Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was shocked. Unbelievable. He had never expected such a scene to occur. Shadow Sect and I are mortal enemies, I even seized Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Why is Zishan Makoto doing this? What scheme is he plotting? All sorts of thoughts flashed and surged in Fang Yuan's mind. Zishan Makoto, what is the meaning of this? Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking. Zishan Makoto said, Fang Yuan, don't be suspicious, I am not plotting anything. Because I am about to die in battle. Spectral Soul's main body has already been captured. Since Duke Long has made a move, he will not let me off. The great era is coming, Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court wants to be the ruler of the 5 regions and rule over the whole of humanity. The Celestial Court will not let you off, because you are not Zhao Lianyun, you are a complete otherworldly demon, you have the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and the Luck Path True Inheritance. You do not belong to this world, you are a person who messes with fate, a person who defies fate, you are the greatest variable in this world. You are the target that the Celestial Court must eliminate, if you do not eliminate the Celestial Court will eliminate you. My Shadow Sect once wanted to defy the Heavenly Tao and become venerable again, the Celestial Court was the greatest obstacle. But my Shadow Sect failed, instead of using my things to benefit the enemy I might as well give them to you. Ah. Zishan Makoto said this and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan thought to himself, even at death's door you still want to make life difficult for the enemy? This is human nature, it is reasonable. But I still need to test it. Thinking about this he asked Zishan Makoto, you once said that the Sovereign Immortal Physique has a major drawback. What is this drawback? Zishan Makoto chuckled. I'm afraid you've noticed this drawback, haven't you? It was not difficult for it to guess. It was food. Your paragon immortal body is not produced by the human clan. Although it is also a body of flesh and blood, its origin is different. In essence, it was still a rank 9 immortal goo. Since it is a rank 9 immortal goo, it needs to be fed. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I guessed this long ago. I want to ask, what does sovereign immortal fetus goo eat? Zishan Makoto laughed. Can't you guess what we're going to eat? It was nothing more than a test of my sincerity. Then I'll tell you. Zishan Makoto gave the answer. After hearing it, Feng Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Like he expected, sovereign immortal fetus goo's food was the answer he had guessed earlier. In that case, we are in big trouble. However, Zishan Makoto actually told me directly, he seems to be sincere. Within the Shadow Sect's blessed land, countless soul beasts formed an army. They were grand and mighty, like a tsunami. They surged towards Duke Long. Duke Long was surrounded by the army. His body was smaller than any of the soul beasts, but he had terrifying battle strength. The soul beasts came one after another. No matter how many there were, no matter how high their cultivation level was, they all fell to Duke Long. Duke Long waved his claws. Swoosh. With a soft sound, a clear claw mark appeared. It almost pierced through space. Wherever it went, the soul beasts along the way were torn apart. They could not resist at all. Among these dead soul beasts, there were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But under Duke Long's claws, they were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. A bunch of trash. No matter how many of you come, it is useless. Duke Long floated in the air. His body was as straight as a mountain. The dragon horns on his forehead were sinister. His dragon eyes flickered with a cold light. With him as the center, there was not a single living being within a few thousand steps of him. A vast number of soul beast corpses were piled up here. Zishan Makoto was already hidden among the soul beast army. He was nowhere to be seen. Duke Long was attacked by the soul beast army for so long, but he was not injured at all. He was expressionless. His gaze slowly landed on a certain spot on the ground. There, the door of life and death was wide open. Countless soul beasts were pouring out of the door endlessly. Soul beasts had the instinct to seek luck and avoid danger, but the door of life and death was a place that Spectral Soul had guarded for many years. He had already turned it into his base. These soul beasts in the door of life and death were definitely affected by Spectral Soul's methods. All in all, they were incomparably loyal to the Shadow Sect. They listened to Zishan Makoto's orders and launched a hopeless counterattack against Duke Long. Door of life and death. Duke Long pondered. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was unique in the world. It was also one of Duke Long's goals in this trip. After I subdue the door of life and death, when Fate Immortal Goo is completely repaired, all living beings in the world will have their souls enter the door of life and death after they die. At that time, the Celestial Court will have such a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Its rule will be extremely stable. To Duke Long, once he used powerful methods like triple chi retraction, the blessed land of the Shadow Sect would be very fragile. But at this moment, to not destroy the door of life and death, Duke Long decided to use another method. Boom. Duke Long flew out like a flying dragon. He was extremely domineering. All the soul beasts in his path were sent flying by him. Next, they were cut into pieces by the endless chi currents. Little split soul, where do you think you can hide? Duke Long spoke as he slammed his hand down. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed and rapidly pressed down. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to show himself and resist with all his might. Both sides clashed. The chi current mountain lost most of its strength, while Zishan Makoto coughed out a large amount of blood. His body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Why are you still resisting so stubbornly? What hope do you still have? Duke Long snorted coldly. He charged over mercilessly with a berserk aura. Hope. Zishan Makoto knew that he had no chance of surviving this battle. This was the last moment he had left in this world. His gaze turned hazy. Over 100,000 years ago, 7 people broke free from the door of life and death. Huff. We finally walked out of the door of life and death. We revived. Only the 7 of us are left. Thankfully, Reverse Flow River is not here. Otherwise, how could we have reached this stage? Now that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is dead, let's go. Our main body has the hope of returning to rank 9. That year, Shadow Sect was established. The first split souls were called red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. That means I am purple. Zishan Makoto looked at the water, at his own reflection. He looked far away. Let's start cultivating. We need strength. Many years later. Rumble. With a loud sound, the goo formation crumbled, dust flew everywhere. We got through it as expected of Purple. You are really amazing. Limitless Demon Venerable's personal goo formation was destroyed by us. Huangde laughed. Huangde patted Purple's shoulder asking, Purple, among us you cultivate wisdom path. What is your wisdom path attainment level now? Great Grandmaster. Purple replied calmly. Huang's mouth opened wide. Heavens, you are the first great Grandmaster among us. Purple glanced at Huang. What's there to be surprised about? Don't forget, we are split souls of the main body, we each have a portion of the main body's cultivation experience. Huang nodded. That's true. What we should be happy about is this Limitless Demon Venerable true inheritance. If we pass Limitless Demon Venerable's final test, this true inheritance will be ours. That's right, this way our hope of executing our plan has increased by a lot. Purple smiled lightly. Let's continue like this, we will continue to absorb true inheritances and resources, we will grow stronger and pave the way for our main body. Many years passed again. Providence. To think that it had such great power. Even Qing had been killed. What do we do? The higher our cultivation level, the stronger Shadow Sect's forces, the more Providence will target us. At this rate we will be in big trouble. It is not hard to resolve Azure's matter. I have already thought of a way, that is to refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. As for Providence, I need to think of another way. Purple said this as he narrowed his eyes. Even though Azure is no longer captivated by love, his second Venerable Ascension attempt failed completely. What else can we do? How can we resist Providence? Purple went into closed-door cultivation, using all his strength to deduce a method. Finally he deduced a method. Assimilate with Providence? I will temporarily become a part of Providence. Even though it is dangerous, it is not bad, we will be able to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle and learn about a portion of Providence's layout. But there is one thing I need to pay attention to. If I assimilate for a long time, I will be easily corroded by Providence and become a part of Providence. I need to think of a way to preserve my will. After a period of arduous deductions, I finally deduced it. I will call this method Purple Gold Rock Skin. Even though there is little hope of resisting Providence, there is still a trace of hope. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. Bright red blood seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. The world changed, no one knew how long it would take. The Purple Gold Rock Skin shattered. Purple woke up from his slumber. Where is this? How long has it been? Purple was stunned as he looked at the unfamiliar environment. Most of the first generation of companions have died. There are only a few who are about the same as me, half dead. Sigh. The only fortunate thing is that Shadow Sect is doing well. Z let out a deep sigh and looked up at the sky. Providence. His gaze was deep and eerie. Grandpa, drink some water? One day Purple woke up. He found a master and servant pair standing beside him. A young girl dressed in luxurious clothes and a female servant with strong limbs. Third Miss, don't care about this old beggar. Sigh, you are too kind. This old beggar is not a member of our village, why do you care about his life and death? The female servant looked at Purple in disdain, her goo master aura was overflowing. Chapter 1380. Zishan Makoto saw that his clothes were tattered, he was in a sorry state, his old face was covered in dust, his limbs were thin and dirty. But soon, he looked at the goo master girl in front of him, thinking, is it her? The crucial person in the trajectory of fate. No, this feeling seems right but actually wrong. So it's not her, but her descendant. The goo master girl left behind some simple food before leaving with the servant girl. That night, Purple went to her and gave her a true inheritance in her dream. This true inheritance is a bit messy, it has wisdom path, transformation path and even food path. I will call it Black Tigress True Inheritance for now. Sigh, I wonder if it will be effective, can it continue influencing her? But there is still some hope, isn't it? Purple left silently. Northern Plains inside a cave. Is here. Zishan Makoto called out in his mind. The young-looking Lady Wansho excitedly barged in. Seeing Zishan Makoto, her heart sank to rock bottom. So Senior is already here, Junior will leave now, I don't dare to disturb Senior from collecting this true inheritance. Zishan Makoto's aura made Lady Wansho's heart palpitate. Zishan Makoto looked at her, thinking, This is the girl. He spoke. Little girl, you are young but can cultivate to go immortal. You know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat. Very good. But I can't collect this true inheritance. I don't have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me look through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if you need help, you will need to use this information path goo worm to convey information to someone. Kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But don't even think about making me beg for mercy. The female goo master collapsed on the ground, her tone was firm. Purple smiled. Little girl, you are very interesting. You remind me of many things in the past. It is your fortune to have met me. Saying so, Purple stretched out his index finger and lightly touched the female goo master's forehead. This is a fire path true inheritance. I only gave you the upper half. It is enough for you to cultivate to rank 5 and become an expert among goo masters. As for the second half, I hid it somewhere in northern plains. In the future, if you have a chance to find the second half, you might be able to use it to ascend as an immortal. After saying that, Purple disappeared. Immortal ascension? This old beggar is crazy. Is he a goo immortal? The female goo master waited for a while before recovering. Bewildered, she quickly left the place. Purple stepped on the cloud layer, watching the female goo master leave. He muttered, "This girl is quite special. Not only does she have the taste of destiny, she is also being watched by Providence. I'm afraid one of her relatives will become a pawn of Providence in the future." Young man, I have 3 true inheritances here. The first inheritance will allow you to bathe in fire and step on the flames, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance could allow one to control the wind and float in the air, allowing one to roam freely in the world. The third inheritance was to transcend life and death and help the common people. Which one will you choose? Tell me after thinking about it. The young Tai by Yunxing thought for a while. I choose the third one. Another source of hope. Sigh. It has been almost 100,000 years. I hope that the seed of hope I planted will accumulate more and more. It will be helpful to the main body's plan. Roar. A dragon roar resounded, shaking the entire blessed land. Duke Long breathed out dragon flames, directly hitting Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto cut off his own arm to block this fatal attack. He could only retreat. Duke Long grabbed the air again. Zishan Makoto felt intense pain in his chest. With a series of cracking sounds, most of his bones were crushed by Duke Long. Zishan Makoto endured the pain. Even though he could not move, he still used goo worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. Do you know why you lost? He fixed his gaze on Zishan Makoto like a cat toying with a mouse. Zishan Makoto coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duke Long in the sky. I'd like to hear the details. Duke Long sneered. He suddenly vanished on the spot. At the next moment he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. A fierce punch. Zishan Makoto's abdomen was hit by the punch. The incomparable fist force immediately blasted a huge hole in his abdomen. Zishan Makoto was sent flying like a cannonball. He was sent crashing into the ground by the fist force, sinking into a pit. You want to assimilate with Providence. In fact, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already done this countless years ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path. How can you show off in front of her? You spent the latter half of your life doing one thing, that was to fight for pawns with Providence. Unfortunately, when you assimilated with Providence, you also became a pawn of Providence. Duke Long said this as he slowly descended. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He exerted all his strength and flew out of the pit. He flew back for some distance, landing on the ground and coughing out blood again. His abdomen was only connected by the skin on both sides, but it was no longer bleeding. He had used his method to stop it. Zishan Makoto's expression was extremely pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. His vision was dark. He was only relying on his willpower to keep himself from fainting on the spot. Duke Long slowly landed on the ground. He did not chase. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at Zishan Makoto. Boom. A dazzling beam of light shot out. Zishan Makoto's body was emitting faint purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks, he was sent flying and landed on the ground, forming a pool of blood around him. As for the second reason, you should have already guessed it. That's right, this dream realm has already been corroded by Providence. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper Providence's corrosion will be. This time, my celestial court was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the will of the stars. We have already understood Spectral Soul's condition and location. Oh, there is also that Feng Yuan. How ironic. If he was hiding somewhere else, we might not have been able to find him. Unfortunately, he chose to explore the dream realm. His soul entered the dream and was directly exposed to providence. He tried to defy heaven's will. He deserves to die. He will definitely die today. Duke Long walked over with large strides. During this period, countless soul beasts gathered again, forming a dense black mass that was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. They charged towards Duke Long from the sky. Duke Long continued to walk. He did not even look at the wind above him. He only raised his left arm and clenched his fist lightly. Rumble. The atmosphere exploded. In an instant, countless soul beasts were torn into pieces. Duke Long was indeed a quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He cultivated Chi Path primarily and Transformation Path concurrently. Right now he was using Chi Path methods. The soul beast army was as weak as paper toys in front of him. He walked forward with large strides. His body was strong and his hair fluttered in the wind. Walking in front of Zishan Makoto, Duke Long stood still and looked down at Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was sprawled on the ground. His arms were trembling. He was trying his best to support his upper body. He wanted to stand up. He still wanted to continue fighting. Thus, Duke Long looked at him quietly. He saw Zishan Makoto finally using all his strength to slowly stand up, standing in front of him. But Zishan Makoto's injuries were too severe. He did not have the ability to continue fighting. He could not even support this simple action of standing up. But just as he was about to fall, Duke Long reached out and grabbed Zishan Makoto's neck. Public Duke Long used his iron pincer-like hand to lift Purple Mountain True Monarch up slightly, lifting his feet off the ground. How does it feel to have your hopes destroyed? The outcome of trying to defy heaven is this pitiful. Even the soul of a venerable is the same. Duke Long sneered. Zishan Makoto struggled to hold on to Duke Long's arm. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, have no hope. But that doesn't mean that others don't have hope. Duke Long's expression changed slightly. His sharp dragon eyes quickly looked at Zishan Makoto's body. No wonder you are so weak. So you sent away a portion of your immortal goo. You still refuse to give up. Since you cannot succeed, what can the remaining Shadow Sect members do? Zishan Makoto's face was purplish red. He could barely breathe or speak. He could only mumble in his heart, "This person is different. Fang Yuan. You are definitely different. You are a complete otherworldly demon, the best candidate to resist fate. You are also the greatest chess piece that Providence chose to deal with my Shadow Sect. Now you have already escaped from Providence's control. I assimilated with Providence. I have been sowing hope and influencing fate. Unfortunately, I failed. Just like what Duke Long said, I have unknowingly become Providence's chess piece. The process of me assimilating with Providence is also the process of Providence assimilating me. I have no hope left. But you, Fang Yuan, are my greatest hope. Let me exert my final influence at the final juncture of my life. I'm really looking forward to it. You, who possesses the entire inheritance of Shadow Sect, how far can you go? Go and turn the world upside down, Fang Yuan. These inner roars were all transmitted into Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sighed. A man is about to die. He finally no longer had any doubts. I understand your intentions, although we were once enemies. I will take over this mess. I am willing to become the master of Shadow Sect. Very good, very good. Zishan Makoto's eyelids drooped weakly. His hands were tightly entwined with Duke Long's, but his movements were frozen, still strangling Duke Long's arm. In a fighting posture. At this moment, Zishan Makoto died in battle. His unkempt purple hair was no longer dazzling and shiny. The journey of 100,000 years had come to an end at this moment. This life that had been fighting ceaselessly had stopped its footsteps. Although he had failed and lost his life in his final moments, he still sowed hope. He died full of expectations. Perhaps this was the reason why there was still a smile on his lips before he died. It was 100,000 years of vicissitudes in the human world, half awake and half insane. Chapter 1381. Zishan Makoto no longer had any signs of life. He had turned into a corpse. What a clean death. Duke Long snorted coldly. His cold dragon eyes observed Zishan Makoto from inside out. Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, but he secretly sent away most of them. The remaining goo worms also self-destructed after he died. Not just that, his soul was also dissipating. Duke Long wanted to stop it, but he could not do so. What made Duke Long even more surprised was that Zishan Makoto's immortal body still had many Dao marks left. But at this moment, these Dao marks were dissipating. He really did not leave any resources for the celestial court. Duke Long let go, the worthless Zishan Makoto's corpse fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared, a large group surrounded Duke Long again. But because of Duke Long's ferocious display earlier, none of these soul beasts dared to attack him. Compared to the numerous soul beasts, Duke Long's body was tiny, but he was strolling leisurely with a relaxed expression. As expected of the door of life and death, the number of soul beasts hidden inside is like a mountain or a sea. After killing one batch, another batch will appear. There is no end to them, they are endless. Duke Long let out a slight sigh. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Think about it, since ancient times when countless living beings died, most of their souls would return to this place. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu would his soul be left behind in the outside world. Thus, in the depths of the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul knew how many souls and soul beasts were hidden. Duke Long did not care about these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were only a small problem to Duke Long unless they were legendary immemorial desolate beasts like Zui Yi Hui or Mao Li Chiu. He would treat them with respect. Spectral Soul has been captured. His greatest clone is also dead. It's time to go out and clean up the entire battlefield. Duke Long had the immortal killer move Dragon Gate. He could freely enter blessed lands and grotto heavens. Even if the Shadow Sect's blessed land was closed, it would not be able to trap him. But just as he was about to move, the entire blessed land suddenly shook. Cracks began to spread from the verdant sky, as if a mirror had shattered. Duke Long frowned slightly. Is the entire Shadow Sect's blessed land going to self-destruct? Is really the style of a demon. As such, Duke Long had no choice but to dispel his previous thoughts. He needed to bring out the gate of life and death before the blessed land was destroyed. If the blessed land was allowed to be destroyed, the winds of assimilation would blow, and the safety of this rather important mystic realm of heaven and earth would be in danger. Brr, brr. The soul beast army roared, and their voices were tinged with panic. This entire world was about to be destroyed, and these soul beasts all felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. More and more soul beasts started to appear amidst the chaos. Duke Long went against the flow and slaughtered a group of soul beasts, before standing in front of the gate of life and death. At the same time, outside the Shadow Sect blessed land. We can't hold on anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies came out of the dream realms one after another. Their 10 extreme physiques were not complete, they still had flaws. Even though they had dream path Dao marks, they could not stay in the dream realms for an unlimited amount of time. When the time was up, they had to come out. But just as the southern border righteous path Gu immortals wanted to chase them, the Super Gu formation activated and transported all of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Zishan Makoto by expending his own soul from the cocoon of light. In terms of status, they were still split souls of the Shadow Sect, the clones of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the world. But their battle strength could not be counted on. Zishan Makoto had only given them some mortal goo. As for their thoughts and foundation, they were completely different from Zishan Makoto. They were like completely new individuals. We greet the new leader of the Shadow Sect. After seeing Fang Yuan, they immediately paid their respects. Before Zishan Makoto died, he had arranged everything. He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, Ing Wuxia, Fairy Miao Yin, and Black Tigress also came out of the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Facing Fang Yuan, these people's expressions were quite interesting. I am Miao Yin, great Lord Sect leader. Fairy Miao Yin was the first to speak. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border like Qiao Si Lu. Her voice was extremely soft, her eyes were alluring, her clothes were pink, her figure was alluring, her eyes were more sunken than normal people, her nose bridge was high, her eyes were mesmerizing. Lord Sect leader. Black Tigress also said. Her expression was stiff, because not long ago she had attacked Fang Yuan, attempting to take Fang Yuan's life. She did not expect the changes in fate to be so miraculous. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had become her leader. He Lulan gritted her teeth, sighing deeply. He Lulan greets Lord Sect leader. She had cooperated with Fang Yuan before, they had also been enemies, she had even been saved by Fang Yuan. She had even made use of her period, blazing heaven demoness, to cheat Fang Yuan. But later, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, due to a strange combination of factors, she had to join the Shadow Sect, setting up an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Precisely because of this, when Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect, he could decide whether He Lulan's life or death. He Lulan had to lower her head. To think that there would be a day when I would cooperate with you. Bai Ningbing, however, was unique. She crossed her arms, her dragon eyes shining with cold light as she stared at Fang Yuan, speaking with a sigh. Speaking of which, her relationship with Fang Yuan had deepened. Ever since Qingmao Mountain they had traveled together. Until now, both sides had their own fortuitous encounters, they had met again and now they were even working together again. It was truly fate's joke. As for Wuxia, he was still in the dream realm. Fang Yuan looked at these Gu immortals. Towards these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan only glanced at them. These Gu immortals had a limited lifespan. Once the time was up, they would self-destruct. The higher their cultivation level, the shorter the time limit. Thus, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were cannon fodder. Among the true members of the Shadow Sect, there were only these 5 that Fang Yuan valued. Wuxia, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Fairy Miaoyin, and Lady Black Tigress. There was also Sixth Hare, a spy planted in Langya blessed land by the Shadow Sect. He could barely be considered the 6th member. Among these 6, He Lulan was the most trustworthy one for Fang Yuan, because she could not betray him. Fairy Miaoyin and Lady Black Tigress became members of the Shadow Sect because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's will. He had a high degree of control over these 2. Wuxia and Sixth Hare were split souls of the Shadow Sect. Since Fang Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect, even they had to admit this. But as for Fang Yuan's future orders, whether they would obey or actively carry them out, it would depend on Fang Yuan's methods. Among them, Bai Ningbing was the most difficult Gu immortal to control. She had made an agreement with the Shadow Sect. Both sides were equal. When Zishan Makoto was alive, Bai Ningbing did not even bother speaking to him, not to mention Fang Yuan, who had just become the leader of the Shadow Sect. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Next he said, He Lulan, take over my control of the Super Gu formation. I want to save Wuxia. He had been controlling the Super Gu formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion. He could not divert his attention to use more complex killer moves. The reason why he chose He Lulan was because she was the most trustworthy among the 5 of them. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan successfully saved Wuxia, freeing him from the dream realm. However, even though Wuxia woke up, he was not in a good state. His eyes were lifeless, he had no fighting spirit or fighting spirit, he was lying on the ground as if his spine had been pulled out. He had been thoroughly dealt a heavy blow. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Zishan Makoto died, all of Wuxia's hopes were destroyed. He felt that there was no path ahead, he was in complete darkness, there was no light at all. Ever since he was born, the only thing that had motivated him and pushed him forward was the goal of saving his main body. But now this goal was completely destroyed. Wuxia lost all of his fighting spirit. Even though he is a split soul of Spectral Soul, he is still too young. Without Zishan Makoto's experiences, how long has it been since the Battle of Etian Mountain? Fang Yuan understood, he urged. Where are the inheritances that Zishan Makoto sent into your immortal aperture? Hand them over. Even though Wuxia was dejected, he still acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance. A lump of purple wool flew out. The wool contained a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as a group of immortal Gu floating in the air. Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan took a step back, showing a vigilant expression. Even though Zishan Makoto only had a wool left, he still had immortal essence and Gu worms, he was still a threat. The purple wool condensed into Zishan Makoto's appearance, he did not harm Fang Yuan, he followed the agreement and handed all of his immortal essence and Gu worms to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he handed them over in person. Fang Yuan successfully refined the immortal Gu. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Before this, even though he could communicate with Zishan Makoto directly, that was all, he could not let Zishan Makoto directly send the inheritances into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Zishan Makoto sent these inheritances to Wuxia, before Fang Yuan took them out. Of course, even though Zishan Makoto did not ask anything of Fang Yuan could sense his intention. Zishan Makoto wanted Fang Yuan to save these people. Of course, if Fang Yuan did not save them, there would be no harm. To think that my gains this time are so much greater than I expected. After obtaining these inheritances, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. In his original plan, his goal was to exterminate the Shadow Sect and eliminate the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect. If he was lucky and performed exceptionally well, he might be able to capture the remnant soul of Spectral Soul's main body. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have much hope for this. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.